The Lost Scriptures, by Liam Dale. Chapter 1, Twins. It only takes one little sucker that can swim to make a baby Kevin. Dr. Mohammad had winked as he spoke, at the same time turning a burger on the open barbecue. Mary, Kevin's wife, smiled as she overheard the words. Dr. Mohammad and his wife Sheila were the Jacobs' best friends. They were also their closest neighbors in the quiet Syracuse enclave where they lived. Kevin Jacobs' mind flitted back to the barbecue some 7 months previous. Dr. Mohammad had been the one who had first broken the devastating news to him that his chances of having a child were 0, not even 100 million to 1, yet there he was talking about little suckers that could swim as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Kevin knew all about little suckers. He had spent the last 8 years being probed, prodded, and tested, yet of the 200 million sperm he regularly supplied as samples, not one single live one had ever put in an appearance. Azoospermia was unyielding. There was no cure. Kevin shielded his eyes as the sun suddenly appeared over the tree-lined Catskill Mountains. Flickering beams of light reflected off the surface of the lake as his little red-tipped fishing float bobbed up and down in the crystal-clear water. His attention was suddenly focused on a large splash a few yards to his left. He looked expectantly at the ever-expanding circle of ripples, waiting for the almost certain-to-be-repeated cameo performance of one of the lake's landlocked salmon. He was not disappointed. The exquisite golden-flanked bar of silver arrived on cue, and leaping a good 2 feet into the air, seemingly welcomed the first rays of sunlight on what was sure to be another balmy Catskill morning. Kevin smiled. Life really was good. He was the proud owner of a chain of Syracuse supermarkets, and was soon to become a father. Kevin hadn't managed to produce just one little sucker. Mary was expecting twins. One way or another, he had managed to produce 2 little suckers, and both of them had been good swimmers. He turned his head slightly to the left as he heard a car door close in the distance, and wondered who could possibly be around so early in the morning. His hired log cabin was one of only half a dozen on their side of the lake, and its location was way off the beaten track, the nearest village being some 15 miles away. Maybe they were hunters, he mused, as his attention returned to his red-tipped fishing float, which was now bobbing around excitedly, his prawn bait being eyed up for breakfast by one of the lake's piscatorial inhabitants. Maybe it's the salmon, he thought and hoped. Now that would be a first for him, never having landed one before. He had lost his chance the previous morning when he was denied a fresh salmon breakfast, owing to the distraction of Dr. Mohammad's shouts of alarm as a bear roared in the woods surrounding the lake. The bear had been a little too close for comfort, and all thoughts of a freshly caught salmon breakfast had been abandoned, as both Kevin and Mohammad had sprinted for the safety of their respective log cabins. Kevin had been a little surprised when Dr. Mohammad had revealed that he had also booked a cabin in the Catskills at the same time as he had. There were many vacation hideaways in northern New York State, and as Mary swore that she had told no one of their intentions, it was with some surprise when on arrival the familiar faces of Dr. Mohammad and Sheila appeared from an adjoining cabin. His fishing float steadied and stopped bobbing around, as whatever was threatening to eat his live prawn bait had obviously had second thoughts, and Kevin's own thoughts returned to Mary, who was sleeping uneasily back in the log cabin. She had been through a troubled night, repeating over and over again in her sleep the same phrase that he had heard 1,000 times. "He is in me, Kevin. Get him out." He had first heard her screams for help as she lay in a Luxor hospital bed during a holiday in Egypt. They had done the usual, almost obligatory tour of the pyramids and the Sphinx, and were happily sailing the Nile on their way to Luxor when the dizzy spells started. Within minutes, Mary could no longer stand, and rapidly descended into a coma. For 3 days, she had barely moved or spoken, until on the 3rd night, she suddenly woke up screaming, "He is in me, Kevin. Get him out." Kevin, who had been sleeping in a private adjoining room, had dashed into Mary's room and switched on the light, only to find Mary with her nightdress pulled up over her head and her legs spread wide apart, blood pouring from between them before running down her legs and soaking into the white bed linen. There was no one else in the room. Kevin, however, had felt a strange evil presence that had completely immobilized him. It suffocatingly wrapped him in an unyielding straitjacket. He was aware of feeling icy cold and began to shiver. He was surrounded by a feeling of dread, his initial shivering soon turning into uncontrollable shaking. He found himself standing in a pool of his own urine, as his bodily functions began to operate independently of his mind. A nurse entered the room on hearing the commotion, and immediately began screaming before crossing herself and dashing out, almost ripping the door from its hinges, in her state of blind panic. Mary became silent and drifted into a deep sleep. Kevin noticed that the room had once again become warm and comfortable, and his wife was now sleeping peacefully, with a serene smile on her face. It was some 4 weeks after they returned to their Syracuse home that the morning sickness had started, and 1 week later that Dr. Mohammad had confirmed Mary's pregnancy. The surface of the lake was now a seemingly never-ending series of splashes, as the trout began to dine on the early morning hatch of flies. It was time for Kevin to set up his fly fishing gear. After all, this was why he was now sitting beside the picturesque Catskill Lake. He had done enough thinking and worrying for one day. Now was the time for some real action. He heard a twig snap behind him, and as he turned around, his eyes focused on the business end of a .22 caliber pistol, complete with a silencer. The soft-nosed and cross-etched bullet entered his left eye and disappeared deep into his brain with no more than a soft popping noise. His last memory was of a familiar face, a doctor's face. Kevin's limp body slid off his fishing platform and entered the lake with a barely audible splash. At the same time, a golden-flanked bar of silver leapt clear of the water, seemingly investigating the disturbance. The noise of an outboard motor starting up across the lake drowned out the noise of the two splashes, as a couple of fishermen set out to take advantage of the early morning rise. Fresh trout, maybe even a landlocked salmon would make a nice breakfast. Mary Jacobs was in a great deal of pain. She should have been in hospital giving birth, no matter how simple and straightforward the deliver. A remote log cabin miles away from civilization was no place to be if complications were to arise. Where was Kevin when she needed him? Why couldn't he hear her screams? Dr. Mohammad was only 2 cabins away, a matter of no more than 50 yards. Surely he would be able to help, if only Kevin would come. Kevin's body was now partially submerged and drifting towards the center of the lake as the 3 men led by Dr. Mohammad approached the cabin. His 2 companions were of Middle East extraction and sported bushy yet smart and well-groomed beards. Mary Jacobs was no longer shouting nor crying. Lying beside her on the blood-stained bed was a child. A child unlike any child born since the birth of the Prophet Mohammad over 1,500 years earlier. A child whose very presence chilled the room. As the 3 men entered the cabin, they immediately felt the presence. Their blood turned to ice in their veins as they dropped to their knees and began praying in Arabic. Their prayers were not of the Quran. They were the word-perfect recital of an ancient Islamic scripture whose existence had been little more than a rumor throughout the Islamic world for centuries. The messages contained in the satanic verses were little more than a sanitized warning. Their recital was of the lost scriptures, the missing verses of the Quran, as spoken directly to the Prophet Muhammad by Allah himself. The scriptures were known to only a handful of Muslims throughout the world and were the most sought after and most dangerous of all Islamic possessions. For centuries they had been concealed in the Kaaba in Mecca, the holiest place in the Islamic world, awaiting the rebirth of the Prophet himself. Now was the time to implement the messages contained in the scriptures. The Jihada had returned as he had promised to do on his deathbed almost 1,500 years before. The 3 men rose to their feet and gazed down at the child. As was rumored of the Prophet Muhammad himself, the child had no umbilical cord. Allahu Akbar! Dr. Muhammad spoke first. Allahu Akbar! The 2 bearded men repeated following his lead. The child gazed back at the men through his wide-open, dark, and deep soulless eyes, seemingly studying each man in turn. The men felt humble, vulnerable, and were conscious of a hidden power that completely immobilized them. They felt the probing of their minds, yet were powerless to resist. Their entire lives passed before them and entered the consciousness of the child. Dr. Mohammad read the message in the child's eyes, and taking out the pistol with which he had dispatched Kevin Jacobs, fired 2 shots into the stomach of Mary Jacobs. There was to be no mortal being to challenge the power of the Jihada or the implementation of the lost scriptures. Mary Jacobs was now in a completely immobile and transcendental state, not sleeping, yet not fully conscious. She had observed the 3 men praying, but in a state of induced paralysis, was powerless to act, as they gently lifted the child, wrapped him in one of the blood-stained sheets, and left the cabin. The Christian God was no longer of any relevance. His second coming was now dead in the womb. Slowly, as the room began to feel warmer, Mary Jacobs' brain began to function normally, and as her senses returned, so did the contractions and the birth pains. It was some hours later that the 2 policemen entered the log cabin. Kevin's body had been reported by the 2 horrified fishermen out to catch their breakfast, the twin propellers of their boat having become entangled with Kevin's clothing before completely severing the head. Both of the fishermen had accompanied the police to the cabin and were standing outside in a state of disbelief, the more rotund of the 2 men retching every few minutes before collapsing in a state of shock. Dr. Mohammad was in attendance and was closely observing proceedings before entering the cabin behind the 2 policemen. He let out an audible gasp on surveying the scene. Mary Jacobs was dead on the wooden floor of the cabin, her face radiating a serene smile. There were no gunshot wounds in her stomach. She was surrounded by a pool of blood, lying in the middle of which was a newborn child, a baby boy, a boy whose twin brother had been removed a little over 2 hours earlier. The child did not look like either Mary or Kevin. The child's skin color was much darker, and its features were Middle Eastern, possibly Arabic. It was, however, identical to its brother, as were the all-seeing, wide-open, dark, and deep soulless eyes. As the 2 police officers gently lifted the child and looked beyond his deeply hypnotic stare, a strange feeling overwhelmed them. It was a mixture of pleasure and of well-being, a feeling of pious serenity and tranquility that they had never experienced before. Neither of the 2 men ever mentioned the experience, either to each other or to anyone else. That evening the 2 officers visited their respective churches for the first time in many years. Dr. Mohammad hurried back to his own log cabin and made a frantic phone call. The Christian God had more power than he had imagined. He had failed Allah and would have to pay the price. He took out his pistol and repeated the phrase, Allahu Akbar, 3 times before pulling the trigger. The 2 fishermen walked away from the cabin, climbed into their boat, and disappeared across the lake to their own log cabin. There was no need for them to hang around. They had to report back to their superiors in Israel. They had failed in their mission to kill the child of Allah. They had been too late to save the world from the Holocaust to come. Chapter 2. A little snobbish. Good morning, James. I trust that you and your lovely wife are well. Sir James McNaught stopped walking and turned around to be greeted by Sir Rupert McAdam, MP, a dyed-in-the-wool Conservative Member of Parliament for the Hinckley and Bosworth constituency in the East Midlands, a constituency encompassing some of Old England's finest fox-hunting countryside. For many years, the do-gooding, liberal chattering classes had managed to have fox hunting banned throughout the British Isles. That was until a major outbreak of the deadly rabies virus among the British foxes had seen a complete reversal of fortune for the fox-hunting gentry, and foxes were now rightfully relegated to their former pariah vermin status of the late 20th century. Good afternoon, Rupert, McNaught replied, looking down at the diminutive MP from his lofty 6.5 feet height. Mary and I are naturally in perfect health, after all. I am a magician, and I can conjure up anything that I wish, even good health. Is Samantha okay? I haven't seen her for a couple of months now, not since that evening with the Prime Minister. We really must organize an evening out together as soon as Mary returns from her latest overseas adventure. Maybe the opera. I hear that the production of La Traviata at Covent Garden is particularly good. Great idea, James. The girls will adore that. And you are of course right as always. It is indeed afternoon, and the perfect time for a couple of drinks before the afternoon session in the house begins. Would you care to join me in my club? I think that I may be able to sneak you in by the back entrance, so that no one sees you. After all, dear boy, a knighthood really is no substitute for breeding. Don't you agree, old chap? You know that I cannot stand that blessed club of yours, Rupert, old chap. The whole place gives me the creeps. McNaught made a spitting motion before continuing. I have never come across such a boorish group of snobbish old farts in all my life. Most of them are on their deathbeds, and all they seem to talk about are the good old days of empire. They may well have been good old days for their ancestors, a couple of 100 years ago, as they were born with all the privileges of wealth. A bit like yourself, Rupert. The rest of us had to work bloody hard to make it to where we are now. Come now, James, old chap. Do I detect a little class envy? The burden of the downtrodden working classes forever adding more grist to the tyrannical capitalist mill? Bloody right you do, Rupert, and for good reason. McNaught laughed out loud as he spoke. An old lady walking by in the opposite direction tut-tutted as she overheard him swear. I am most certainly not a socialist. But at the same time I hate all the country's wealth being held by a small group of boring old farts or nouveau rich city whiz kids, many of whom you now want me to drink with. That is not my idea of an interesting way to spend an afternoon, or even 1 minute of my time. It was now Sir Rupert McAdam's turn to laugh out loud. You are the magician, James. The nouveau rich will be an easy target, but just try getting one single penny off any of us boring old farts. A fool and his money are easily parted, my dear boy. The boring old farts at my club have managed to keep a firm hold of their money for generations. Not even an act of God could prise us apart. When the world ends, we will still have every penny of it. I am taking mine with me to make sure those damn socialists don't get their grubby little hands on it. I will spend little time at my club today and give you a treat, James. Have you heard of the young magician who is performing this week over at the Aspen Club in Pall Mall? 1 or 2 members of the house have been along and are really enthusiastic about him. One of them even had the temerity of comparing him to your good self. I do hope that you put him right, Rupert, McNaught said sternly. That most certainly will not do. I have come across these great pretenders on many occasions, and the absolute best that they have ever come up with has merely been a very amateurish rework of some of my simpler tricks. No one has ever fathomed out my more famous ones. Not even the great Randola himself. He gave up trying after a few years. Almost sent him mad. In the end he explained it as unexplainable magic. Let us see James, my dear boy, Sir Rupert winked. You may well be billed as the world's greatest magician, and have received a knighthood for same. But there always comes a time when experience has to step aside for youth. A bottle of wine of your choice, Rupert, if he manages to perform one single trick that I cannot explain, or haven't performed 100 times myself. You seem to have forgotten that I devised, invented, and perfected most of the tricks that you now see on both stage and television. There is precious little that is new in the world of magic, Rupert, just variations on half a dozen different themes. It shouldn't really be called magic. There is no magic. Just illusion. Smoke and mirrors. Sleight of hand, nothing else. Sir Rupert McAdam smiled. It was a knowing smile. He had detected a note of anger in McNaught's voice. He knew from past experience that to even hint of comparing any magician with the great Sir James McNaught would provoke this anger. What he also knew was that he had seen the young magician himself only 2 days earlier. The boy really could perform magic, not illusion, not smoke and mirrors, not sleight of hand, but real magic. Sir James McNaught was to be in for quite a shock. He had himself seen McNaught perform on many occasions, often at awfully close quarters. There was no doubting that he was good, undoubtedly the finest magician in the world. But there was just something about the tricks performed by the boy that defied all logic. Inanimate objects cannot fly of their own accord. Even Sir James McNaught cannot lift a hat off a hat rack and make it fly around the room before placing it onto the head of someone. Yes, Sir James McNaught was going to be in for quite a shock. "I will meet you outside the Aspen Club at precisely 1 o'clock, James. I have just got to pop into my club to do a little business. One of your old farts wants me to raise an issue in the house this week." To his advantage, and no doubt extremely profitable to yourself, Rupert, I presume? "Naturally, James, my dear boy. I wouldn't have it any other way. You know as well as I do how the system works. We have a duty to protect our inheritance from the ravages of socialism. What is ours we keep, what is yours we covet, and ultimately we get to own it. Life has never been any different, dear boy, nor will it ever be. Old money never wanders, James. It is much too attached to old families like mine. New money just isn't the same. It likes to wander and is quite prepared to settle with the most inappropriate and unsuitable of people." With a little chuckle, Sir Rupert McAdam walked purposefully into the entrance of his private members' club, and Sir James McNaught resumed his afternoon stroll, changing his direction and heading towards Pall Mall. McNaught heard a bang in the distance. Cars no longer backfired. Technology had removed most of the filthy petrol and diesel engines from the streets many years ago. Only vintage motors that put in an occasional appearance backfired. Guns, however, hadn't been replaced, and were finding their way ever more frequently into the hands of Muslim extremists. Random shootings and knifings, often followed by mutilation and beheading, were now a part of everyday life throughout the country. Indeed, the plague of Islamic terrorism was virtually endemic throughout the Western world. The police were powerless to cope with the epidemic. The Muslim jihadists, who were carrying out these attacks, wanted to die. They wanted to become martyrs. 72 virgins awaited them in paradise. Police no longer approached the jihadists as they performed their gruesome mutilations, knowing full well that there would almost certainly be a suicide bomb concealed on their body. One shot to the head was now the accepted approach. Most British policemen and women were now armed, and centuries of tradition had long been abandoned. McNaught heard the second shot and continued his walk, at the same time wondering if the terrorist was indeed armed with a suicide bomb. Either way, it made little difference. The police no longer took any chances. Both men met at 1 o'clock outside of the once hallowed halls of the Aspen Club, and gazed up at the imposing facade. McNaught in quiet admiration at the magnificent age-old ornate structure, and Sir Rupert McAdam in disgust at what the Old Colonial Club, one of London's finest gentlemen's clubs for well over 200 years, had become. Sir Rupert was the first to speak. "What is the world coming to, James? Please tell me." Standards seemed to be dropping away and disappearing by the minute. Not too many years ago, before they changed the blessed name from the Colonial, this club truly was the last refuge of gentlemen, and counted barons, earls, even kings as its members. Now we are going in to watch a bloody magician. There used to be an old saying around Parliament, James. If you wanted to meet someone from the British aristocracy, you would be unlikely to meet them at the House of Lords, as they would all be sipping their brandies and planning their next colonial adventures deep in the bowels of the Old Colonial Club, far away from the prying eyes of those interfering MPs in Parliament. McNaught laughed out loud, and still chuckling retorted, "Interfering MPs like yourself, Rupert? I would like to bet that your ancestors were in the vanguard of most of those colonial conquests. Naturally, James, where do you think the family silver came from? Most of today's better families made their money from the colonies. Either that, or they did some form of dutiful favor or patriotic service to the crown." "Rupert, my dear boy." McNaught made a passable impersonation of Sir Rupert's somewhat nasal yet obviously old Etonian voice. "You are such a snob. Now let's go inside to sit among the peasantry and watch this blessed magician. Oh, and by the way, what time are you due back in the house? I assume that your old fart has made his requests by now." I am not going in this afternoon, James. I have been asked to have a good long talk with your good self by the defense secretary who was in my club. He is extremely worried and would like your opinion on a couple of matters. What? That sniveling little creep wants to speak to me, Rupert? I didn't say that, James. You know as well as I do that you will probably come to blows the next time you meet. There is probably no probably about it, Rupert. After the way he insulted Mary, the pretentious little shit. He is very lucky I didn't belt him there and then. It's a good job that you didn't, James. The PM was looking on. And other than dropping a few bombs on the odd unfortunate African country, and being a firm believer in capital punishment for Muslim terrorists, he hates violence. Besides, you are almost twice his size. I did say that he wants me to have a word with you. Chapter 3. Magic. The two men entered the club, Sir Rupert nodding at the doorman who returned a salute, and walked down the steps to a smoking and drinking room, the focal point of which was a long, curved, old wooden bar, behind which a smartly dressed young bartender was busy pouring drinks. They sat down on two rather incongruous, fairly modern chairs at an old yet highly polished wooden table. The whole room reeked of atmosphere together with an almost overpowering sense of history. It felt old, a throwback to when the British Empire covered almost 1/3 of the globe and the Royal Navy ruled the seven seas. McNaught's skin tingled with the same barely controllable sensation that generations of Britons must have felt whenever they entered the room. Was this room where the Empire was planned? He wondered. Did Churchill discuss the demise of Nazi Germany with his cabinet colleagues at this very table? Did they decide on the allocation of VCs after Rorke's drift during the Zulu Wars while sitting in these very seats? No, that would not have been possible. The seats were much too modern and completely out of place. Sir Rupert remained silent. He knew exactly the emotions that were running through McNaught's mind and body, as he himself had witnessed them so many times. There were still times when even he could feel the history surrounding him, almost enveloping him. It was as if the ghosts of the past were ever present and were staring through the eyes of the age-mellowed portraits that adorned the yellowing nicotine-stained walls, maybe even seated on the empty seats alongside them. Yet today, there was something else. He had only ever experienced this strange, almost serene feeling once in his life before. And that was just a few days ago when he had been watching the young magician. McNaught looked across the room at two elderly gentlemen, one of whom was smoking a pipe, the bluish smoke drifting mesmerically across the room before hovering above the heads of the two men. He closed his eyes, and taking a deep breath of the sweet, aromatic smoke through both his mouth and his nostrils, thought of the many years that he himself had enjoyed the by now almost pariah status of a pipe smoker. He had reluctantly given up his well-loved collection of Peterson and Meerschaum pipes after years of constant complaints by his wife Mary. Perhaps I will renew my love affair. His face assumed a whimsical expression as the thought passed before him, and again he took a deep breath, stroking his beard and closing his eyes as he did so. Sir Rupert smiled. I bet it has been a good number of years since you last saw anyone smoking a pipe inside a club, James. If it really is so bad for one's health, how has that dear old octogenarian survived for so long? At least in some of the better clubs, they have retained a few of the old standards despite those interfering buggers in Parliament making it now illegal. I often come here when I need to think. A fine brandy and a good Cuban cigar help the process. Nicotine and alcohol enjoyed together always seem to stimulate the old gray matter. The big worry for us all, James, particularly the members of the better gentlemen's clubs, is that there seem to be almost as many Muslim MPs as there are Christians in the House of Commons these days, and if those buggers have their way, there will be a total ban on all alcohol and tobacco sales in the country. Can you believe it, James? This very week they are debating the introduction of Sharia law to apply to all Muslims in the country. England, bloody England of all places, the home of democracy, the mother of all parliaments with two sets of laws. One law for the English, what few of us thoroughbreds that are still left in the country that is, and one law for the bloody Muslims. It isn't even safe to walk down our own streets now without some bloody foreigner trying to stab you or blow you up. Mark my words, James. We will soon have a Muslim parliament and a Muslim prime minister. It is a well-known fact that many of the more recent intake of MPs lean in an easterly direction towards Mecca. They may be keeping quiet about it at the moment, but I am pretty sure that behind their pro-British rhetoric, the bastards are planning something big, and it will not be to our advantage. I am fully behind the Prime Minister in his view that all Muslim terrorists should be executed. The way things are going, I would not be averse to extending it to everyone with a beard. With a big grin creasing his wrinkled face, Sir Rupert McAdam, MP, reached across the table and gave a friendly tug at McNaught's quite luxuriant graying adornment. Yes, I am fully aware of what you mean, Rupert. McNaught pursed his lips, checked that his beard was still attached to his chin, and shook his head as he spoke. The situation in the capital seems to be deteriorating on a daily basis. I was almost stopped and searched twice as I walked to the club. Fortunately, both the policemen recognized me and saluted as I passed. There was also another shooting. It's that bloody beard of yours that's the problem, James. I have told you about it on numerous occasions. No self-respecting Englishman sports a beard any longer. Beards are for Muslims. When a man with a beard walks towards you, you cross over to the other side of the road, or you risk being stabbed or blown to pieces. With that, Sir Rupert nodded at the bartender, and 2 large brandies appeared almost immediately. "Cigar, Sir Rupert?" inquired the bartender. "Maybe later, steward," he replied. "Oh, and can you tell the magician to delay until we are ready to go in?" "Certainly, sir." "Why are you looking at me like that, James? Was it something I said?" Sir Rupert knew he had been rumbled. What a stupid thing to say in front of a man like Sir James McNaught. Little did Sir Rupert know that to McNaught, his mind had always been an open book. "How long, Rupert?" Sir Rupert McAdam knew that lying was of no use. He knew that many of the thoughts inside his head were read by MC Knott. He had been aware of it for a number of years, yet had never spoken about it. Maybe it wasn't really quite so magical as he had imagined it to be. It was probably simply due to body language and mannerisms rather than actual mind reading. He was not aware that his every thought was shared. No one was immune from McNaught's subliminal mental interrogation. Many people thought of McNaught as being telepathic, a mind reader, magical almost. Others thought that they had been unconsciously hypnotized and drained of their very soul by him. These people avoided eye contact wherever possible. My family founded the club well over 200 years ago, James. It was me that changed the name to the Aspen Club, and of course its modus operandi. You have to understand that it is all about profit nowadays. What about standards, Rupert? Bugger standards, James. Standards and profit don't always sleep well together. Prostitution springs to mind, Rupert. No standards, yet a bloody good profit to be made out of a nice pair of legs. They do sleep well together, though. Steady on, old chap. I do hope that this doesn't go any further. Sir James McNaught smiled. It was a superior, knowing smile. Breeding now had little relevance in their relationship. He now held the full deck of cards, and everyone knew what magic he could perform with a deck of cards. After all, wasn't he the world's greatest magician? His deck, however, now contained considerably more than 4 aces. Sir Rupert squirmed uncomfortably in his chair as McNaught spoke, a big grin crossing his large, bearded face. "Your little secret is safe with me, Rupert. Now what was it that the little shit of a defense secretary wanted?" "Well, James, can you recall Admiral Beatty's famous quote during the Battle of Jutland in the First World War? Wasn't it about there being something wrong with our bloody ships, as a couple of his capital ships exploded and disappeared in a ball of flames? That quote, Rupert?" "Exactly, James. Well, there seems to be something wrong with our bloody planes. They keep disappearing. Not literally disappearing, but moving around in the sky. Or at least that is what appears to be happening on the flight control screens. If they didn't move around, Rupert, they would fall out of the sky. I thought the whole idea of a plane was to move around. McNaught laughed as he spoke. Not bloody sideways, James, and certainly not several hundred miles in the blink of an eye. Something is going very wrong in the world of aviation, not just in this country but in America as well. So far, everything has been kept very hush-hush for obvious reasons, but it is only a matter of time before word gets out and the conspiracy theories start. People will simply be too afraid to fly, and world commerce will suffer. It is already going through a bad time because of those idiotic frog-munching fools across the channel selling their missiles to anyone with the money to buy them. Every damn terrorist organization in the world now has the ability to bring down an airliner with little more than a few minutes training. McNaught closed his eyes for a few seconds, a broad smile appearing on his bearded face before he spoke. Rupert, I have told you on countless occasions that there is no such thing as magic. A plane simply cannot disappear and reappear somewhere else. That would take magic. I don't profess to be an expert on aerodynamics, but I would think it highly unlikely that one could fly sideways. I therefore don't understand why that little shit of a defense secretary wants to involve me. It is quite apparent that there is a systems failure. Newton's laws of motion tell you that unless the plane is subjected to an outside, or rather an external force, it will continue flying in a straight line and not sideways, and as for it appearing somewhere else, absolutely preposterous. There are only three options that can begin to explain what you say has happened. 1. The system of monitoring is wrong. 2. The machinery doing the monitoring is wrong. And 3. There is an external force that is altering the flight path, which of course brings us back to either dear old Newton or magic. The laws of physics and mathematics are the one and only true constants in the universe. I may appear to disprove them on stage, Rupert. That is part of my act. Nevertheless, the only thing that I can manipulate is the mind. Nothing else, only the mind. Sir Rupert shook his head and smiled almost condescendingly at McNaught. It is option 3 that has everyone worried, James. Do you think that the other two options haven't been checked 1,000 times? This has been going on for months now. The Americans are going frantic. One of their civilian aircraft with over 200 passengers on board found itself over the Pacific Ocean last week. The only problem is that it set off due east for Europe from New York 30 minutes earlier. It had traveled over 3,000 miles in the opposite direction in less than half a second's flying. In fact, the blessed thing moved from the Atlantic to the Pacific in the blink of an eye. Not possible, Rupert. Someone is pulling a stunt. Possibly a con trick for whatever reason. Now, we either have another brandy, or we go in to see your magician. And you can tell your prick of a defense secretary that he is every bit as stupid as he is ignorant. And I may well thump him the next time that I meet up with him. Alcohol is no excuse for bad manners, especially to my wife. Mary was quite upset all evening. Sir Rupert raised a single finger at the bartender, who responded immediately with 2 more brandies and a fat Cuban cigar. Thank you, Stuart. You read my mind perfectly. Sometimes I think that you have more psychic powers than Sir James himself. Nothing quite so exotic, sir, Stuart replied, at the same time flashing a sneaky wink at McNaught. It's all to do with the look in your eyes and the angle of your finger. Well said, Stuart. Sir James McNaught clapped his hands together and laughed out loud enough for the 2 older gentlemen a couple of tables away to cast a disapproving glance in his direction. That, my dear Rupert, is what magic is all about. It is not about bloody great airplanes flying sideways over the Pacific. It is in the eyes, the body posture, the mannerisms, the shifty little glance that you threw when you realized that I might discover your not very well concealed little secret about the Aspen Club. You might just as well have written it down on a piece of paper and passed it over to me. It was written all over your face. It's a bloody good job that I don't tell lies then, James. Well, certainly not in your company. In the House of Commons, of course, I always tell lies. That's my job. I'm a politician. Both men laughed out loud, and as they did so, a young man with what appeared to be a tanned, slightly Middle Eastern face walked across the room and disappeared through an old wooden door marked, Staff Only. What did you say, Rupert? McNaught inquired. I didn't speak, James, why? Sorry, Rupert, I could have sworn that you said good afternoon. No, James, not a word. No one said anything. Someone spoke, Rupert. And you are the only other person close to me. After finishing their second brandy, Sir Rupert nodded at the bartender, and both men got up to leave the room and watch the young magicians act. They entered into a large, dimly lit room at the center of which was a small stage containing an equally small table and nothing else. No more than 20 chairs were positioned around the stage, and all bar the two front center ones were filled. Stuart had done his master's bidding well. McNaught looked around and recognized several of the faces, at least 5 of which belonged to MPs, each one of them in turn acknowledging both himself and Sir Rupert. All the faces were the normal white middle-aged ones usually associated with London gentlemen's clubs, with the exception of 2 darker-skinned men with Middle Eastern features. The larger of the 2 men was clean-shaven, with the smaller man sporting a bushy black beard. Other than McNaught, who was Sir Rupert's guest, bearded men were forbidden entry to the club. Bearded men were forbidden entry to any of London's clubs and pubs. McNaught wondered how the smaller of the 2 men had gained admittance, despite having what obviously seemed to be a very Islamic beard. He felt a little uncomfortable as he caught the eye of the larger of the 2 men. There was just something about his demeanor that did not look quite right. His eyes were cold and dark, and he was fidgeting, always a sign that a person's mind does not want to be where his body is. He was also sweating profusely. The bearded Arabic-looking man was much more calm and friendly, and smiled openly with his eyes as they met the eyes of McNaught. He then resumed his fixed stare across the room towards the larger, slightly more intimidating Arabic man. Having worked with audiences for well over 20 years, it was always McNaught's policy to carefully study and evaluate, perhaps to psychoanalyze each person even mentally, both before and during his act. He instinctively knew which member of the audience to bring onto the stage. Get it right, and the magic was in the eye of the beholder. Get it wrong, however, and his carefully cultivated reputation of near infallibility could be undone in minutes, especially if the event was being recorded. McNaught had only once in his life embarrassingly got it wrong, and that was in front of the U.S. President of all people. That, despite the one unrecorded mistake, was why he was the world's greatest magician. That was why he was Sir James McNaught, and not simply James McNaught. That was also why the presence of the large Arabic man seated behind him, and to his right, concerned him. This used to be a games room, James. Sir Rupert interrupted his thoughts. It contained 4 full-sized snooker tables. I used to be fairly good at the game. Many's the time I enjoyed an evening's free drinking out of the wagers that I always insisted on. Both the symptom and the product of a misspent youth than Rupert. I could never stand the game, McNaught grinned as he replied. The damned balls never did what I wanted or willed them to do. Give me people every time. People do not obey, nor are they subject to the laws of physics. People can usually be pointed in any direction that I want them to point. Not all of us, James. Oh, I think that you will point pretty much where I ask you to, Rupert. Especially now that I know why the much-loved Colonial Club has been turned into this Aspen Club monstrosity, and who was responsible for it. That is called blackmail, James. Yes, that is exactly what it is called, Rupert, my dear boy. Don't you just love being in control? Sir James McNaught sat a little uncomfortably in his chair. He hated telling lies, yet he had just told one to Sir Rupert. He could make snooker balls deviate from the straight and narrow if he so wished, and had been able to do so since his university days. All he needed to do was to stare and think. The balls would go wherever he wanted them to go. He quickly dismissed the thought. It was probably no more than some explainable magnetic force that he was capable of exerting. It most certainly was not magic. There was no magic. A hush descended on the room as the young magician entered and took his place on the stage. McNaught experienced a strange feeling of tranquility. Good afternoon, Sir James, came the same voice that he had heard a little earlier in the smoking room. Was that you? He asked, turning to his left and facing Sir Rupert. Did you just say something? No, James, not a word. I think that perhaps the brandy is starting to affect you. Maybe the 100 years that it has spent maturing in the cask has made it a little too sophisticated for the more working-class palate, my dear boy. Sir Rupert spoke softly. McNaught looked up at the stage and saw that the young magician was looking directly at him and smiling. He was perhaps 15 or 16 years old, lighter skinned than the average Arabic youth, but most definitely of Middle Eastern stock. His eyes were his most striking feature, dark and deep, soulless eyes. Eyes that displayed no readable emotion, yet with a penetrative power that made him feel as if they were looking deep into his very soul. Certainly there was no malice in them, but one look and a feeling of calm serenity radiated throughout the room. McNaught looked away. He understood the power of hypnosis, and in an instant he was sure that he knew the reason why Sir Rupert had been so enthralled by his act. Everyone in the room was now in his power. This was mass hypnosis on an industrial scale, and all it had taken was one glance. McNaught looked around him. It was as if he was surrounded by zombies, the living dead. Only the two Arabic men were not affected. They had closed their eyes and continued to keep them closed. A feeling of panic started to engulf him. He was still in full control, but for how long would it last? He dare not look at the young magician. Those eyes, they had the power to immobilize, to control. He couldn't stand not being in control. The mysterious voice returned. It is okay now, Sir James. And with that, the young magician began his act. McNaught looked firstly at Sir Rupert, and then at the rest of the audience. Everything had returned to normal. The larger of the two Arabic men was still a worrying presence. He had the same soulless eyes as the young magician, but without the calming influence. The bearded man was now staring at the larger man with a look of menace in his eyes. McNaught felt suddenly intimidated, fearful. The calming influence that he had felt as the young magician had entered the room had now deserted him. Allahu Akbar, came the scream as the flash from the exploding bomb temporarily blinded McNaught. He felt hands taking hold of him, escorting him away from the carnage that was yet to come. As his eyes began to focus, he saw the magic. Magic that did not exist. Magic that did not conform to Newton's laws. Magic that did not conform to any laws on earth. Magic that only conformed to the laws of the universe. The blast was suspended as time was frozen and time stood still. There was no movement in the deathly silence that now engulfed them. Sir Rupert McAdam's eyes were wide open with a look of both horror and terror, a scream silently trapped in his open mouth. The head of the larger of the two Arabic men was no longer attached to his body, but was suspended in midair. The eyes were still wide open. As in all suicide bombings, the head is always separated from the torso as the rest of the body starts to disintegrate and fly off in different directions. Hurry, came the voice of the young magician. I cannot hold it for much longer. The smaller of the two Arabic men had a hold of McNaught's arm and was pulling him towards the steps that led out of the club. Up the steps they stumbled, and on reaching the main road began running for some 30 or so yards, before the sound of a second explosion hit them together with the shock wave. Sir Rupert and his old family money had finally been parted. He hadn't been given the time to take it with him. Maybe those damned socialists would be having it after all. Chapter 4. My brother. What the hell is going on? McNaught sat up on the pavement and was the first to speak. How the hell did one small explosion cause so much damage? Not just one explosion, sir, McNaught's bearded companion replied as he raised his body from a lying position and dropped his arms to his side. They must have had a second bomb in the car parked outside the club in order to make sure that we didn't get out alive. This would have been tremor activated by the force of the first blast. Why weren't we killed then? McNaught frowned and looked puzzled. And what is the point of it all? What is the point of any of these senseless killings? What the hell are the Muslims trying to achieve? There was no answer, as Sir James McNaught, the bearded Arabic man, and the young magician climbed unsteadily to their feet and surveyed the carnage that was laid out and was still unfolding before them. The force of the blast from the Aspen Club had been so great that the street was covered in glass and masonry from the surrounding buildings. Their bearded companion had to be right in his assessment. This had been no ordinary suicide bombing, and judging from the force of the blast, there had to have been a second bomb much bigger than the suicide bomb on the clean-shaven Arab within the Aspen Club. Two young women who had been too close to the club's entrance were severely injured, one of them already missing an arm. She would not have long to live. Soon her blood and her life would run out. She stumbled around in a blind haze, her eyes burned deep into their sockets, waiting and wishing for death with every unsteady step that she took. Everywhere else, dazed people were walking around in a state of shock, many of them bleeding due to the flying and falling glass. The glass splinters had also been propelled inward into offices with the speed of an aimed bullet. Thousands of lethal missiles, each one seemingly searching out a human target. An eye, a throat, an artery. "We have got to move quickly," the Arabic man said urgently. "They will almost certainly have back up, and if we are seen on the street they will try again. That is for sure. I will ring Ahmed for the car. Quickly, follow me, Sir James." Sir James McNaught heard little that was now being said. His ears were filling with blood, and a painful ringing that seemed to come from deep inside his brain meant that he could barely stand upright. His right ear began pouring with blood, and he was clearly entering shock. The young magician saw the problem and took a firm hold of his hand, leading him away from the blast site, and at the same time looking carefully into his eyes. "Follow me, Sir James. Everything will be all right. Help is on its way." McNaught heard the voice, but not through the normal channels. He could not hear the screaming of people in pain or the sounds of suffering all around him. He could hear nothing at all, only the incessant, overwhelming, and pulsating ringing in his ears and brain, yet he somehow still heard the voice of the young magician. The three men walked slowly and painfully up the road for around 30 yards, a large splinter of glass still embedded and protruding from the bearded Arabic man's thigh. Every step taken by McNaught brought great pain to his still bleeding ear, and his swaying, semi-upright gait resembled that of a man too intoxicated to stand without assistance. A police car and an ambulance could be heard in the distance, both their sirens blaring, and all around them car alarms were competing with each other, trying to drown out the sounds of people screaming in pain and terror. A large black 4x4 came into view, rounded a slight bend in the road, and with a screeching of tires sped insanely down the road, scattering and mowing down people as it went, heading directly for the three men. McNaught saw the vehicle first. He saw the screaming bearded man at the steering wheel, and recognized his intent. A few yards away, a crying young girl and her mother were sent flying through the air as they desperately tried to escape the maniacally driven vehicle. Still in a state of shock, McNaught was unable to speak. The young magician, however, read and understood the message emanating from his mind, and turned around just as the vehicle was at the point of impact with them. Time froze. The world around Sir James McNaught stood still as once again he witnessed the magic. Magic that did not and could not exist. There was complete silence, the same eerie silence that he had witnessed in the Aspen Club a few moments earlier. The three men walked and hobbled away from the immobile vehicle, carefully avoiding the dead child, who only seconds before had been so alive. She was now suspended in midair, her eyes wide open and with a look of terror on her face, her hands still firmly clasped by her dead mother. McNaught turned around in disbelief, having moved on for some 20 yards. Everywhere amid the carnage, the real world had ceased to function. There was no sound, no movement, no sign of life. Sheets of broken glass and large lumps of masonry were suspended in midair, poised ready to strike at any human target that was immobilized and frozen in time, obediently waiting for the inevitable death to come. Newton's laws passed through McNaughton's mind, as did flashes of the time travel stories of H.G. Wells that had fired up so many schoolboy fantasies. McNaughton knew nothing of the rules of the universe. In a very short time he would understand. The future of the whole human race would depend on this understanding. The silence was suddenly broken. The screaming resumed, and the young girl fell to the ground dead, her hands still clasped in a death grip by her mother. He was just in time to see the vehicle explode with an almighty bang, disintegrating and bursting into flames, as it crashed at great speed into the scarred and once hallowed walls of the old Colonial Club, now the destroyed Aspen Club, Sir Rupert McAdam's bastard child, and now his tomb. McNaughton's hearing was slowly beginning to return, and with it the knowledge that for the second time in only a matter of moments, not even minutes, he had witnessed magic. He looked deeply into the eyes of the young magician. Those dark and deep soulless eyes that betrayed neither feeling nor emotion, and without having time to say or to even think of the question, the young man answered without speaking. "My brother, the Jihada." A thought flashed through McNaughton's mind, again emanating from the young magician. For evil men to triumph, good men simply need to do nothing. For the evil that is Islam to triumph, good men were now powerless. Chapter 5. The Jihada. The two bearded Arabic men took the child from the log cabin in the Catskills, climbed into their pickup truck and drove down the narrow track until they joined the main freeway, traveling along for some 50 miles. The older of the two answered a phone call as he drove. Swearing in Arabic, he threw down his phone in a fit of anger before braking sharply, and with a screeching of tires made a dramatic U-turn. "We have got to go back and kill the child. Dr. Mohammad has commanded us," he almost screamed. "The prophecy tells of a second child, a brother, not of our faith but a child of the Christian God who will one day destroy the faith. The Christian child has survived. Allah has spoken. It is Allah's will that will kill the child, or one day he will destroy all Islam." A little over 1 hour later, having parked their vehicle in the woods well hidden from view, the two men made their way quietly on foot to the log cabin and observed proceedings from behind the cover of an old, gnarled oak tree. They were too late to see the two police officers drive away with the child. They saw only the woman's body being carried and placed into the waiting ambulance. There was no need to kill the woman. Allah had performed the task himself. The prophecy of the lost scriptures was secure. There was no sign of any child. He was surely dead in the womb. Dr. Mohammad was mistaken. He himself had fired the 2 bullets into the woman's stomach. No unborn child could have survived. The only living child was wrapped in blankets in their vehicle and was sound asleep. They were the temporary keepers of the Jihada. Allah had blessed them. The lost scriptures had only mentioned a brother, not a twin brother. In time, Mary Jacobs would have had a second child, a child of the Christian God, a child born in order to prevent the excesses of the Jihada, a child as was predicted in both the Bible and the scriptures contained in the Ark of the Covenant. There was to be no second coming of the Christian prophet in the eyes of Allah. Mary Jacobs had to be killed in the name of Islam. The Christian God could not allow Allah to create total Islamic dominance on the planet. The second coming had to be brought forward. Allah was angry. He had not foreseen the Christian God's move. The prophesy did not mention twins. The Christian God's second coming was not due for many years. The threat had to be removed, eliminated. The rules of the universe forbid Allah from taking a life himself. His followers would have to perform the task for him. All 3 billion of them would be sacrificed if necessary. Numbers were irrelevant. The removal of the newly born threat to the lost scriptures was paramount. As soon as everything became quiet and the door to the Jacobs cabin closed, the 2 Arabic men ventured forward and silently entered the cabin of Dr. Mohammad. His wife Sheila had disappeared, and lying in a pool of blood on the wooden floor of the cabin was the dead doctor with a single gunshot wound to the head, his pistol still clenched firmly in his right hand. In his left hand, covered in blood, was a copy of the Quran. Satisfied that Dr. Mohammad had performed whatever duty Allah had commanded, the two men walked quietly back to their car, checked on the sleeping child, and drove away. It was 3 days later that the report of Kevin and Mary Jacobs' death was reported in the local Syracuse-based newspaper, together with details of both the priest and the missing child. It was news for only a couple of days, and was soon forgotten about. There was no forgetting within the small and secretive Islamic group that had taken the first child. They had seen the scriptures. They knew that unless the Christian child was eliminated, he would one day present an unstoppable threat to the prophecy. They now had their second coming. So too had the Christian God. The two Islamic disciples had failed their God, and were willingly sacrificed at the altar of Allah. There would be no place in paradise for them. The child was never given a name. He was simply known as the Jihada, as was spoken by Allah directly to the Prophet Mohammad, and as was written in the lost scriptures. He was soon to be moved to the Middle East, where word of his birth had already reached every Muslim ear. Doubters of the Islamic faith renewed their allegiance to Allah, and plans for the Islamic takeover of the world were set in motion. There was a date. That date was the Jihada's 16th birthday. That date had now arrived. From this point onwards, all others were to be eliminated. The earth was to be cleansed of the infidel. There would only be Islam. Word of the Jihada's godlike powers was secretly leaked to the Islamic world. His followers believed him to be the reincarnation of the Prophet Mohammed. He spoke directly to Allah. On earth, he was the voice of Allah. He would unite all the peoples of Islam throughout the world. His 16th birthday was to be the day of the Intifada, the day when the implementation of the lost scriptures was to begin. The Islamic world readied itself for the great sacrifice to Allah. 16 years of preparation had resulted in Muslims taking office in many of the great seats of power throughout the world. Allah accepted that they needed to make sacrifices in order to conceal their Muslim identity. Allah forgave them for praying to Him only in secret. He forgave them for consuming alcohol, for entering Christian churches, for marrying non-Muslims in non-Islamic ceremonies. The people made these sacrifices for their God, knowing that soon they would be with Him in paradise. 8 billion people, all the people on earth of all religions, would be going to neither paradise nor heaven. Neither place existed. Both paradise and heaven were merely the subliminal fantasies associated with the God gene, a genetic coding implanted by the gods into the DNA of the dominant species on all occupied planets throughout the universe. The God gene enabled the gods to exercise control and compliance. Neither Allah nor the Christian God lived in either paradise or heaven. They were entities without physical form or substance. They were merely a thought that traveled and controlled the universe. They were from the planet of the gods. This control and compliance of the God gene was now barely relevant on planet Earth. The dominant species had evolved too quickly. Left unchecked, they would ultimately destroy both themselves and the planet. They could not be allowed to export their own unique brand of greed, avarice, and violence to other planets within the universe. The gods would have to intervene. The gods had intervened since before time began, whenever a dominant species of a planet threatened to run out of control. The dominant species of this planet had resisted all the controlling measures that the gods had used successfully throughout the universe. The Jihada had returned to once again establish that control. Chapter 6. Sir James McNaught. Sir James McNaught was universally regarded as the world's greatest magician. No one ever challenged or doubted this honorary title. No magician in the world could repeat, let alone fathom out many of his magical tricks and feats. To many people he performed magic, real magic. To McNaught it was nothing more than sleight of hand, illusion, or hypnosis. Deep down he always suspected yet refused to accept that his magical powers were other than mortal powers. A scientific mind knows that everything has a reason or a logical explanation. He simply hadn't discovered it. Maybe one day he would. Little did he know that sometime in the near future, the discovery of the source of his powers would go way beyond the comprehension and understanding of mere mortals. There is no magic, he would inwardly repeat over and over again during his stage act, at times his spellbinding tricks fooling even himself. It cannot be magic. There is no magic. There was magic. He simply refused to accept it. McNaught was a tall, broad, and imposing figure, with a substantial gray/black beard. The first thing that people noticed about him were the eyes, steely blue eyes that penetrated the inner soul of a body whenever he steadfastly fixed them with his deeply hypnotic stare. There was an aura that surrounded him. It accompanied him wherever he went. People often felt a strange sense of power whenever they were in his presence. Some people were deeply disturbed by it, others totally unaffected. When succumbing to his hypnotic powers, people described the experience as an electric blue flash of light, followed by total oblivion. The eyes. People always remembered the eyes as they entered their hypnotic trance. They seemed to change from their steely blue to a deep, deep blue, a blue so deeply intense and magnetic that their whole life was absorbed, and then came the electrical flash. No one ever returned for a repeat hypnosis. One session would leave them so drained of energy and thought that many people believed that Sir James had stolen their very soul. Sir James McNaught never stole a soul. He stole only memories and thoughts. He could never fathom out why he stole and stored these memories and thoughts. There was something about his past that confused him. There had to be a reason for retaining this information, a reason that was always just out of reach. The deep, bottomless recesses of his own mind was the only one that he could never penetrate and unlock. Following a perfectly ordinary childhood, McNaught began to realize that he was different from other people during his teenage years. With little more than a stare, he could reduce drunken and aggressive young men to quivering wrecks, seduce ordinarily unapproachable young women, and sail through exams without any prior knowledge of the subject matter. Oxford University was where his fledgling career as a magician began. He delighted in disproving Newton's physical laws of motion to his fellow physics undergraduates. By using nothing more than the power of thought, he could alter the direction of a moving object. He could roll a snooker ball across the table, alter its course, and deposit the ball into a pocket way beyond its perceived line of trajectory. His fellow students knew that it was only a trick. They were physics students, and Newton's laws of motion were absolute and unchallengeable. McNaught also knew that it was only a trick, perhaps an unknown magnetic power, or a force field that he somehow exerted. A moving object always travels in a straight line unless subjected to an outside force. His mind refused to challenge Newton. There was no magic. On leaving university, he found that performing magic was infinitely more enjoyable than spending his daylight hours working in a laboratory. Initially, he worked as an outright hypnotist, operating in a small but quite busy club in the East End of London, and playing to packed audiences 7 nights a week. Occasionally, he would combine magic with his hypnosis act. Audience members would stand on one leg, flap their arms like a bird, and lift themselves several feet into the air, or crawl along the stage floor on all fours, barking like a dog. On one occasion, pandemonium broke out as he hypnotized an entire audience at a glance, and had female audience members changing seats and sitting on strangers' laps. He never included it in his act again. After a few months and many rave reviews, he began to realize that audiences would prefer to see the magic, hypnosis they could understand and identify with. It was there, right in their faces, its only purpose being to make some poor audience members make a complete fool of themselves. Now magic, that was something completely different. Magic was something that they could not explain. McNaught's brand of magic no one could explain, not even McNaught himself. He often wondered what Newton would have made of his magic. Would he have reviewed his theories on physics, or even his laws of motion? Fame and great wealth rapidly followed, culminating in a knighthood in his early 40s. He traveled the world playing for prime ministers, dictators, kings, queens, and presidents, at the same time distributing much of his wealth to people in need. Mary, his wife of 20 years, often chastised him for giving so much of his money away. She much preferred to spend it on 5-star hotels in the world's most expensive and desirable locations, or to simply spend it on an ever-expanding wardrobe of clothes, shoes, handbags, and jewelry. Sir James and Lady Mary were no longer close, and at the moment she was on one of her many expensive foreign holidays. What little time they did spend together were cold and loveless because of her ever-increasing financial demands. Mary was in love with money and the relative fame and status that being the wife of a famous man, a knight of the realm no less, brought to her social life. Sir James McNaught may have been the world's greatest magician, but he was not the world's greatest husband. For him, the needs of the poor always took precedence over the extravagant and wasteful excesses of his wife. He did, however, find her social contacts useful, and was forever entertaining her host of considerably wealthy friends. To have the world's greatest magician, and a knight of the realm, at a rich man's birthday party, added much kudos to the man's status, and much wealth to McNaught's considerable fortune. His palatial home in one of the capital's most desirable locations was a testament to this wealth. Chapter 7. Michael. The two police officers wrapped the child carefully in a blanket and drove him away from the Catskill log cabin into the nearest town, leaving him in the hands of the town's doctor before returning to the cabin and collecting whatever identity papers that they could find. The cabin owner had by now arrived and was busy cleaning up the blood and the afterbirth off the floor, retching as he did so. He was standing in the pool of blood, wearing a pair of blood-stained trainers that had started the day as white ones, and like a man shoveling coal into a furnace, was shoveling blood and afterbirth into a couple of large bin liners, spraying blood all around the room as he did so. The two officers positioned themselves carefully in order to be out of the line of fire, the odd drops still splashing around before settling on their pristine uniforms. "Poor girl," remarked one of the officers, a middle-aged, grossly overweight man, his stomach looking as if it was desperate to break free of his uniform at any time. "Her husband looks as if he just drowned, and she had to give birth all on her own. The poor girl. She must have gone through hell. I suppose that the ambulance has taken the body down to the morgue?" The cabin owner simply nodded a couple of times before he spoke. "Neither of the two men looked like locals to me. They simply loaded her up like a piece of meat and drove away. They didn't even stop to ask about the child. They were gone before I had time to speak to them. Can you let me have the address and any other details of the couple so that I can get in touch with the next of kin? I will check out the girl's body at the morgue when we get back into town and find out what the hell the ambulance men were up to." The younger of the two officers spoke for the first time, taking out his handkerchief and dabbing at a couple of blood spots that had evaded the bag and landed on his shiny black regulation shoes. "Sure." The man looked up as he stopped his cleaning. "Damnedest thing I've ever seen, though. The girl barely looked pregnant when I saw her a few days ago. She told me that the kid was still a couple of months away. Also, I know I'm no doctor, but this mess looks more like the afterbirth from two kids, not one. I could have sworn that she mentioned something about twins." The two police officers looked at each other in surprise before the overweight officer remarked, "I sure as hell don't know where she was hiding them then. The kid looked full size to me." The other officer laughed as he spoke. "Hung like a little donkey as well." "That was his umbilical cord, you prick," the first officer replied. The three men laughed, all thoughts of two sets of afterbirth forgotten. Back at the village surgery, the doctor had just cleaned up the child and tidied the umbilical cord as the young town priest walked in and introduced himself. The doctor smiled at the pleasant young man. There was no need for an introduction, in a small town in the Catskills, the arrival of a new priest was quite an event, even though the church's relocation and the reassignment of the previous incumbent had come as quite a shock to the relatively religious and close-knit community. The priest gently lifted the infant and remarked, "Please tell the 2 officers that I have taken the child over to my place, and I will look after him until the next of kin come to collect in the next couple of days. My housekeeper used to be a child nurse, and she will be only too pleased to be a temporary mother again." Before the doctor had the time to issue more than a surprised nod, the priest marched out of the surgery carrying the child, never to be seen again. The parents of both Kevin and Mary Jacobs searched long and hard for their missing grandson, but to no avail. They employed private investigators. They even involved the FBI. The child was no longer in America. Neither was the young priest. Both had flown to the safety of England, and were now protected by the secretive Knights Templar, the rumored possessors and guardians of the Ark of the Covenant. The existence of the Ark of the Covenant was believed by only the most devoutly religious. The continued existence of the Knights Templars was doubted by both the Catholic and the Protestant churches, as after much persecution they had disappeared along with the witches of Middle England. Formed during the early 12th century and disbanded almost 200 years later, with their distinctive white mantles and red crosses, the Templars were in the vanguard of the Crusades against the Muslim hordes throughout the Holy Land. The Templars had known of the Second Coming for almost 1,000 years since their inception. They were aware of the lost scriptures and of the Islamic Second Coming. They were also aware and fearful of the genocidal Armageddon that was prophesied to follow. For them, the new crusade was just beginning. Word of the second-born child, the twin, the second coming of the Christian prophet, was passed throughout the Islamic community. Nowhere was safe, as groups of Islamic assassins scoured the world looking for the Christian child. The prophet Michael was his biblical name. The message emanating from the Ark of the Covenant had decreed that he would be the savior of Christianity. He was closely guarded by the Templars, the keepers of the faith, and constantly moved around throughout Europe. As time moved on, he began to fulfill his holy preordained destiny. His powers were recognized long before his second birthday. He could move or levitate objects by the sheer power of thought. By the time he was approaching his early teens, he could stop and control time. He could read minds and hypnotize at a glance. The young priest, satisfied that his work was completed, returned to America. He had to prepare the country for the battle to come, the war that would prevent the implementation of the lost scriptures. If not, there would be no American dream and no Western world as was now known. There would only be Islam. By his 16th year, Michael was ready to make his move. His brother was now also fully prepared and ready to make his move. Their powers were close, neither brother fully knowing which one of them was the master of these extraordinary powers. They constantly probed and blocked each other's minds, like combatants in a game of chess, neither of them knowing the other's whereabouts, always probing, and always searching for weaknesses. It was now time for implementing the prophecy of the lost scriptures. That would mean the death and genocidal elimination of over 5 billion people. Michael had been returned to Earth to prevent such an event, his brother to facilitate it. The Islamic assassins were closing in on Michael. The vigilance of the Knights Templar was now supplemented by the assistance of the American CIA. Nothing could be left to chance if the world was to survive in its present form. Michael's destiny was preordained by the Christian God within the Christian scriptures contained in the Ark of the Covenant. Allah refuted these scriptures. The Jihada, his prophet, would ignore them. Chapter 8. Missing. It was 7 o'clock on a Tuesday morning when the phone rang in the White House. President Michael Kenneth Steinberg was having breakfast. President Steinberg hated to be disturbed during his breakfast. As far as he was concerned, his office hours started at 8, and any deviation from this long-practiced morning regime annoyed him intensely. "Don't you think that you should answer it, dear?" Sally, his wife, said. It could be important. Not as important as my breakfast, darling. Let it ring. I am not in the office until 8. Everyone knows that. Why that fool secretary of mine keeps putting these early morning calls through to me, I just don't know. It's getting awfully close to serious bollocking time. One thing that I do know, Mr. President dear, laughed his wife, is that you are a grumpy old thing in the mornings and always have been. That's not what you used to call me in the mornings when we were first married, darling. I can well remember what you used to say. In fact, I can also remember a few occasions long before we got married when you... That will be enough of that, Michael, if you don't mind. These walls may have ears and you never know who is listening. It's a fairly good job that my bedroom wasn't bugged before we married then, Sally. Your father would have shoved both barrels of his shotgun right up my... Michael. Both the president and his wife burst out laughing. Theirs was a good marriage, from childhood sweethearts to president and first lady with hardly a cross word in between. Unlike many high-profile politicians, the marriage was not kept together for vote-gathering purposes. There really wasn't anything strong enough to separate them. Wherever the president went, the first lady went. It used to be a little different on their Tennessee pig farm, where Sally steadfastly refused him any form of access to the house, until he had eliminated all the stench of those disgusting animals from his body. It is how I make my living, he always used to say. Her standard reply, uttered almost every day of their marriage was, well, please stop rolling around in it. Sally never swore. Her strict Presbyterian upbringing saw to that. There was a knock on the breakfast room door, and Theodore Warburton, the president's private secretary, opened it. He nervously popped his head around as he spoke. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. President, but Admiral Black, the Chief of Defense Staff, is on the phone, and he says that it is urgent. More urgent than my breakfast, Theodore? Put him through if you must. The president pretended to be serious to the point of anger. Michael, Sally chuckled as a red-faced Theodore left the room. You really can be so cruel to him sometimes. It isn't his fault that he is so dozy. Dozy isn't the word to describe him, dear. He really does amuse me. Did you know that he has an eidetic memory, almost total recall from the day he was born? He also has an IQ that is so far off the scale it cannot even be measured. Over 200, I have been told. That is way, way beyond genius. There are many things that you don't know about Theodore, Sally. Things that you could never imagine. Without him, I would be completely lost. A memory a bit like yours then, dear? Sally smiled demurely. Yes, a memory and a brain just like mine, dear. The phone rang again, and the President of the United States picked up and answered. The President listened carefully before exploding. What the fuck are you talking about? He almost screamed in a voice that seemed to reverberate throughout the White House. Michael, Sally shouted. There is no need for such language. You know that I hate it. The President ignored her and continued his tirade. How the hell can you lose a nuclear missile in the middle of the Gulf? What bloody ship was it on? I've never heard anything so ridiculous in all my life. I am going to pretend that this conversation never took place. Ring me back after 8, and tell me that you have made a mistake, and everything is back to normal. With that, the President slammed down the phone, and with a contrite look on his face apologized to his wife. The USS Mississippi was cruising off the coast of Iran, little more than a mile into international waters. Captain Gary Stevens was barely managing to remain calm. He could feel his heart pounding with such ferocity that he was beginning to feel lightheaded. Thoughts of a stroke or even a heart attack were foremost in his mind. How could he possibly be the first American naval captain in history to lose a nuclear missile? 22 years in the U.S. Navy, all the way from the Naval Academy to Strike Force captain, and now, was his career to end in ignominious failure with the biggest cock-up in American naval history? Where was the missing intercontinental ballistic missile? The man-made multiple warhead monster that contained enough destructive power to destroy a major city. Maybe several major cities. It was supposed to live in the bowels of his ship. It had its own little home, its own name, and its very own family of sailors to look after its every need. The day of the cruise missile appeared to have passed without the world noticing. There was a new world order. America still sat at the top of the pyramid, but the perceived enemy had changed. Russia had for 50 years been the major threat, as she had plotted her world communist revolution behind the cover of Churchill's Iron Curtain. China had threatened briefly before the internal financial implosion, and a violent and destructive revolution had ripped it apart. India and Israel were the new world financial powers. But now, in military terms, the threat no longer came from a major power. The threat was invisible, yet could be clearly seen. The threat was all around, yet could not be isolated. The threat was Islam. Islam presented the United States with a completely different military perspective. There was no longer a static enemy that could be pinpointed and targeted. They didn't even know who the target was, or where it was. They just knew that it was out there somewhere, and more importantly, to misquote Admiral Beatty's famous First World War comment, there seemed to be something wrong with their bloody weapon systems. They no longer worked. Cruise missiles had been deployed against Iran, not a full-scale war, more of a warning shot across the bow, maybe a threat of things to come, a gentle reminder of who was still the superpower, and of what would happen if Iran deployed any of her ever-expanding nuclear arsenal against Israel, or against any other country for that matter. America had tried everything in her power to keep Iran under control. Iran was now drunk on her nuclear capability, and was enviously eyeing the greater oil and gas riches of her Arab neighbors. As Iran's bellicose threats to Israel grew louder and ever more frequent, America had decided to reduce her wealth-earning capacity by destroying her oil terminals. How often had America warned Iran? America had planted bugs and viruses in Iran's military computer software that had rendered her completely defenseless for a number of years. Yet still she had recovered, regrouped, and once again was the dominant military power among the Arab nations. America decided that Iran once again needed to be taught a lesson. America's role as a self-appointed world policeman must not be challenged. Of the 15 tried, tested, and frequently proven cruise missiles deployed in the first wave of the engagement, 14 had exploded in mid-air shortly after being fired, and the 15th had exploded prior to launch, resulting in an almost instantaneous chain reaction and the destruction of the entire U.S. ship, with all hands on board. The American military was in a quandary. Was there something inherently wrong with the most sophisticated weapons system in the world? Had the Iranians simply devised a means of neutralizing the technology of the world's most advanced nation? The Americans remained silent, not wishing to reveal details of what was proving to be a near unsolvable and unexplainable problem. Worse still, the failure of the abortive strike on a relatively technologically backward power like Iran would have caused worldwide consternation. The overwhelming military might of the U.S. was a major stabilizing force throughout the world. She acted like and considered herself to be the world's judge, jury, and executioner. An internal explosion, an act of God, was all the information that the world's press received. The American safety umbrella no longer existed. It was full of holes. Who else knew of the problem was America's greatest worry. The world's policemen appeared to have been neutered. The top technical brains in the military were brought together to discuss the problem and to find a solution. Component manufacturers were initially placed under suspicion. Had they cut corners and introduced poor quality and cheaper parts into the assembly? The manufacturers proceeded to demonstrate by a series of tests that their manufacturing processes and their components were flawless. Every single test firing was successful. At a range of up to 1,500 miles, the missiles had landed in the desert firing range in New Mexico, within a few yards of the designated target, more often than not exactly on target. The military turned its attention to the ship's personnel. Personal records were checked and double-checked, and in every case came up clean. The answer had to be hidden somewhere behind the Iranian military intelligence screen. Could they have created an invisible defensive shield? Something to make their airspace invulnerable? Something that would make their entire country invulnerable? If so, Iran would now be at liberty to achieve her obvious long-term objective, total and absolute control of the entire Middle East. With this control would come the annexing of Israel, a prospect that was secretly desirable to President Steinberg and to many of his closest allies, both within and outside of his administration. President Steinberg hated Jews with an all-consuming passion. His Nazi ancestry had programmed him that way. He always claimed in front of his fellow Jew haters that it was in his DNA. The biggest gene in my body is my anti-Jew gene, he often boasted. Israel was not just powerful militarily. Israel controlled the purse strings of America and much of the Western world. At the press of a button, Israel could make or break the economy of any single country that she chose. World currencies were firmly under her control and could be manipulated at will. It was too late for both America and the Western world to make changes. No one could afford the financial destruction and calamitous social meltdown that would follow the instantaneous rendering of the country's currency and creditworthiness as junk, not even worth the paper that it was printed on. Financial experts had foreseen the growing problem decades earlier and had formed the euro, the European single currency, as a barrier against Israeli financial domination. Internal problems and squabbling, together with the overwhelming efficiency and financial power of Germany, had ultimately led to the euro's disappearance. The Western countries had once again disastrously reverted back to their original currencies. They were now not only vulnerable but were reluctantly compliant to whatever demands or restrictions that Israel made or imposed on them. They were at Israel's mercy. They were being metaphorically blackmailed into their compliance and were powerless to resist. On board the USS Mississippi, Captain Stevens took another sip of his coffee before speaking to his number two. "What the hell is happening, David? If I hadn't inspected the missile bay myself, you would now be in a straitjacket and under close arrest for bringing me such a stupid message." "Captain, one of our nuclear missiles is missing," you said. 5 minutes later, I was repeating you almost word for word with the same stupid message. "Admiral, one of our nuclear missiles is missing." Can you imagine how stupid I felt conveying that idiotic message to the Chief of Defense Staff? Probably the second most powerful man in the world? Admiral Black went fucking berserk. He threatened to relieve me of command if I didn't sort out the problem. Sort out the problem, for God's sake. It's slightly different to having an electrical problem. We have electricians for problems like that. He made it sound like I was responsible. A smile crossed the handsome yet slightly aquiline bearded face of Lieutenant David Knowles as he spoke. "Yes, sir. However, I don't need to imagine how you felt. I went back to the missile bay twice to check that I wasn't just having a bad dream. It was only then that I plucked up enough courage to come to the bridge and give you the good news." Captain Stevens smiled at the words, "good news," before speaking. "Am I that bad, David?" "No, sir. On the contrary, it was just the vision of the straitjacket that concerned me." Both men burst out laughing. "Come on, David," Captain Stevens said rather nervously. "Have we got any magicians on board? I don't believe in magic myself, but I can think of no other explanation. What the hell am I going to tell the Admiral when he rings me back? Able Seaman Harry Potter was responsible, sir." His last words before he slammed down the phone were, "Well, bloody well, find it then, or you will immediately be relieved of command." "How do I do that, David? The telemetry surrounding the missile makes its removal without my authorization totally, completely, and absolutely bloody well impossible. Not only that, but the bloody thing also weighs over 20 tons. There is nothing on board the ship that could even lift the blessed thing, let alone hide it in someone's locker." The first mate entered the bridge, his usually immaculate white shoes and uniform showing dark red blotches, and looking directly at the captain said, "Sir." There was then a long pause before he continued. "Sir, it's back. The missile is back." Captain Stevens heaved a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and shook his head slowly several times before speaking. "Thank God for that. You may well have just saved my career. I wish that I had never bloody well told the Admiral now. It would have been so much simpler waiting for it to come home. Where the hell has it been, though? It wasn't in its bay, and it was nowhere on board the ship, so where the hell did it go to? It was as if a magician had arranged a series of mirrors to make it appear to have vanished. Tell me, David, did I really reach my arm into an empty bay, or did I simply imagine it? We both reached into the bay, sir, many times. There definitely was no missile. Lieutenant David Knowles smiled as he spoke. Honestly, sir, you were not dreaming that the missile had disappeared. The bay was empty, there was no missile. It's not quite that simple, sir, the first mate continued. I think that you had better come down and see for yourself. I really don't know how to describe what has happened, and I most certainly cannot explain it. If you have already eaten breakfast, sir, you will probably be seeing it again shortly. Both the captain and his first officer entered the missile room, followed by the first mate, and surveyed the scene with a mixture of horror and disbelief. The walls and roof of the room were plastered with blood mixed in with bits of skin, bone, and intestines, most of which had run down to form a congealed, sickening mess on the missile room floor. From the dispersal pattern, it appeared that everything had been fired out of a high-powered hose. In the far corner of the room, two of the missile technicians, both their white uniforms and their faces plastered in a blood and flesh cocktail, sprang to attention, before one of them turned completely around to face the wall and proceeded to retch. Nothing left his mouth. There was nothing left to bring up. His breakfast, and the previous night's supper, was already on the floor, swilling around on the by now congealing pool of blood and gore. The missile had returned home, and was in exactly the same place that it had been when the ship had left port over 1 month before, only this time it was covered in blood and bits of body parts. Drops of blood and a foul-looking gelatinous substance were still oozing from the base of the missile, slowly congealing to clog the burners and the propulsion exhaust. There was a distinctive odor in the room, an odor usually reserved for surgeons, an odor that was quite unique to the human body. Nothing on earth smelled quite like the inside organs of the human body while still warm. Some surgeons never got used to the smell and the psychological impact that accompanied it. The first mate eventually broke the silence, spreading his arms in an almost submissively questioning gesture. That is all that is left of Lieutenant Blackwell, sir. He had climbed into the bay to check out the telemetry circuits when the missile reappeared. I didn't see it myself, thankfully. I had just popped out for a couple of minutes to check on something, and this is what I found when I returned. There is no more than an inch tolerance between the missile and the bay. He has been virtually liquidized, sir. As the word liquidized resonated and bounced around his head, Captain Stevens could feel his stomach beginning to churn. He did not want his crew to see him vomit. He had to remain strong even though his legs barely had enough strength in them to hold him steady. He took firm command of the situation. Petty officer, he said with as much authority as he could muster, a faint tremor permeating his every word. Get these two men to hose down this mess and each other. Lock down the entire missile room, and then place them both under ship's arrest and in isolation. Make sure that the ship's doctor stays with them. Not one word of this must get out. David, come with me to the bridge. I think that I will have to have a little word with the Admiral, and I could certainly do with some moral support. One way or another, I feel that we may have to deactivate every weapons system on board. This ship could be World War III waiting to happen, and it looks like the President's finger is no longer the only one on the button. Someone or something appears to have taken control of my bloody ship, and I want it back. Lieutenant David Knowles was deep in thought as he sat with Captain Stevens at the bridge. He was an academic, a professor of civil engineering, and on the military fast track to admiral. Captain Stevens knew that in the near future it would be he that would be addressing David Knowles as sir. He had no problem with the thought, even though Lieutenant Knowles was 10 years his junior. Both mentally and intellectually, he was up there with the finest brains in the Navy. In many ways, Captain Stevens envied his subordinate. He wondered how a single individual could be dealt so many aces at birth. A man can be born handsome, clever to the point of brilliance, likable, personable, logical, amusing, and charismatic. David Knowles was all of these. He walked around with an unassuming air of authority. He carried his own force field with him wherever he went. Promotion to admiral and a place among the president's chiefs of defense staff had been programmed into his DNA at birth. Stevens occasionally thought of him as the Elvis Presley of the Navy. Again, how could one of the best voices of all time be born one of the most handsome men of all time? Was it just coincidence, a 1,000,000,000-to-1 shot, or was there some form of social planning involved by powers unknown? Lieutenant Knowles broke the silence and in a questioning voice said, "Captain?" "Yes, David." "I'm worried, sir. In fact, I am scared. Very scared." "Me too, David." Captain Stevens shook his head slowly and looked upwards as if seeking divine guidance. "Like yourself, my background has always been on the scientific side of life, and every event that has ever occurred has sooner or later become explainable. The parting of the Red Sea, the total eclipse of the sun, even the Buffalo Bills one day winning the Super Bowl. Well, perhaps not that one. Even so, there has always been an explanation, scientific, I may add, not the God moves in mysterious ways nonsense. There is no scientific explanation for what has just happened, David. Not in a million years will science be able to come up with one. The best that we have at the moment is the God theory, only this time he really has excelled himself. Can you come up with anything better?" David Knowles smiled, and then broke into a chuckle followed by almost uncontrollable nervous laughter as he spoke. His inner defense mechanism needed a release from what he had just witnessed in the missile room. Can you imagine how crazy it all sounds, sir? 2 senior naval officers, both with scientific backgrounds, having to revert back to God in order to explain a physical event? Captain Stevens joined in the laughter. "Are you calling me crazy, David, a decorated naval strike force captain in the largest navy on the planet?" "Yes, sir, you and me both. There is no science to explain what has just happened. It is either God or magic. Every one-time unexplainable phenomenon, such as, say, levitation, or telepathic communication between identical twins, has never stood the test of scientific scrutiny." "You are quite correct, sir. There is nothing in the universe that cannot be explained by science. That, sir, is why I am scared." "Well, David, one way or another, I have got to speak to the Admiral, and I can guarantee you that he will want an explanation, scientific or otherwise. I can also guarantee that God did it will not be enough. Any suggestions?" "The Navy doesn't pay me enough for that one, sir." "It is most certainly a ship's captain's job, and may I wish you the absolute best of luck." "Thank you, David. I always knew that I could count on you in a crisis. I may well endorse your end-of-year assessment, with a few comments about your refusal to help your superior officer dig himself out of a deep pit of shit, unless you receive God's approval, of course." Lieutenant Knowles put both hands flat on his head and bent forward in a gesture of mock despair. "One other thing, David," Captain Stevens went on. "How the hell do I write up the report on Blackie's death? I rather think that this will have to come directly from the Admiralty and not from me. This thing goes beyond top secret and could easily spread panic among our allies if they think that we no longer have control over our nuclear weapons. It was bad enough trying to explain to them why our cruise missiles didn't work. Like you, David I, am very scared. There are thousands of these destructive nuclear bastards positioned over most of the globe. There is hardly a country that isn't targeted by someone or other. What happens if all these countries are no longer in control of their weapons? The end of all life as we know it, sir?" "Exactly, David, exactly that. How many other countries has this happened to, though? They are pretty unlikely to broadcast it to the world, are they?" "No chance of that, sir. Not a cat in hell's chance." Chapter 9. The Meeting. 1. The President of the United States of America, Michael Kenneth Steinberg, sat uncomfortably at the large oval-shaped table in one of the many White House conference rooms, surrounded by his military chiefs of staff, 2 representatives of the CIA, the Attorney General, and his personal secretary, Theodore Warburton. The White House departmental heads that usually attended such meetings had been purposely excluded by the president after taking advice from Theodore. The president relied on Theodore's advice and his ability to read and assess a situation far more than anyone ever realized. President Steinberg was a middle-aged, tall, slim, and well-muscled man, whose broad shoulders, thick arms, and neck bore testimony to a lifetime of hard physical work. Born in Tennessee, he had skipped college and gone to work on the family pig farm, where his work ethic, enthusiasm, and exceptional brain had resulted in the business becoming the second-largest pork producer in the U.S. His great-grandfather had managed to escape Germany after the Second World War, avoiding the almost certain death sentence that would have been handed out at the Nuremberg war trials. Few of the other senior officers that had run the extermination camps were so lucky. Steinberg now harbored a pathological hatred of all things Jewish. The president was the first to speak as protocol dictated. "Gentlemen," he began, "I have no need to explain the importance of secrecy of this meeting. For that reason, there will be no notes taken or recordings made. However, as I am sure that you are all aware, Theodore here has total recall, which means that I can relive this meeting any time that I wish, word for word. If I wanted to know what Theodore ate for breakfast on this day 15 years ago, I am sure that he would tell me. Isn't that correct, Theodore?" A red-faced Theodore replied, "1 boiled egg, 2 slices of toast, a glass of orange juice, and a cup of coffee, Mr. President." The room burst into spontaneous laughter. An embarrassed Theodore, as always, failed to see what it was that had so amused everyone and shifted uncomfortably in his chair. His stratospheric IQ and his eidetic memory may have secured him one of the most prestigious jobs in the country, but for someone so obviously shy, life itself was a constant source of embarrassment. He simply wasn't like everyone else. Theodore Warburton was unlike any other man on planet Earth, with just the one exception. People were often wary and uncomfortable in his presence. Whatever they said had to be 100% truthful, knowing full well that were they ever to differ slightly from the truth, it would be logged in his formidable brain forever. There could never again be any deviation from the original version. His intense stare at the slightest hint of an untruth or a deception led many to believe that he could actually read minds. "Okay, gentlemen," the president was still smiling as he spoke, "let's get down to some serious business. Firstly, and I am not going to name names, things that I should have been made aware of have not been reaching my ears. Indeed, they have not even been reaching the ears of anyone in this rather large house where I am currently staying, and I might add, where I intend to stay for another term. As of now, gentlemen, the gloves are off, and any lies or secrets from whoever it may be will result in instant dismissal and loss of all pension rights. Is that perfectly clear?" Everyone in the room nodded as one. The proverbial line in the sand had been drawn, and total control and authority established. This was a president that no one in the room had seen before. Whilst he could never have previously been taken as overly compliant, or as a pushover, consensus was his usual modus operandi. He always got his way, of course, but on reaching the White House he had rapidly discovered that reasoned argument achieved far better results than the vicious kick that he had so often delivered to his wayward and recalcitrant pigs back on his Tennessee pig farm. His style was also one of deceit and subterfuge. Barely a move made, or a word spoken by any of the defense chiefs and their advisors, failed to reach the president's ears. His own personal CIA contact made sure of that, and he was in the room. "Admiral Black," the president looked puzzled as he spoke. "Why isn't Captain Stevens of the Mississippi in the room?" "I specifically asked that he be present. After all, it was on board his fucking ship that the missile allegedly went missing." President Steinberg was not averse to swearing. It was never something that concerned him, and every pig farmer in America knew that pigs only respond to foul language and a good hefty kick. The habits of 30 years dealing with pigs could not be broken by a short couple of years in Washington. Admiral Black looked embarrassed and shifted his position slightly as he spoke. "I have relieved the captain of his command, Mr. President, and handed control of the ship over to Lieutenant Knowles." "Have him flown to Washington immediately, Admiral," I want to speak to him personally and return him to his previous position as captain of his ship, regardless of whether he is in the bloody Gulf or Washington. We cannot afford to destroy morale over an incident that appears to be out of both his and our control. Didn't Lieutenant Knowles also confirm Stephen's story? Are you going to relieve him of command as well? Admiral Black's face turned from red to near purple, his anger impossible to disguise. He did not like the president, nor did he like his politics. He did not like the fact that before securing the presidential throne, the would-be president's popularity had soared by courting the black, Hispanic, and trailer trash vote. Anyone with half a brain could see through his strategy. Blacks, Hispanics, and trailer trash did not have brains. They had tasted, feasted on, and then swallowed the rhetoric hook, line, and sinker. Theodore Warburton's face registered quiet satisfaction. He did not like Admiral Black, nor did he like the way that he mockingly talked about the president, his president, whenever Steinberg was out of earshot. He was also aware that he frequently lied to the president, misrepresenting and manipulating information, and more often than not failed to disclose information that the president should have been made aware of. Unknown to Admiral Black, however, the president was aware of everything. Both Theodore Warburton and the president's personal CIA mole made sure of that. The other defense chiefs were equally ill at ease. For them, it was inconceivable that the man in overall charge of the country's defense should be so ruthlessly put down by a former farmer, a pig farmer from the backward hillbilly and redneck region of Tennessee at that. A farmer that was sitting in the chair in front of them courtesy of the black, Hispanic, and trailer trash vote. They all knew that sooner or later it was always going to happen, of course. There were just so bloody many of them. But a pig farmer of all people. The last farmer to sit in the chair had been a peanut farmer, and had been a disaster for the military. He had trembled whenever the word Russia had been mentioned. I take it everyone is up to speed with recent events? The president asked. I am not too sure, Mr. President. Things seem to be unfolding so quickly. Would it be possible to fill me in as I have been over in Europe for this past month? Mario Molinari, the speaker, was only too aware of events. He was the president's confidant in the CIA, the president's own personal mole recommended to him by his predecessor, the outgoing president. His main reason for speaking up and requesting a rundown of events was to observe the reaction of the other men in the room. His master's degree in psychology equipped him well for this role. The whole sequence of events over these past few months had placed too many people under suspicion. His job was to evaluate who was on board and who was operating in their own self-interest. The president nodded and turned to Theodore, smiling as he spoke. Okay, Theodore, it's about time you did a bit of real work instead of disturbing my breakfast almost every morning. Work through it chronologically, beginning with the rather fruitless and embarrassing debacle against Iran. What the hell happened there, Theodore? I was left waving my dick in the air as questions flooded in from all of our allies. Theodore proceeded to tell the unlikeliest of stories and sequences of events ever told in the White House, beginning with the unsuccessful attack on Iran, through the saga of the disappearing airplanes before finally ending with the nuclear missile on board the USS Mississippi. Times and dates were correct to the minute. The words, almost, and approximately, did not appear in Theodore Warburton's vocabulary. His eidetic memory seemed capable of only precision, with never any chance of mistakes or variations. The men in the room sat in silence, the defense staff in very much an embarrassed silence. They had no idea that the president was so well informed. Much of the information that Theodore laid before them had purposely been kept far away from the White House. This pig farmer from Tennessee was much cleverer and far more devious than they had ever imagined. There were to be no further lies or misdirection. Their pensions were on the line, and Theodore Warburton was there to mentally record their every word. Well, gentlemen, there we have it. A sequence of events that we have no explanations for. Can someone please enlighten me? Has anyone got so much as a clue as to what the fuck is going on? The president held out his hands in front of him as if begging for a response. No one spoke. The defense chiefs looked distinctly uncomfortable, and to a man adjusted their positions in their chairs, whilst carefully avoiding eye contact with the president as he continued. Come on then, Theodore. Switch your overgrown and underworked analytical brain on, and let's have a look at every possible scenario and explanation for each of the three mysteries. Begin with the defective cruise missiles. Theodore began to speak, and every man in the room listened intently. Well, sir, the cruise missiles could not possibly have been defective. Since the Iranian deployment, together with the manufacturers, we have tested 9 missiles, 6 of them with their warheads removed, 4 of them fired from land and 5 from ships. Each one was accurate to within a few yards. Of the 15 that were launched from the Gulf against Iran, 14 of them exploded at around 200 yards from the launch ship. They had barely started to level out. There are only 3 possible explanations for this. Number 1 is of course sabotage. This possibility has been totally discounted as they were fired from 3 different ships, and the security on board is as rigorous and as foolproof as we can make it. I can confirm that, Mr. President. Admiral Black interrupted. I have been over the safety and security procedures myself with a fine-tooth comb, and they are completely foolproof and watertight. I have had every man and woman that has ever come into contact with either the missiles or the telemetry vetted to the point of exhaustion. Sabotage can be totally discounted. I will stake my career on that. The president nodded his head in approval, and Theodore continued. Number 2 is the existence of some form of electronic force field positioned roughly 200 yards around each ship. The Western world has been working on this technology forever, sir. It was a major part of President Reagan's Star Wars program generations ago. Yet no one has even come close to perfecting anything that can operate as a defensive shield other than an aimed projectile or explosive device. It is therefore safe to assume that neither has Iran, who are simply years behind the US technologically. We do of course have this deployment in space, as a defense against ballistic missiles, but it is totally unworkable with the low trajectory and pre-programmed flight path of a cruise missile. Number 3, however, does exist in our arsenal, and is the most likely answer. The Iranians appear to have perfected a system of overriding and activating our electronic failsafe. We can abort a strike once our missiles have been fired by detonating the control and guidance systems. It now seems that they have moved on, and may well have the technology to abort our weapons systems by detonating them. What about Missile 15 Theodore, the last one fired? That one cost over 300 American lives, and one of the newest ships in our Navy? Mario Molinari, the president's CIA confidant, shook his head as he spoke. I can't really answer that one, Mario. That is of course the most worrying one of all. The missile was primed and ready to launch when it exploded. If the Iranians had wanted to teach us a lesson, why didn't they blow up the other 2 ships that were involved, assuming of course that they were responsible for the other 14 explosions? Mario raised his head and spoke again. Theodore, you sound as if you don't think that it was the Iranians, yet you still put forward the theory. Looking directly at Mario, and speaking in hushed tones, almost as if he expected some outsider to be listening in, Theodore said, It is only a possible scenario, Mario. Do you mind if we leave that one until we have discussed the rest of the events? You will see why later? Mario nodded in agreement. Stroking his chin and at the same time looking up at the portrait of Kennedy, who appeared to return his serious gaze, the president again entered the conversation. Has anyone anything to add to what Theodore has just spoken about? Is there a 4th theory out there that we should consider? Personally, I find it difficult to believe that the Arabs could have moved their technology forward so quickly and overtaken us. They are a backward race of goat and camel fuckers forever locked in a straitjacket by their medieval and barbaric religion, as far as I am concerned, and as far as I am aware, only the Israelis have progressed anywhere near to that point. As I understand it, even they are still some way away, and have been working on every other possible form of defensive shield, ever since they first overran the damned country. They have been an expensive and high-maintenance country for us ever since. There are times when I think that Israel's very presence is the biggest obstacle to world peace that confronts us today, and has been for over 100 years. However, having listened to Theodore's submission, I cannot for the life of me come up with anything better. If no one has any questions at this point, Theodore, can you please move on to the wayward planes? Everyone in the room sat in stunned silence at the president's anti-Israeli comments. America had been Israel's #1 ally ever since her creation after the Second World War. Israel had in turn been America's eyes and ears in the Middle East, and had virtually served as America's permanently anchored aircraft carrier, with which she maintained tenuous control over the forever warring factions of the Arab world. The Israeli and American partnership had also been instrumental in reducing the Soviet Union's power base in both the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean during the Cold War of the late 20th century. Israel also controlled American finances. All the major banks and finance houses were Jewish-owned. Whilst China and the once oil-rich Middle East owned most of the American government bonds, in reality, they only held pieces of paper. The real money and its supply and distribution was all in Jewish hands, and had been for generations. The Israelis also owned both of the two military aircraft manufacturing companies, and the two major armament manufacturing companies that supplied the United States with all of its high-technology weapons systems. This also encompassed the design and manufacture of the latest generation of cruise missiles. America had not noticed this gradual takeover of its prized and most secretive assets. Stocks and shares were traded to the tune of billions of dollars on a daily basis, and the carefully orchestrated purchase by investment houses, Jewish-owned, and hedge funds, Jewish-owned, had gone unnoticed. 51% was all that was needed to take control of these institutions. Israel now owned a near untraceable 90% of America's military manufacturing capacity. Theodore continued, "Certainly, sir, however, I have precious little to say about the wayward planes. I have no theories or explanations, logical or otherwise. There were no system failures and no instrument malfunctions. What is for certain, however, is that the events happened. Planes disappeared off both the radar screens and satellite tracking systems, and appeared hundreds of miles away, only to once again vanish and reappear a few seconds later. In some cases a few minutes later, but always at exactly the same spot where they had disappeared from in the first place. During the time that they were missing, to the point where they returned, they had not moved at all. One of the planes must have been completely motionless for 10 minutes. No matter how implausible the events may seem, both the British and the Israelis have been having similar problems." Air Force General George Cunningham spoke for the first time. "So far, Mr. President, only American civilian flights have been affected with just the one exception. The Israelis, however, have reported continuous in-flight interference with their military planes, fighter bombers in particular. The reports that I have been receiving from them point to the pilots losing all form of control over their aircraft, and the plane then performing a series of advanced maneuvers not found in any training manual. There was even one report of the fighter's weapons system being activated and a missile being fired at the Gaza Strip. The Arab nations are up in arms and are threatening retaliation. The pilot is now under lock and key for psychiatric evaluation. The poor bastard claims that he lost all manual control of the aircraft, and the onboard computer was flying it for a few minutes before he managed to regain control." Theodore looked directly at General Cunningham before speaking. "You said, with one exception. I don't recall seeing any reports of unexplained military interference to our aircraft." Cunningham looked embarrassed, and would not allow his eyes to catch those of either the President or Theodore. He cast a glance at Admiral Black before speaking. "At the time, Theodore, it was assumed that there had been a computer malfunction. Either that, or the pilot had become unconscious due to the complicated maneuvers that he had been performing without orders. It was not deemed necessary to progress the matter nor to order an investigation." "Where is the pilot now, General?" The President was delighting in his discomfort. He both liked and respected Cunningham. However, it did the defense chiefs no harm to occasionally be brought back down to earth, and was a timely reminder that there were to be no further secrets between the military and the White House. "He is under lock and key, sir, pending a psychiatric evaluation." "You missed out the poor bastard bit," Theodore almost shouted in triumph. The entire room burst into spontaneous laughter. Even the blushing and embarrassed general joined in. The poor bastard, both he and everyone in the room said in near unison. Every dog has its day, Theodore. Cunningham winked at the president as he spoke. Be very afraid, Theodore. Remember that I control the largest air force the world has ever seen, and I can be very vindictive. Be very afraid. Theodore suddenly felt uncomfortable. Had he upset Cunningham? Why was everyone laughing? Had he made a joke? Theodore did not understand the concept of humor. Where he came from, humor did not exist. Let's move on to the Mississippi now before we get too bogged down with trigger-happy Israelis, psychotic pilots, and vengeful Air Force generals. The president was still laughing as he spoke. It was a triumphant laugh. Nevertheless, it was a genuine one. I don't think that even your gigantic brain can come up with anything on this one, Theodore, unless you wish to bring along your old mate Harry Potter. Even Theodore smiled as the rest of the men in the room laughed. When the President of the United States made a joke, everyone felt duty-bound to laugh. Theodore did not understand jokes. Where he came from, there were no jokes. There is a quite simple and logical explanation for both the missile's disappearance and its return. The room went silent and looked on, listening in amazement as Theodore continued. It is all to do with the transfer of energy into a different form. A solid mass is no more than a series of energy particles bound together in a unique arrangement by their chemical and electromagnetic attraction. Take away the energy, and you are left with nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. The scientific world has known about this for years. You then simply return and rearrange the energy in its correct order, and you are left with the original solid mass. Both Newton and Einstein were aware of this, but they could never crack the equation and could therefore neither prove nor disprove the theory. Many years ago, this was covered by a TV program called Star Trek. The process was called teleporting and was performed using a machine called a transporter. Can we do this now? Asked a bemused president, a frown creasing his forehead. Do transporters actually exist? Not on this planet at the moment, sir. But I see no reason why we shouldn't be able to build one and accomplish it within the next 2,000 or 3,000 years. Theodore froze. His reference to this planet was unintentional. His relief was palpable as the president moved on without picking up on his mistake. Theodore, you are being facetious, and it does not become you. The president spoke sternly, at the same time a big grin creasing his face. What you really mean is that you haven't got a clue, correct? Correct, sir. Theodore lied. He was fully aware of the process, his presence on planet Earth being a testimony to its very existence. Does it not concern you then, gentlemen, that something from a couple of thousand years in our future is here among us now, assuming of course that Theodore is correct in his assumptions? The president paused at the gravity, yet seeming impossibility of such a scenario. He rested his chin in one hand, his elbow on the large polished presidential table before continuing. Why didn't I stick to pig farming? Life used to be so simple and predictable. One hefty kick in the bollocks sorted out most of my problems. The room burst into spontaneous laughter. Theodore laughed on cue. The president must have made a joke. All right, gentlemen, let's look at what we have so far. President Steinberg's voice and demeanor suddenly changed as an aura of confident authority filled the room. Without going over old ground that we seem to have no knowledge whatsoever about, yet ground that puts the entire security of the United States at risk, here are the facts. Somewhere out there is a person, or a country, or a thing that can now control our airplanes, our weapon systems, and possibly our nuclear missiles. 2 years ago I became president of the most powerful nation the world has ever seen. Now, the only reliable form of defense I can offer the country that trusted me with its security is little more than a bow and arrow. What is happening and who is pulling my strings? Admiral Black. Sir. I want the best brains that you can muster in order to sort out the cruise missile problem. This is the only tangible thing that we can investigate at the moment. Have one of them completely dismantled and have every single part tested over and over again. Forget test flights. We seem to have already been through that. I want total component testing. I am not accepting that anyone can override our systems. No one is so advanced. What they can do, however, is to build a controllable destruct component and position it somewhere within the missile. I also want everyone involved with the manufacture and assembly of the missiles investigated thoroughly. I want to know their nationality, where they were born, and what they had for fucking breakfast. I can smell a rat, and the rat wasn't born in the USA. Pay particular attention to religion, Admiral. I have a feeling that religion is at the bottom of all this. I would trust neither Jew nor Arab as far as I could kick them. The Admiral responded in the correct military staccato manner when given a direct order by his commander-in-chief. Consider it done, sir. If there is one single component that does not correspond to the blueprint, I will find it. You did in fact rid my mind on this one, sir. As we speak, several of the missiles are being stripped and tested. Thank you as always for your foresight, Admiral. The President was already aware of this, but said nothing. Mario Molinari had instigated the exercise, chosen the cruise missiles to be tested, and had kept the President fully in the picture. Steinberg needed the defense chiefs working with him, and not in their own self-interest. The President had patted the Admiral's head, and the Admiral had wagged his tail. The President looked over at Mario Molinari as he addressed him. Mario, I need you to kick a few asses and rattle a few cages with your Middle East and damned Israeli contacts. I want to know, why are they sleeping on the job? Why have we not received any intelligence on this cruise missile issue? Why was I left waving my dick in the air after the Iranian fuck-up? You told me that you had men positioned in high places in both the military and intelligence agencies throughout the Middle East. These men are being well paid and have so far come up with zero. If I don't receive some sort of explanation pretty damned soon, let them know that I will have the fucking lot of them withdrawn, and they won't even get a job as an office cleaner when they return. I will move immediately on this matter, sir. I am in complete agreement with your views on the lack of action. So far, though, the only feedback that I have been receiving is that the Iranians were as surprised as we were at what happened. For that reason, sir, I am not in complete agreement with Theodore's theory. I know that Theodore is in two minds as to who was responsible. Personally, I am not convinced that the Iranians had anything to do with it. They don't have the technology. Mario Molinari knew who was responsible and immediately regretted his comments. Fortunately, no one picked them up and ran with them. Theodore knew exactly what he had meant. Chapter 10. The meeting. The meeting at the White House had been temporarily suspended as the men sipped their coffee or water. President Steinberg was by now feeling comfortable, secure in the knowledge that for the first time in his presidential tenure, he had full control over his defense chiefs. He had never really been angry at the Admiral. It was little more than an effective piece of acting in order to establish an uncompromising and unchallengeable pecking order. He needed to reinforce his alpha male dominance, physically, intellectually, and by virtue of his presidential stature as commander-in-chief. Two men in the room had not been fooled. Both Theodore Warburton, the president's personal secretary, and Mario Molinari, the president's own personal CIA mole, understood the reason for his theatrics. What was about to be disclosed was going to be a surprise to everyone. The president, however, had to show that his finger was well and truly on the pulse, otherwise his authority would be seriously undermined. President Steinberg put down his coffee cup and slapped his open hand on the table a couple of times before speaking. The room fell silent. What you are about to hear, gentlemen, is a fairy story of such immense improbability and of such a preposterous nature that you will scarcely believe your ears. At any time during the telling of this fairy story, you will probably expect to wake up from the dream. The dream, however, could possibly turn into a nightmare, and you will not wake up from it, ever. If we do not find a solution, no one will. We appear to be entering a period of uncertainty that is beyond our control both politically and militarily. The military men sitting around the table felt affronted. What exactly did he mean, no one will beyond their control militarily? Was he implying that they, with their army, their Marine Corps, their Navy and Air Force were no longer effective, unfit for purpose? The military might and dominance of the United States were unparalleled in history. Never before since the human race first set foot on the planet had a nation had the capability of destroying the entire world without sustaining one single casualty on home soil. No country on earth would even dare challenge them. They were the law on this planet. They were the policemen of the planet, the self-righteous country that prevented wars, invasions, military bullying. Everyone knew that. Everyone other than their own president, it seemed. The president continued. Gentlemen, I am now going to hand over this meeting to my secretary, Theodore, and together with Mario, he will hopefully put us all in the picture. Personally, I am going to remain in the background until they have completed their presentations. I ask you to respectfully do the same. I promise you that from the little that I know, remaining silent, attentive even will be difficult. Theodore, would you like to begin? Theodore Warburton proceeded to give his presentation to his disbelieving audience. He told them of the rumored lost scriptures of Islam, as dictated to the Prophet Muhammad by Allah himself, and of how they foretold of the second coming, a reincarnation of the Prophet Muhammad. He told them of the prophesy that demanded the disciples of Islam rise up and destroy the infidel until only Muslims survived. Only Muslims must walk on the earth of Allah. What a load of hocus-pocus bullshit, Admiral Black interrupted. General Cunningham and Generals Woodcock and Clegg nodded their agreement and approval at the Admiral's comment. Theodore smiled at the Admiral and continued. He told them the story of Mary and Kevin Jacobs, and of how on vacation in Egypt they were exploring the possibility of buying a child for adoption, Kevin Jacobs being completely sterile. Mary had mysteriously been taken ill, and had spent 3 days in a coma in hospital. A few weeks later, whilst back home in New York State, she had been through a reoccurrence of the illness, and as her condition improved, had discovered that she was pregnant with twins. Kevin Jacobs had azoospermia, total infertility. It had to have been a miracle. There was no chance of any form of normal conception. Her doctor was initially skeptical as to her fidelity before finally concluding that there must have been a rape during her coma. There was simply no other explanation. Dr. Mohammad, however, was well aware that this had been no ordinary rape. The seed of Allah had been sown, as had the seed of the Christian God. The lost scriptures had predicted the exact time and date of the birth, almost 1,500 years before the event. The Arab world had kept watch on the Jacobs, and when the time was right, they had made their move on the little log cabin in the Catskill Mountains. There had been no mention of a twin boy in the lost scriptures, only that of a second child. They were the words of Allah. Some other force had recognized Allah's intent and had interfered with his plans. Allah was angry. Theodore, the president asked, are we really looking at the Prophet Muhammad here? Because if we are also looking at potentially 2.5, maybe 3 billion people who want to make war on us either as suicide bombers or by using conventional or even nuclear weapons. If the Muslims think that he is back here on earth 1,500 years after his last appearance, they will be queuing up to blow themselves to smithereens. Christ, almost every year since 9/11 we have had to double our spending on homeland security just to keep a lid on it. And over the last few years even that hasn't been enough to prevent the bastards from blowing us and themselves to fucking pieces. How long will it be before we follow Europe, Theodore, especially Britain, down the road to total anarchy? It isn't possible to walk to church in England now without some Muslim bastard trying to blow your ass off or stab you. They are even beheading people in the streets in broad daylight. Theodore shook his head before speaking. I am fairly sure that we are talking about the Prophet Muhammad himself, sir. He is known as the Jihada in the scriptures, but we have to face the certain probability that we are dealing with someone with extraordinary powers. Suffice to say that all of Islam now believe him to be the second coming of the Prophet. Mario and his department in the CIA have been monitoring the situation since the rumors first surfaced. That, sir, was almost 16 years ago. I have never heard so much crap and bullshit in all my life, Admiral Black butted in. I'm sorry, Mr. President, but I think that I am speaking for the other defense chiefs here when I say that we are going down a completely blind alley. We deal in reality, not religious mumbo-jumbo. We should be spending our time looking for whoever is responsible for these problems and bomb the fuck out of them. A big grin creased his face as he repeated his favorite phrase. Secretly, the Admiral was often referred to as Bomber Black in hushed tones by his subordinates. The irony being that as a naval officer, his bombing arsenal now consisted of missiles with precious few planes. You have my full presidential approval to do just that, Admiral, smiled the president, who was expecting and waiting for such an outburst. Exactly how do you propose to do it, though? Our planes go wherever they, and not their pilots, want them to. Our cruise missiles explode on takeoff, and our nuclear missiles disappear whenever the mood takes them. That is the whole point of this meeting, Admiral. We need to find out who is targeting us, how they are doing it, and how to counter it. Theodore, thank you for your presentation. I think it is time for Mario to bring us up to date with the missing bits. Time to fill in a few of the blanks. Mario Molinari pushed back his chair and cleared his throat with a nervous cough before speaking. Mario was third-generation Italian who had worked for the CIA for over 20 years since leaving school. Still single, rumors circulated about his sexuality. Mario did not worry about the rumors. One snap of his fingers, and a never-ending supply of women came running. He had the charm and swarthy good looks that seemed to attract the more sophisticated women in society. President Steinberg was well aware of Mario's magnetic attraction to the opposite sex. His wife often jokingly taunted him with her own brand of fantasy regarding Mario. At the beginning of his CIA career, he had at one time seriously considered becoming a gigolo, every young man's fantasy, but his strict religious upbringing would have driven him far away from all family ties. The Molinari family had always been extremely secretive about their religion. Nevertheless, they were deeply religious. Being single suited Mario perfectly. Mario was married to the job. Chasing and catching up with the Jihada had become his passion, his obsession. He had contacts throughout the Arab world, and whenever sightings were reported, Mario was on the first plane out. Never on one single occasion had he even come close to the Jihada, who was so elusive that there were times when he considered going back to his desk job, times when he almost doubted his very existence. Mario also spent a considerable amount of time in Israel. His life as a double agent was never even considered by his CIA superiors. His work of tracking and keeping tabs on the Jihada rendered him both indispensable and above suspicion. Of one thing Mario was sure: with each passing year the powers of the Jihada were increasing. During the child's infant years, tales started to emerge of a prophet child that could lift items into the air with a single glance, light candles by the power of thought, and drain people's minds of all knowledge, rendering them incoherent shells. The Catholic Church was beginning to realize that the rumors that had been circulating for centuries were now an unproven yet likely reality. The CIA was soon on the case, and Mario was the assigned operative. Years passed, and tales of the young prophet's exploits began to circulate across the Muslim world. Insurrection followed insurrection. Atrocity followed atrocity. Shia Muslims killed Sunni Muslims and Sunni killed Shia, each one claiming it to be in the name of the Jihada, in the name of Allah, their own particular brand of Islam being the one and only true faith. Despite these Shia/Sunni differences, the Muslim world was now slowly beginning to come together. They were starting to prepare for total world domination and control. The time was near. The new Saladin was among them. Soon, the Jihada would make his move and fulfill the destiny of Islam, the will of Allah, the prophecy of the lost scriptures. Mario told all of this to the hushed room. He also told them of Michael, the Jihada's twin brother. Theodore again took to the floor. He spoke quietly and slowly as he explained how the powers of the Jihada could not be contained, controlled, neutralized, or countered by conventional means. The Jihada had the power of Allah behind him. He had the power of his God, Can he be reasoned with? Asked the president, knowing perfectly well what the answer would be. No, sir, Theodore replied. The lost scriptures leave no room for maneuver or compromise. They are a fait accompli. They are as absolute as the laws of physics. Perhaps that is a bad simile, sir. The Jihada's actions and powers do not conform to the laws of physics. Those laws only apply to this planet. The Jihada's actions are governed by the rules and laws of the universe. That is why we cannot stand against him by conventional means. What the hell are the rules of the universe, Theodore? Admiral Black was shaking his head and putting on a pained grimace as he spoke. You are either talking in riddles or you have gone completely bonkers. Theodore looked embarrassed. He recognized that the people present were not yet prepared for such a revelation. He doubted that they ever would be. General Cunningham looked on with interest before speaking. Could the rules of the universe explain the freak sequences of events that are now occurring? Cunningham had somehow managed to combine both a whimsical and serious expression as he spoke. Theodore nodded. What you are saying then, Theodore, is that no matter what we do, we are completely at his mercy. Every weapons system that we have in our arsenal is of no use whatsoever, as he can completely neutralize them. Are you also implying that he can walk away from, say, a nuclear explosion? Is he invulnerable, omnipotent even? General Woodcock spoke for the first time in the meeting. Woodcock rarely spoke at meetings of his equals, unless he was absolutely certain of his ground. He much preferred to allow all points to be made before offering his own always perceptive comments. No, General, I am not saying any of those things directly. We simply do not know the limits of his powers. What I will say, though, is that we are working on ways to counter them. The President has asked me not to say what they are at this point in time, as there is too much at stake. The President once again took control. I think that we will call a halt at this point, gentlemen. We can all go away and think about what this meeting has been all about, and what we have learned. Please take the presentations of both Theodore and Mario seriously. These are worrying times. In the meantime, I suggest that we continue to explore every other possibility. Like everyone else, I am extremely skeptical of anyone that can supposedly change the laws of physics. Regardless of what we believe, however, not one word of today's meeting must leave this room. Thank you, gentlemen. We will reconvene as and when appropriate, so please make yourselves available at a moment's notice wherever you may be in the country. Ensure that a fast plane is always on standby and easily accessible. With that, the President of the United States stood to leave the room. Everyone else stood. The military men stood to attention. As the room emptied, Theodore and Mario Molinari stayed behind. They had things to discuss. The State of Israel was now ready to begin Phase 2 of the planned CIA operation. President Steinberg was completely in the dark of things to come, his presidential predecessor not so. He had been Jewish and had been working and planning alongside Mario and Theodore for many years while still in office. Out of office, he and a loyal band of associates were still heavily involved in much of the planning and subterfuge. The Palestinian and Arab menace had to be eliminated. The world could no longer live with the constant religious warfare that had accompanied the Arabs for centuries and was now being exported to every nation on earth. There could never be either world order or world peace, as long as the violent hatred brought about by a dangerous and medieval religion existed. If America refused to act, then the nation most vulnerable to Islamic excesses would. The State of Israel and the all-powerful CIA were as one. President Steinberg was kept out of the loop. He hated the Jews with an all-consuming passion. Most of his distant German relatives had been former Nazi SS men, many of whom had been executed following the Nuremberg war trials. Mario was of Jewish ancestry. His family had fled Nazi Germany shortly after Kristallnacht, leaving much of the family fortune behind them, and escaped with only a handful of well-concealed diamonds. They had changed their family name as they entered the U.S. in order to conceal their Jewish identity. Mario had no love of the power and dominance that the United States had always wielded over Israel. Little did the Americans know that it was no more than a military dominance. a tenuous, illusory military dominance at that. Israel could destroy the whole fabric of the country without firing a shot. She controlled the country's finances and their cruise missiles. Her Israeli-owned and controlled armaments industries had also planted a controllable virus into the launch mechanism of America's nuclear missiles. None would ever leave the launch pad if Israel so wished. In the short term, Israel had acceded to the constant American demands and threats to return former Palestinian territory. This had been barren scrubland suitable for grazing a few goats and little else. With the discovery of a massive underground water supply, Israeli farmers had turned the land into prime, pristine, and fertile agricultural land. Israeli agriculture had supplied much of the food demands of the Arab nations, her biggest trading partner being Iran. Iranian oil now flowed freely into Israel, and in return, Iran was secretly rewarded with favorable rates on all agricultural products and access to much of Israel's engineering and manufacturing technology. There was now a mutual understanding and respect between the two countries. By working together they made economic progress. As enemies, their growth and world influence would be severely impaired. Neither country flaunted their different religions. Iran made all the right noises regarding the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian homelands. This appeased the Arab nations. She did, however, recognize that in a world that was becoming less and less dependent on oil, Israeli technical expertise in finance was far more beneficial than any alliance or alignment with the technically and religiously backward Arab nations. For centuries, their blind allegiance to the violent, medieval, religious indoctrination of Islam had prevented any form of growth throughout the Muslim world. Women received no form of education and spent their time in subservient obedience to their lord and master spouses. Children were educated only in Islamic studies, their sole textbook being the violent adult fairy story known as the Quran. To impart any other form of education would have been dangerous. Muslims could not be allowed to think. An educated and perceptive mind would find anything relating to Islamic teachings to be bordering on comedy in a world where evolution and natural selection was now the accepted norm. Israel resented having to return this fertile agricultural land to the Palestinians at the Americans' insistence. The entire Palestinian race was, and always had been, a peasant-like warring nation. Israel denied the Palestinians access to their underground water supplies, and soon the land returned to desert scrubland again, suitable only for grazing goats. Israel was now ready to reclaim the land that had rightfully been hers for over 4,000 years. The bomb-proof shelters throughout Israel were now completed, and the Tel Aviv-bound first strike missile hidden deep in Palestinian territory was primed and directionally programmed. This action was to be a false flag operation, a Gulf of Tonkin moment. Israel was ready, and now wanted a war with her neighbors. Israel did not want Arab neighbors. She had planned for them to initiate the first strike in order to convince the world that without a nuclear response, the entire nation, the Kingdom of David, would cease to exist. In the eyes of all Israelis, Palestine was not Palestinian land. Palestine was the promised land, promised to the Israelites by the Christian God himself. Moses had led his people over 4,000 years earlier from their slavery in Egypt. He had crossed the Red Sea that had destroyed the Egyptian army. He had fought and won many battles before finally settling his people in Palestine. History has always been written by the victors. This history was enshrined in the Old Testament. Jesus, the one true prophet, had died on the cross in Israel, and now those anti-Semitic Americans had forced the rightful occupiers and owners of the land to hand much of it over to a semi-nomadic warring race that no other country in the Middle East would even allow to settle on their land. Mario hated all things Arab, all things Muslim, all things German. He had concealed this hatred well, and now the time for Israel to make her decisive move was very close. Theodore never disclosed his origins, nor his religion. He simply worked alongside Mario and the former president, keeping President Steinberg in blissful ignorance of his true motives. Theodore was working to a different agenda, an agenda that he dare not disclose, not to Mario, not to anyone. Theodore's every move was being closely scrutinized from far, far away. Theodore's agenda had not been set by mortals. It had been set by the gods. I read your thoughts throughout the meeting, Mario. Mario Molinari smiled as Theodore spoke and replied, Yes, Theodore, I was fully aware of it. You seem to be forgetting that I have been in the company of Michael for the last few weeks. I know all about the rather dizzy euphoric state the mind enters as you drain it. Why did you conceal the knowledge of the Israel involvement? The sabotage to the cruise missiles was committed during the manufacturing process. What makes you think that Admiral Black's investigation will not expose this, Mario? He has brought in the finest brains in the country. There are a billion circuitry options in a cruise missile's computer brain, Theodore. It would take years to find the rogue one that the Israeli military control. Besides, what possible reason can you think of for returning full control back to the Americans? Wasn't it Churchill who said that you can always rely on the Americans to get it right once they have exhausted all other options? Theodore smiled. That was one joke that he could understand, maybe even the first one that he had ever understood. What about the cruise missile that exploded on board the ship, though, Mario? There was no need for the Israelis to kill so many innocent sailors. We were not responsible for that, Theodore. Mario shook his head and pulled a pained face as he spoke. Only one person could have pulled that one off. The Jihada? Yes, Theodore, the Jihada. It appears that his powers are now accelerating and increasing exponentially. I'm beginning to worry that he may be moving beyond any form of control that Michael can exercise. I am afraid that we may lose this battle, Theodore, and with it the planet. Chapter 11. Infinite Powers. Sir James McNaught climbed into the black Mercedes as it pulled up alongside him, followed painfully by the injured Arabic man, and then the young magician. The vehicle accelerated away, skillfully avoiding alarm-wailing abandoned vehicles and a flotsam of bodies, all stumbling around in both shock and blind panic, or rushing to the bomb site to offer assistance. A police car appeared from around the same bend in the road that the would-be assassin's vehicle had come from, its lights flashing and its siren drowning out the screams of the injured. The ambulances would follow within minutes, and the hospitals would already be on high alert. The hospitals were on permanent standby. Bombings, particularly suicide bombings, were now a daily occurrence in the capital and in most of Britain's major cities. The Intifada was almost upon them. Every Muslim throughout the world was receiving the same subliminal message and could feel the mounting excitement. Every fiber of their body and every breath that they took increased their euphoria, their ecstatic religious fervor, and their uncontrollable desire to please Allah. The Prophet had returned. This he had promised his followers on his deathbed. The young magician was the first to speak. Sir James, my name is Michael. This is Abdul, and our driver is Ahmed. No doubt you are wondering what all this is about. McNaughts lifted his hand and gingerly touched his ear. It had by now almost stopped bleeding and was no longer ringing and throbbing. He looked directly at each man in turn before calmly speaking. Yes, Michael, you could say that. It isn't every day that I am blown up, nor is it every day that I am present at the deaths of so many people. What the hell is going on, and who the hell are you? How did you manage to stop time? Were you the target, and who the hell is your brother? Whoever he is, I do not want to meet him, nor do I want to spend any more time in the company of any of you three. Now will you kindly take me home before I wake up and find that this is all a bloody great nightmare? Michael and Abdul exchanged glances and grins before Abdul spoke. I regret to inform you, Sir James, but you can never return home again now that he is aware of your involvement. Your life will forever be in danger. There can be no going back. He is aware of my involvement. What bloody involvement, and who the hell is he, for God's sake? Both Michael and Abdul again smiled. He, Sir James, is the Jihada, and he answers only to Allah, not the God to which you have just referred. Michael's dark and deep soulless eyes bore down into McNaught's inner mind and soul as the young magician spoke. McNaught could feel the irresistible power and control as it began to take a hold of him. He fought it with all his might. He returned his own considerable hypnotic powers with a vengeance. It was not enough. The battle between two of the most powerful minds on earth was lost, and he sank into a deep hypnotic sleep. As McNaught slept, he saw two airplanes simultaneously explode, flip onto their sides, and crash in a flaming inferno as they attempted to take off, one at Heathrow Airport and one at Gatwick Airport. There were no survivors. 500 people died, casualties of a war that hadn't yet begun. The Intifada was still hours away. There were to be no more flights out of London for several weeks. The hunt was now on for Michael and McNaught. The Islamic death sentence, the fatwa, was issued telepathically to every Muslim in the UK. The Jihada could not allow anyone to stand in the way of the lost scriptures, not even his own twin brother. The prophecy must be fulfilled. If not, the entire Muslim population of the planet would be subjugated and ultimately destroyed. Allah had been thwarted once, and was angry. Mary Jacobs was supposed to have only one child, the Jihada. He had planted only one fertilized embryo in her womb during her illness in Egypt. The Christian God had interfered. He had planted a second one. The Christian God had angered Allah at his peril. The human race would now be entering into a spiral of self-destruction from which there would be no return. Numbers were irrelevant. If only a handful of humans remained and they were Muslim, then the prophecy of the lost scriptures will have been fulfilled, as would the ultimate objective of the gods. On planet Earth, only one man and two 16-year-old twin brothers were aware of this divine objective. It was not a physical earthly objective that could be carried out by the gods or their prophets. The rules of the universe had forever forbidden the taking of life since before the beginning of time. The dominant species of this planet was predisposed to violence and self-destruction. They themselves would ultimately achieve the 2,000-year-old objective of the gods. The return of the Jihada would be the catalyst. The planned culling of the dominant species was soon to begin in earnest. Chapter 12. The Lost Scriptures. The U.S. President sat uneasily in the secure room at the White House, with an equally ill-at-ease Mario Molinari and Theodore Warburton. "This is the only damn room that I am happy with here, Mario," he said. "It appears that the poor buggers who have occupied the presidential chair for the past 20 or so years may as well have opened the door to the world's cameras and microphones. I have a team that is employed virtually full-time sweeping the whole building and grounds for bugs or whatever they call them nowadays, and every week they come up with some listening device or other. Did you know Theodore, Mario, and his merry band of CIA men can now fly in a remotely controlled bug so small that it is virtually undetectable by the human eye? That is why I have had to order the closure or screening of all White House windows. If we have the technology, who the hell else has it?" "Yes, I am fully aware of such devices, sir. But I must point out that it is because of the mosquito, as it is called, that we have managed to obtain so much information about the Jihada and his plans." "I thought that both you and Mario said that no one had ever seen him." "They haven't, sir. Well, at least no non-Muslim has ever seen him. I can assure you, though, that he does exist, and he is somewhere in the Middle East." Mario joined in the discussion. "I have been tracking him for close on 16 years now, sir, and every time I get anywhere near to him, he simply disappears. It's as if he possesses the sixth sense of danger long before it surfaces, a kind of magical power to see into the future, possibly an ability to even change the future by the sheer power of thought." The president shook his head and smiled as he spoke. "Mario, I do not doubt your sincerity, but honestly, can you imagine how silly and unlikely what you have just said sounds to someone whose life has revolved around the earthly pursuits of breeding pigs for a living?" "Of course I can, sir. Mario suddenly burst out laughing as he visualized the president wrestling with a recalcitrant pig whilst trying to come to terms with an unseen magical power that could change the future. He composed himself and continued. I have seen it with my own 2 eyes, sir. Remember how I mentioned that he has a brother? He has similar powers. I have seen the young man perform magic. Not tricks, but real magic. I have been working alongside him for the last few weeks in London, and as we speak, he should now be on a plane on its way to America. The president slowly shook his head, closed both eyes, and tightened his lips together before speaking. You obviously haven't heard the morning news yet then, Mario. There have been 2 plane crashes at London's main airports, both on takeoff, and there were no survivors. All UK airports are closed, other than for emergencies. It looks like your young magic man was no match for his brother, who, if half as powerful as you say he is, may well have been responsible. 2 plane crashes in the same city on the same day sounds like too much of a coincidence to me. Mr. President, Mario spoke a little too loudly and immediately regretted it as he lowered his voice. Michael could not have been on board either of those 2 planes, sir. He has the ability to stop time. If he had been there, he would not have allowed it to happen. He is not yet his brother's equal, but every day his powers increase, powers that you and I can barely comprehend. The president clenched his hands together and looked up firstly at the ceiling and then at Kennedy's portrait before speaking. Are you planning to use this Michael fellow against his own brother then, Mario? Are you completely sure that he will be on our side? Yes, sir. Completely sure, Mario replied. The president did not look convinced and looked deeply into Mario's eyes. Mario returned the look and with as much sincerity as he could muster replied. They answer to different gods, sir. Michael to the Christian God, and his brother to Allah. Oh, fucking hell, there you go again, the president shouted in exasperation as he threw firstly his body and then his head back against his chair. Please don't tell me that all this fucking religious crap is true, Mario. I have enough problems dealing with the Bible Belt in my own country without finding that half the world doesn't just believe in Allah, they actually know that he exists. No, Mario. Whilst I accept the existence of a potential new leader of the Muslim world, I refuse to accept that he was sent here by a God. As if the one God that is supposed to exist doesn't cause enough problems and trouble in the world, you are now telling me that there are 2 of the bastards. You will be telling me next that the Romans, the Greeks, and virtually every other civilization that ever existed were right all along. There must be fucking hundreds of them. The president realized that he had gone a little over the top and shook his head as he smiled. Just a thought, gents. If I am right and there are hundreds of them, we had better start work on a few thousand more churches. I have votes to think about. What is your take on this 2-God theory, Theodore? Please tell me that it is nothing but hocus pocus bunkum and Admiral Black was right all along. I am sorry, sir. I am with Mario on this one. For magic to exist, God must also exist. You cannot have one without the other. That would be inconceivable. If there was only one God, why would he allow 2 rival religions to exist, with each one of them battling for supremacy? I have always discounted the very existence of even one God, but from the intelligence that we have been receiving from every Muslim country in the world, stranger things than we can ever explain have been happening. The Jihada not only gathers followers faster than Muhammad himself did, but he also seems to have an almost hypnotic hold over them. They all want to die for him, considering it to be the greatest honor that he can bestow on them. In the world of fanaticism, what is happening is completely off the scale. We have moved on from a few hundred fanatical suicide bombers, sir. We are now looking at 3 billion plus. The room went silent for a while as each man considered the implications of 3 billion fanatics. Men, women, and even children. The president eventually broke the silence. Tell me a little more about these lost scriptures that you keep mentioning. In fact, do better than that, and tell me everything that you know about them. Theodore began to speak, his eidetic memory coming into play. Sir, the Quran is reputed to be based on the messages from God, Allah, and the Muslim world. and was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad by using the Archangel Gabriel as an intermediary. The lost scriptures do not appear in the Quran, and were spoken directly by Allah to Muhammad. Gabriel was not used as the intermediary. These scriptures were written almost 1,500 years ago, and have remained hidden in the Kaaba and the Grand Mosque at Mecca. Their existence has always been doubted by the Christian religion. However, it has always been rumored that at the highest level in the Vatican, plans have long been in place to deal with the Islamic second coming. It was around 20 or so years ago that rumors first started to surface throughout the Muslim world of the imminent birth, the second coming, of the Prophet Muhammad. The Vatican has been on high alert ever since and contacted the CIA a few months after the Jihada was born, almost 16 years ago. By then it was too late, and the deaths of the Jacobs was never investigated. Mary died while giving birth alone, and her husband's head wasn't found until several years after his murder. By this time, the Jihada child was long gone from the country and spent the first few years of his life being moved around the Muslim world. Mario was assigned to follow up on the rumors, but as he has said, no one other than a chosen few Muslims has ever been in contact with him or even got close to him. All remarkably interesting, Theodore. A very instructive 1-minute theological history lesson. The president was trying his best not to sound too sarcastic despite the measure of growing irritation that he was now experiencing. But what exactly do these lost scriptures say? Few people have ever seen them, sir. But we do have a fair bit of second-hand knowledge, much of it gathered by Mario's contacts in the Middle East, Theodore answered. The most striking feature was their prediction of the exact time and date of the Jihada's birth. Quite extraordinary when you think about it in human terms. They are almost 1,500 years old. The rest of it is a little more sinister. They tell of the Jihada unifying all the forces and peoples in the name of Islam and spontaneously starting a world revolution. They don't say how this will be achieved, but what they do say is that ultimately there will only be Islam. Nothing and no one else will exist. That's the most worrying part, sir, Mario added. There will only be Islam. Nothing and no one else will exist. The Muslim community is now beginning to take this so seriously that they are actively planning for a Muslim-only world. Sharia law has already replaced all other forms of law and government throughout the Middle and the Far East and most of Africa, well, what is left of it after the last Ebola outbreak. And virtually as we speak, the British Parliament is debating introducing limited Sharia law throughout the UK. I suppose the bloody scriptures predict a Muslim takeover of the UK as well, Mario? In a roundabout way they probably do, sir. Mario was almost apologetic as he spoke. When the prophecy says that nothing and no one else will exist, I presume that this means everywhere, even the United States. The president laughed out loud as he spoke. What a beautiful irony when you think about it. Are you aware that for the last 100 or so years, the white middle classes have been worried about a communist or a Hispanic takeover, and all the time the reds under the beds have been Muslims? How many of them are there, Theodore? Are there enough to mount a takeover in the US as they are almost certainly about to do in the UK and Europe with the way the bastards are breeding? The latest statistic that I saw on the UK birth rate showed that for every child a native Brit has, a Muslim has 5 of the little fuckers. How long will it be before there are more Muslims in Britain than native Brits, Theodore? At the current birth rate, together with the mass exodus of the native Brits to non-Muslim countries, it will be 3 years and 42 days, sir. And America, Theodore, are the bastards likely to launch a takeover bid during my presidency? No, of course not, sir. But there is a far more frightening and likely scenario. Spit it out then. The president sounded irritated. I am beginning to feel really annoyed with this whole fucking religious bullshit. Well, sir, Theodore was now in serious mode. We have only got to go back to yesterday's meeting with the defense chiefs. We may not have a weapons system that works. We may not have airplanes that we can control. And most worrying of all, it may no longer be only your finger on the nuclear button. It is worth considering, of course, that this may well apply to every country that has nuclear weapons. Just like us, sir. Details of an event of this magnitude would never have left the powers that be of the country. You are of course implying blackmail then? Well, sir, we cannot discount that option, but I was really referring back to the scriptures. If the Jihada has control of the world's nuclear arsenal, he will then possess the ability to destroy all of the non-Muslim world. Can we counter this? Not at the moment, sir. Theodore scratched his head as he spoke. We are back again to where we started. We seem to be ever more reliant on the powers of the Jihada's brother. Fucking hell, Theodore. You are asking me to believe that the very existence of the world's richest and most powerful country has to rely on the presumed magic of a kid. Mario spoke. Sir, I have seen these powers. I have also spent much time in Michael's company. Michael is the one thing that the lost scriptures did not predict. He should not have been born until sometime in the future. I am now convinced that his birth was not a mistake that was overlooked by Allah. It was a measure to counter the Jihada, a measure brought about by the Christian God. For God's sake, Mario. The president again threw his head back against his chair. We are back into polytheism, the multiple gods territory again. Where is this boy Michael, and when am I going to see his magic? Until I do, I'm afraid that I am still more than a little skeptical. I do not believe in magic, so as soon as he gets here I want to see him. Theodore and Mario looked sheepishly at each other, neither one wanting to tell the president that they had completely lost touch with Michael. Abdul, the CIA operative assigned to his protection, had been severely injured in the blast at the Aspen Club, and was now in a critical yet stable condition in a London hospital with blood poisoning. Well, have you both lost your tongues? When am I going to see your bloody magician then? Sir, Theodore said forcefully, I am going to have to travel to the UK to find him. There was something in Theodore's voice that alarmed the president. It was not a request, more a statement of fact. Theodore had always been subserviently pliable and extremely respectful of the presidential office. Now, however, there was an unmistakable air of authority, an almost command-like delivery. He continued, There has been an Islamic fatwa issued on the boy, and as we speak several million Muslims in the UK are now trying to kill him. They attempted to kill him 3 times yesterday. 6 British members of Parliament died, and possibly up to 80 members of the public. If you include the 2 plane crashes, the death toll was well over 500, all in one day. Are you talking about the bomb in the London club? Are you saying that it was meant to kill the boy? Yes, sir. The bomb, a truck loaded with explosives, and 2 fully laden passenger planes bound for America that they thought he was possibly on. This should give you some idea of how important it is for the Muslims to eliminate him. They realize that he presents the biggest threat to them implementing the prophecy. Why do you have to go, Theodore? I thought that Mario had recently spent time with him. He will be in hiding, sir, and no one knows where. And how will you be able to find him, Theodore? Do you know where he is hiding? If so, why can't Mario go? I need you here in the White House. I need your brain, and I need your memory in case any more minor out-of-the-ordinary events involving planes or nuclear missiles take place. The president looked puzzled. Neither man had responded to his attempt at a joke, and at the same time he caught the worried glance that Theodore cast at Mario. I can communicate with him telepathically, sir. Unfortunately, I cannot do it across the Atlantic. I have to be much closer to him, or the Jihada will intercept my thoughts. Oh, my God. I am not going to progress this any further, gentlemen. My brain is hurting. The president chuckled out loud before letting out an even louder sigh. Do what you need to do, Theodore, and take whatever personnel you need for your own safety and that of the boy. If I even mention 1/10 of today's conversation to Sally, she will be on the phone to my doctor straight away, and I can honestly say that I wouldn't blame her. I may even go voluntarily just to check that I am not going completely bonkers. All 3 men were still laughing as they left the room. Theodore laughed along with the president and Mario. Where he came from, nobody ever laughed, nor did they understand why such a thing as laughter was peculiarly unique throughout the universe to only the human race. Someone on the planet of the gods was listening to their conversation. Theodore was to remain alive, but only until he found the young magician for him. The Jihada would be given his location. At that point, Theodore would become expendable, a casualty of the war to come. Rules were made to be broken, even the rules of the universe. Theodore's expendability was only a passing thought, little more than an amusing fantasy, and was quickly dismissed and forgotten, lest someone else on the planet of the gods was listening to the thought. No one was allowed to break the rules of the universe, not even a god. Chapter 13. Terror. Over the previous century and throughout much of the current one, the planet had been ripped apart by warfare. The gods had planned and approved of this necessary slaughter of the dominant species. The intention was to cull the species, not to destroy it. They dare not allow the ever-evolving intelligence of the species to infect other planets throughout the universe. However, the extinction of the species was not yet considered necessary, and was to be the last resort if all other attempts of control failed. The human race had developed an immune system unique throughout the universe, and had overcome many attempts at early culling by disease. Its intelligent brain had developed vaccines to counter whatever the gods threw at them, and despite early successes, smallpox, the bubonic plague, and a host of other pathogens and viruses had been countered, and in many cases eliminated. Warfare had been equally unsuccessful. The First World War had largely been brought about by misguided treaties and colonialism. This desire to conquer and own land and resources has always been present throughout both the human and animal kingdom. Warfare tactics and weaponry had moved on quicker during the 5 years of war than at any time in human history. Millions of men were static for years on end, hiding and cowering in stinking and muddy trenches, surrounded by rotting and putrefying corpses. Weapons were created to eliminate whole armies. Sometimes tens of thousands were slaughtered in a single day. The human race no longer killed individuals with knives or spears. At the press of a trigger, 500 killing projectiles per minute ripped apart flesh. High explosive shells atomized whole bodies of men. Airplanes dropped improvised explosives. A human being became no more than a statistical casualty, a simple metal tag followed by a letter to his wife or mother. The lessons of a static war were learned. World War II was brought about by fascism and the rise to power of a megalomaniac dictator. Weapons that were years in their design and planning helped armies to move miles in one day. Air power, mechanized armor, and fast-moving infantry overwhelmed defenses. Rocket technology was employed, which in turn gave rise to modern-day missiles, these missiles still being the world's most effective weapons delivery system. The gods were initially pleased with their culling operation, but became angry as peace treaties were signed. Former President Reagan's Star Wars program had helped to create a nationwide missile interception defensive shield against these rockets. America was now invulnerable. The gods despaired. Was there no end to the ingenuity of the species? World War III did not happen. Mutually assured destruction, MAD, took care of that. There was little point in destroying the communist powers of China and Russia, if to do so would result in the total destruction of the planet. Radiation would have rendered the planet uninhabitable for thousands of years. Modern nuclear weapons, however, now made a nuclear war possible. There would be no radiation, no radioactive fallout. Modern nuclear weapons were clean, and could deliver a neutron blast force many thousands of times greater than Little Boy, the first atomic bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima over a century before. It was now possible to win a nuclear war. America would walk away unscathed. Her defensive shield would keep her safe from all forms of attack. The gods were unhappy with the lack of progress. The dominant species had once again managed to ignore and to counteract the gods' carefully prepared plan for population control. The human race continued to expand. Then came 9/11. Islamic militants in a well-coordinated attack flew fully laden planes into both of the Twin Towers and the Pentagon. A new kind of warfare was about to be unleashed on the world, a war of terror. The gods had changed their strategy. America panicked and responded in the only way that it knew how to. Afghanistan and Iraq were attacked. The Muslim world responded in the only way that it knew how to. Terror. The defensive shield that wrapped itself around America was redundant and no longer effective. The warring army was already on home soil. It did not wear military clothing, nor did it carry visible weapons. Its hidden weapon was a simple homemade explosive device carried around the body, an explosive wrapped in nails and ball bearings, a weapon that delivered several hundred bullets in all directions in the blink of an eye. A simple device that ensured for its owner everlasting martyrdom and a place in Allah's Islamic paradise. After the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, the Islamic militants turned their attention to Europe. Tube trains were exploded in London, England, and Madrid, Spain, killing hundreds of innocent men, women, and children, and soon the population of Europe began to turn on all things Muslim. There was simply no logic or reason for the terror attacks. These people lived good lives and were given the opportunity to fully integrate into Western society, yet as they became more and more radicalized, their one and only desire in life was to die for Islam, to die a martyr, to live in paradise, to be with Allah. The telepathic controlling influence of the Jihada was beginning to take an ever stronger hold of the Muslim mind worldwide. Logic and rationality were of less importance than the desire to idolize and to obey Allah, the one true God. Idealistic young men were promised eternal life, eternal youth, and 72 beautiful young virgins on entering paradise. In return, they only had to slap on a suicide vest and press a switch. The more infidels they killed, the higher would be their status in paradise. Strangely, none of the young martyrs ever questioned why the arthritic, cancer-riddled old mullahs who had instructed them to atomize themselves in the name of Allah never blew themselves to pieces. Surely an instant journey to paradise was preferable to a slow, lingering death on earth? Islam within itself was torn apart by strife. When not killing infidels, Muslims killed Muslims. The Sunni version of Islam differed only slightly from the Shia version. This was enough for the two separate branches to try and eliminate each other. The rest of the world looked on in astonishment as war after war erupted in the Middle East, punctuated by terror attacks on all other forms of religion, usually in the Western world or in Israel. Occasionally, terror attacks erupted in the Far East. Hundreds of young partygoers were destroyed by Islamic bombs in Bali, Indonesia, and a continuous bombing campaign was still underway in southern Thailand, where Muslim extremists wanted the Thai Buddhist states to convert to Islamic Sharia law. All Islamic countries now embraced Sharia law, a medieval, and in all cases barbaric form of justice. The world had moved forwards. The Islamic world had moved backwards by several centuries. Democracy was of little relevance, and zero tolerance on pain of death was the accepted norm in all Islamic countries. Democracy was trumped by Sharia, as were all other forms of law and government. Sharia was the law, and a mullah or imam was the judge, jury, and executioner. Girls were no longer allowed in schools. It was forbidden for them to receive any form of education. They had to be covered from head to toe in the black Muslim burqa at all times when venturing outside of their homes. No part of a female body other than the eyes was to be seen by either boy or man but their husbands. It was accepted in Muslim society that women had to be frequently beaten, often for even the slightest misdemeanor as was perceived by their husbands. Rape victims were to be stoned to death. All rapes were deemed to be brought on by the provocative behavior of the woman, even if a female child hadn't yet reached puberty. Rape, even by a child's uncle, was a guaranteed death sentence for the child if she became pregnant. A century of unrestricted immigration had led to the relocation of millions of Muslims into the Western world. Hundreds of mosques now littered European, American, Canadian, and Australian towns and cities. Political parties recognized that in order to attain or retain power, they had to embrace and capture the Muslim vote. Britain alone now had close to 20 million Muslims. Together with the rest of Europe and Scandinavia, the total was now well past the 200 million mark. At all times, despite the will of the ever-diminishing indigenous population of these countries, politicians caved in to the demands of the Muslim extremism. Votes meant power. Unregulated power has always eventually led to money. Ideals were and always have been of less importance than personal enhancement and the accumulation of wealth. Politicians had never changed their spots since before time began. Over the course of the 21st century, Islamic militancy scaled new heights in the Western world. The indigenous population, the infidel, now became the guaranteed passport to Islamic paradise. In the madrasas, Muslim school children were taught that the path to true glory, to martyrdom, was the sacrifice of their lives for Allah. Christian children wanted to be film stars or footballers. Muslim children wanted to be suicide bombers. Against all the maternal and paternal instincts that have evolved in the human race over the last 200,000 years, mothers and fathers both encouraged and embraced these ideals. The militant mullahs at the mosques helped them to become reality. The more violent the death of the infidel, the happier Allah would become. Old men and women on their way to church were hacked down and beheaded. Churches with full congregations, often at weddings or at funerals, were blown up, often using several coordinated explosions and multiple suicide bombers, many of these bombers being prepubescent children. Western morality had no place or bearing in the pursuit of paradise and the guarantee of being with Allah. The corrosive and maniacal influence of the Jihada grew ever stronger and more pervasive. Soon he would have total mind control over every Muslim on earth. The Western civilizations grew to fear Islam, and soon the expected backlash that had been brewing for generations began to take place. The people of the Western world feared death at the hands of the Muslims. The Muslims wanted death, and the more infidels they killed, the greater the posthumous praise that was heaped on them by the religiously fanatical mullahs. The stakes were raised, and fanaticism knew no bounds when news of the birth of the Jihada reached the ears of Muslims worldwide. Individual acts of terrorism were no longer enough if world domination was to be achieved. Whole cities were to become targets. It mattered not in the slightest that these cities often contained significant numbers of Muslims. Each infidel death guaranteed a place in paradise. Collateral damage was a small price to pay for the love of Allah. Nuclear weapons were now clean. There was no radioactive fallout. They were also out of reach of the terrorists. Muslim countries dare not supply the terrorists, or reprisals leading to their own total destruction was guaranteed. America had given this pledge to the world. It was already known that violent Islamic terrorist organizations had nuclear material in their possession, and that soon a dirty bomb would inevitably be unleashed on the world. Countries were now at a crossroads. Were they to appease the Muslim extremists who were remarkably close to achieving 30% of Europe's population, or should they clamp down on all things relating to Islam? Each country chose its own path. Britain, France, and Italy chose to meet the problem head-on with a vast network of undercover agents who were trained to infiltrate, assassinate, and in many cases destroy the terrorists' infrastructure. The rest of Europe chose appeasement. This was to prove to be a grave mistake. There was a small explosion in a wood in Bavaria, Germany, with no casualties. Initially, little attention was paid until people in the surrounding villages began to fall ill. Radiation poisoning was diagnosed. The first of many dirty bombs had been exploded. These bombs were almost childlike in their simplicity and consisted of no more than a quantity of high explosives surrounded by the correct grade of uranium or plutonium. The invisible radioactive fallout traveled with the wind, contaminating land and killing people slowly and painfully wherever it made contact. Thousands of acres were to be uninhabitable for generations to come. The déjà vu of the Chernobyl nuclear power station disaster of the 1980s, and the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombs of the Second World War, was revisited. The world recognized that appeasement was no guarantee of safety. Deadly force in all its many forms was the only answer. The world also wondered how it had allowed itself to arrive at such a situation. For the past few generations, people from all walks of life had foreseen the looming problem, and had been actively warning of the imminent Holocaust. Islam was not a religion of peace. It wasn't even a religion. It was an ideology bordering cult status. Islam was a dangerous and barbaric cult that seemed to have an almost hypnotic hold and control over its followers. This pernicious influence had multiplied many times over since the birth of the Jihada. The world's intelligence agencies now realized that all perceived territorial border or ideological conflicts between countries were insignificant in comparison to the threat posed by Islam. At a stroke, suspicion and nationalism were cast aside, and the Western world became one gigantic, coordinated intelligence agency. The enemy was no longer at the gates. He lived next door. He delivered the mail. He even sold the groceries. Vast quantities of radioactive material were seized, and for the first time in decades, torture again became acceptable in Western society. The liberal and human rights activists disappeared from view the day the second, dirty bomb exploded in St. Peter's Square, within a few yards of the Vatican, as the Pope was conducting Mass for thousands of pilgrims. Rome, the eternal city, became the forbidden city. The entire city was evacuated, and the Roman Catholic religion no longer had its ideological home. People now realized that their own personal safety was far more valuable than their well-intentioned ideals. If the only way to extract information from the terrorist was to torture them, then for the sake of their children and their grandchildren, so be it. Torture now became the preferred form of intelligence gathering. With the capture and confiscation of their nuclear materials, the terrorist again reverted to type, and using children as their weapon of choice, returned to an even more destructive form of suicide bombing. Their targets became infidel children, their own children's classmates. Britain was the initial target, and with 20 million Muslims living in the relatively small island, 1 in every 4 people became potential assassins, and 3 in every 4 people became legitimate targets. After the first few classroom bombs, parents understandably withdrew their children from schools all over the country. Only faith schools remaining open, Muslim faith schools, the madrasas. In these privately funded schools, there was no longer any emphasis on education. The entire day was devoted to Allah, the recital and teachings of the Quran, and the merit of self-sacrifice. Each child must be prepared to sacrifice his or her life for Allah and become a suicide bomber and a martyr. Their young and easily manipulated minds bought into these ideals with religious fervor and excitement. Their own parents equally excited that their child would one day be guaranteed a place in paradise and would soon be sitting alongside Allah. The success of this form of terrorism became known throughout the Muslim communities of the Western world and spread as quickly as did the word. The intelligence agencies were swamped and completely overwhelmed. Gathering intelligence on millions of people in each of the Western countries was an impossible task. And to compound the problem, ever since the birth of the Jihada, the agencies no longer had inside help. Their own undercover operatives were now deeply into Islamic fundamentalism. There appeared to be a mass hypnotic brainwashing of the Muslim masses. Intelligence had now become irrelevant. The services were no longer monitoring a few hundred fundamentalists. There were now potentially 3 billion of them worldwide, 1/3 of them children. The Jihada was beginning to make his move. The prophecy of the lost scriptures must be fulfilled. The gods looked on in silent approval. Chapter 14. The Fatwa. Sir James McNaught awoke with a start as the Mercedes pulled up by a small country cottage with an old thatched roof and a meticulously kept flower garden and vegetable patch. The isolated cottage was some quarter of a mile down an overgrown country lane, barely wide enough for the black Mercedes to travel along without scraping against the protruding shrub and tree branches. Michael relaxed his hold on McNaught's inner mind. Slowly, his senses began to return, as did his memory. Still in a state of confusion, he looked around the car. His thoughts flashed back to the Aspen Club and the explosion. He saw the head of the Arab man suspended in midair and visibly shuddered. He remembered the expression of frozen horror on the face of Sir Rupert as Michael and his companion had led him away from the club. Why hadn't he tried to save poor Rupert? Their friendship went back many years. How could he ever explain the nightmare sequence of events to Mary? She, more than most people, dismissed all likelihood of the existence of magic. "You are simply particularly good at what you do, dear," was all she ever said. He wanted to believe her, but sometimes he performed feats of apparent magic that baffled even himself. Feats that went against the laws of physics. He glanced at the driver, and then at Michael, who spoke without speaking. "Abdullah's in hospital, Sir James. He was losing too much blood and would have died if we hadn't taken him. We are in the Cotswolds. We are also in much danger." Michael had read McNaught's thoughts. McNaught looked directly into Michael's eyes as he spoke. "Michael, I have spent the last 50-odd years communicating by word of mouth, and I would like to continue doing so if you would be so kind. I do not feel comfortable talking without talking." "Certainly, Sir James. I think that Ahmed would also feel more comfortable if we were talking that way," Michael said audibly. Ahmed, still with both hands on the steering wheel, grinned as he nodded his head violently. "Why are we in the Cotswolds, Michael, when I specifically told you to take me back to my London home? And why are we in danger? Who is trying to kill you, and why the hell am I involved? If we go inside the cottage, Sir James I will explain everything. Ahmed, please activate the shield." Michael opened the door of the Mercedes and placed one foot outside, pausing as McNaught spoke. "Shield?" "Yes, Sir James. It is no more than a simple electrical device that I created that surrounds the car and the cottage in a magnetic field. Without it, my brother will sooner or later feel where we are. His powers are far more advanced than mine are." "Can he also stop time, Michael?" McNaught was intrigued, his head and mind still unable to take in the events of the day. He was also still a little groggy. The hypnotic battle that he had fought with Michael seemed to have drained away much of his mental energy. "He can not only stop time, Sir James, but he can also reverse it." "Bloody impossible." Michael smiled, realizing that McNaught had reached the end point of acceptable credibility for the moment. His brain was already overloaded. There was simply little else that it could absorb. Inside the cottage, Sir James McNaught listened with increasing incredulity as Michael spoke. He told him about his parents, the time his mother had spent in the Egyptian hospital, and of how she had emerged pregnant with the seed of Allah. He told him of how she had again fallen ill while back at home, and of how she was discovered to be carrying twins shortly after leaving the hospital. He told him of how the preacher had smuggled him secretly to England, and of how the entire Muslim race had been looking for him since word of his miracle birth at the log cabin in the Catskill Mountains had been made public. Allah was not pleased. The Christian God had interfered. Years of performing magic on stage, often before presidents, dictators, even kings and queens, had nowhere near prepared McNaught for the revelation that real magic actually did exist. "You have the power yourself, Sir James," Michael had told him as he read his thoughts. "Why do you think that you were chosen? I know of only 2 other people in the world with your telepathic powers. One is my brother, and the other one you will be meeting shortly. His name is Theodore Warburton, and he will be taking us to America." Michael laughed out loud for the first time in many hours. He had again read McNaught's mind. "When I enlisted Sir Rupert to bring you to the club, I knew all about your powers." "Yes, Sir James. You have been able to perform magic for many years. Why do you think that you are the world's greatest magician?" "No way, Michael. You are mistaken." McNaught shook his head slowly, a big grin appearing on his bearded face. "I am easily flattered. In fact, I positively adore it. but you will never convince me that I was anything other than an illusionist. Maybe what I think I have just seen didn't really happen at all. I am already aware of your hypnotic powers. What if they extend to you simply planting an idea of a presumed event in my head? What if... Is your ear still hurting, Sir James? McNaught raised his hand and felt his blood-encrusted ear. He also felt the sliver of glass that had caused the bleeding and gingerly removed it. Michael smiled and passed on a thought. Why do you think that you appeared to read people's minds on stage, Sir James? Michael again read McNaught's inner mind and thoughts and continued. That, sir, is not 100% correct. It was not just body language and mannerisms. You were actually reading their minds. You would simply not allow yourself to believe it. When you performed at the White House 4 years ago, Theodore communicated telepathically with you. He told me that you were so shocked that you lost all concentration and the trick went wrong. That is how we discovered the extent of your powers. I bloody well remember it well, Michael. It can be pretty daunting performing for the President and the First Lady at such close quarters at the best of times. You certainly don't want someone talking in your ear, especially someone that you can't see. I honestly thought that I was going mad. After what has been happening recently, I am pretty well sure that I am going mad. Well, Sir James, Michael laughed. What I am going to tell you now will probably send you right over the edge. There are somewhere in the region of 20 million people that are currently looking for you with a view to killing you. That is just in the UK. There are a further 3 billion throughout the world with a similar mission. There has been a worldwide death fatwa placed on both of our heads. I have had to deal with it for 16 years. Why me, Michael? If I do have any powers at all other than perception and observation, how the hell would anyone know? McNaught screwed up his face as if sucking a lemon and shook his head. My brother would know. He would feel them. And the moment that you and I came into contact with each other, he would be aware of them. He would also be aware that in the future, you will present a real threat to his plans for the planet. How could I possibly present a threat to someone with the kind of powers that you describe him as having? McNaught held out both his arms, the palms facing upwards in a questioning gesture. He looked deeply into Michael's eyes and continued. What exactly do you mean when you say his plans for the planet? What plans? Ignoring McNaught's question regarding the planet, Michael continued. You are a threat, Sir James. Soon you will be able to read not just his mind, but also his innermost thoughts. Already you have telepathic powers, with which you can communicate with me. For the prophecy of the lost scriptures to be achieved in its entirety, the Jihada must have either total control over my mind, or have me eliminated. I should not have been here. The Christian God interfered. Allah is angry. Why should I be interested in the sibling rivalry between two brothers, Michael? Surely this is no more than a family matter, albeit so far a bloody, messy, and dangerous one. You have to be interested, Sir James. To wave goodbye to the problem is to wave goodbye to life on earth as you know it. The Jihada was searching the country, his mind and thoughts seeking out the thoughts of both McNaught and his brother. The shield offered only limited protection. He enlisted the help of Allah. This was against the rules of the universe. Chapter 15. Sharia Law. Theodore Warburton arrived first class at Birmingham International Airport the next day, after a 3-hour flight on one of ADA Airways' new fleet of supersonic jets. After a gap of several decades, the American Boeing Corporation had finally reproduced and improved on the much-loved British supersonic Concorde airplane with a much more spacious and faster version, and was gradually replacing its aging fleet. The airport is situated on the eastern outskirts of Birmingham, Britain's second biggest city in the geographic center of England, and is only a short drive away from the beautiful English Cotswold countryside where McNaught, Michael, and Ahmed were in hiding. Theodore was accompanied by 2 CIA agents throughout the flight. He was also accompanied by a thought, a probing thought. He had to constantly change and blank out his own thoughts in order to prevent access to both his mind and his future plans. He was aware that he was being followed. Not physically. Nevertheless, there was a presence that would not leave him. It was constantly questioning the innermost reaches of his mind. As the plane neared England, the probing of his mind became ever stronger. Theodore silenced all talk between himself and his CIA bodyguards. He needed to concentrate fully. He had to block all access to his thoughts. Michael's safety was paramount. Theodore was well aware of the fatwa that had been placed on Michael's head for the last 16 years. As he moved through the airport accompanied by his 2 bodyguards, he became aware of the constant chatter that surrounded him, much of which was being conducted in both Arabic and Pakistani. There was too much of it to isolate any one particular conversation. However, it was all around no matter which way that he concentrated his listening. He probed minds, excited minds. There was no information to be gleaned, only recited verses of the Quran repeated over and over again, interspersed with the phrase, Allahu Akbar. He made his way to the toilets, his 2 bodyguards remaining dutifully outside the door, and proceeded to relieve himself of the countless cups of coffee he had drunk on the flight, in order to prevent himself from falling asleep. He could not trust his sleeping mind to resist the constant probing that had become ever stronger as the plane crossed the Atlantic and approached the English coastline. As he crossed the room, he was suddenly aware that a great silence had descended on the airport. The sudden silence was deafening in its quiet intensity. He was also aware that he was not alone. There was no one else that he could see in the room, yet there was someone there with him. He knew that the Jihada was present. He felt the cold chill engulf him, rendering him completely immobile and submissive. He felt his very mind being emptied of all thoughts, all knowledge. He felt the defenses that he had so effectively employed during the flight evaporate into thin air. He was suddenly aware of an uncompromising and irresistible power, a power that surely only a god or a prophet could possess. With his eyes closed and a sharp, violent shake of his head, Theodore Warburton regained his senses as the airport's all-pervading chatter and noise resumed. As the foreboding chill and presence disappeared from the room and from his mind, he walked briskly to the toilet door and out to his 2 waiting bodyguards. The 2 men both sported amused expressions as they grinningly observed several hundred passengers and airport employees spontaneously drop to their knees and begin praying to Allah, all aligning themselves to face to the east, to face Mecca, the birthplace of the Prophet Mohammad. Was it just that time of day? Theodore wondered. Or had they also felt the presence of the Jihada? If that was the case, did the death fatwa also apply to himself? If so, it was now time for a hasty retreat from the airport. But to where? He realized that to telepathically contact Michael now would almost certainly give away his location to the Jihada. He had felt his probing, his questioning during their toilet encounter, and was relieved that not knowing Michael's whereabouts had worked to his advantage. There was one other option, but he was not sure that it would work. He could try to contact Sir James McNaught. Maybe, just maybe, such a contact would be able to evade the Jihada's probing of his thoughts. McNaught was outside the cottage walking around the beautifully arranged and well-tended flower garden. He was well beyond the reaches of the shield as the thought entered his mind. He was confused. Only Michael had ever entered his mind in this manner before. Only Michael, and that damned idiot at the White House. "I am sorry, Sir James. I really do apologize most sincerely," came the response. "I was that damned idiot. Where are you? I need to get to you urgently, and to get you out of the country before they find you both. You are aware of the fatwa?" Sir James McNaught was only too aware of the fatwa. He had almost been on the receiving end of it on 2 occasions, brought about by that damned meeting with Sir Rupert McAdam. Damn Rupert and his blasted club. It had been his own vanity that had got him into this mess. Once Rupert had compared the young magician's skills to his own. How dare he compare the fledgling magical skills of a boy with those of the world's greatest magician? "This is what you must do, Sir James." Theodore Warburton now used his own considerable telepathic skills to communicate and locate McNaught, in the hope that the Jihada was not listening in to his thoughts. A simple plan was hatched for Theodore to find the cottage without in any way utilizing the thoughts and mind of Michael. His thoughts were almost certainly being monitored by his brother. "Tell Michael that you must both remain behind the shield at all times." McNaught received and understood the message, and suddenly, like the end of a telephone conversation, both thoughts closed down simultaneously, and McNaught re-entered the cottage in the protection of Michael's magnetic shield. A little over 2 hours later, the American embassy car pulled up outside the little Cotswold cottage, and Theodore Warburton climbed out together with his 2 bodyguards and the American embassy driver. Only Theodore was unarmed. The 4 men were met by Michael's driver Ahmed, who ushered them inside where informal introductions were made. 5 minutes earlier, a massive explosion had destroyed a substantial part of the Great Mosque of Mecca in Saudi Arabia, the oldest and largest mosque in the world and Islam's holiest shrine. This was the most revered site in the Islamic world. It was also the last day of the Hajj, and thousands of Muslim pilgrims had died. Inside the cottage there was a stunned silence as the news flash hit the TV screen, followed almost instantaneously by graphic pictures of the carnage that the blast had caused. "It is starting much sooner than I thought it would. My brother has been busy. This was the Jihada's handiwork, Michael. Are you sure?" "It was certainly orchestrated by him, Theodore, but he would not have carried it out himself. He cannot take a life. That is against the rules of the universe. That rule applies to both of us. It also applies to the gods. My brother can only arrange for others to take lives. He is unable to carry out such actions himself." McNaught looked on in silence, a puzzled frown appearing across his forehead. Both Michael and Theodore read into his puzzlement, and simultaneously smiled at what was still a degree of naivety. His mind was not only wrestling with the events of the day, but also the joint concepts of magic, the gods, and the rules of the universe. He was not thinking cognitively. His mind had now entered a vacuum of disbelief and near fantasy. He felt himself in a parallel world and in a state of complete helplessness. "It is a power that as twin brothers we both possess, Sir James." Michael was talking out loud and not communicating telepathically. "You have not yet fully realized or controlled these powers, but in time you will. Your hypnotic powers are as yet confined to specific individual one-on-one encounters. In time you will be able to expand and utilize these powers telepathically. My brother has refined his powers in order to control the actions of his followers. They will now do his bidding throughout the Islamic world. They will destroy and take lives for him. The rules of the universe forbid all gods and their prophets from taking a life themselves. They can only create. They cannot destroy." "What about the cruise missile that destroyed one of our ships? Was your brother responsible for that, Michael? If so, he took over 300 lives there?" Frank, the taller of the CIA men, spoke for the first time. He had spoken to Theodore on the journey from the airport, and whilst believing little of what Theodore had told him, was nevertheless prepared to keep an open mind. "I cannot answer that one. He could not have directly caused it, though, as it is not within the rules." Michael paused for a few seconds before continuing. "The most likely cause of the explosion was sabotage, in which case he would have commanded one of his Muslim followers to commit the act. The Muslim world has been planning for this moment for many years. Your world has been blind to the danger. It has been sleepwalking to its own self-destruction, oblivious to the rising power of Islam. Ever since the word of my brother's birth filtered into the Islamic world, Muslims have been taking control of the major governments throughout the world. Your inaction may well lead to your own destruction." "What, even Britain?" McNaught laughed as he spoke. "It will take more than a few terrorist acts to control the British people, Michael. Kaiser Wilhelm, Hitler, and Gualtieri tried it on, and they didn't succeed. You seem to be forgetting that a couple of centuries or so ago, Britain ruled and controlled over 1/3 of the world. Does that sound like a race of people that will take Islamic dominance lying down? Especially Britain, Sir James. And for you and everyone else, it is now too late to prevent it. You cannot turn back the clock. Only my brother can do that. The rising tide of Islam is unstoppable. Your empire is long gone, and soon so too will be your freedom. And what about Parliament, Michael? Only Parliament can pass laws. If they think that Islam poses a threat to the country's stability, laws will be put in place. They already have a blasted inconvenient stop and search policy in London, directed at anyone with a beard. Michael started to smile as he and the rest of the people in the room stared at McNaught's own gray-speckled beard that he was unconsciously stroking. Still smiling and shaking his head, he suddenly visualized McNaught and his 6.5-foot frame being frisked by a female London bobby, perhaps half his size, simply because he had a beard. McNaught read his thoughts and glared menacingly at him before bursting out into a loud, raucous laugh. Yes, Michael, that is exactly what happens every time I venture outside of my house. But I will be damned if I am going to shave off my pride and joy just because of a few deranged bloody Muslims. Only Theodore was aware of the exchange as no words had been spoken, but he could not understand why both McNaught and Michael were laughing. He wondered if he should have joined in, but thought the better of it. Michael resumed, speaking audibly. As I said, Sir James, since my brother's birth the entire Muslim world has been planning for this moment. For the past 15 years, virtually every new member of the British Parliament has been a Muslim. Not one that you would necessarily recognize as a Muslim. There have been no beards or Islamic dress. I think that perhaps it would be better to describe them as closet Muslims. Nevertheless, still Muslim. How do you think that the suicide bomber gained admission to the Aspen Club despite having obvious Arabic features and no proof of membership? I was wondering that myself, McNaught replied, at the same time scratching his chin through his beard. I would guess that you signed in Abdul and his extremely visual Islamic beard as part of your protection. Quite so, Sir James, as did all 5 of the MPs sign in the suicide bomber. They knew full well that they were all going to die in the explosion. This should give you some idea of the Islamic penetration into British politics. No one in Britain outside of the Muslim faith is even aware of it. Whenever they wish to show their hand, they will have a substantial majority in the Houses of Parliament. They will be able to pass any law that they wish, and with the recent dissolution of the House of Lords, there will be nothing to stop them. Sharia law is already on the parliamentary agenda. Fortunately, it is only to be exclusive at this immediate point in time to all Muslims in the country. Who is to say where they will go next? They may easily make it the law of the land, especially as most Christian churches are now closed due to lack of support. The supposed Christians of the UK no longer believe in any form of God or religion other than Darwin and his origin of species. I rather think that soon you will be hearing the call to prayer in every town and village in the land. Surely we can rely on the police or the military if that is the case. McNaught sported a worried frown, and once again began to scratch his chin through his beard. It is exactly the same scenario, I'm afraid, Sir James. An officer can reach a pretty high rank in 15 years, in both the police force and the military. Who knows what specialist skills he has acquired, or what depth of penetration he may have achieved? In a way, this brings us back to your exploding cruise missile, Frank. How many closet Muslims were aboard your ship? They would not necessarily be sporting bushy beards and have black or brown faces. I would say that sabotage is the most likely answer to the problem. Maybe the sabotage happened long before they were even loaded onto the ship, perhaps even during the manufacture or assembly process. The Islamic infiltration and penetration go much deeper than you can ever imagine. Michael, the boy magician, was now exhibiting immense maturity and knowledge for his tender age. The rest of the men in the room listened intently to his every word. They did not doubt what he was saying, but the magnitude of it all was just too much to take on board in such a short time. They gasped in disbelief as he told them of the soon-to-be Islamic takeover of most of Europe, of how both the President and the Prime Minister of France had secretly become Muslim converts over a decade earlier, of how Italy had only 5 mosques 30 years ago, and now had over 500, of the religious genocide that had been, and still was being committed throughout Africa, of how Christians throughout the Arab world were being secretly driven into the desert to be beheaded or left to die, all in the righteous name of Islam. The men in the room turned their attention to the television. More pictures were now coming through of the Mecca bomb blast, many of them much more graphic than had ever been seen before on British TV. Images of broken and dismembered bodies should not have been shown on British TV. They had never been shown before. The British public had almost always been spared the sight of blood, so why were pictures of people with no arms, legs, or heads now being broadcast into people's living rooms? The TV controllers were powerless in preventing them from being shown. Something or someone had taken away the control from the controllers. A message flashed on every TV screen from every TV channel in the land. There will only be Islam. Allahu Akbar. A knowing smile crossed the face of the young magician as he turned to look into the disbelieving eyes of Sir James McNaught. Maybe now, Sir James, you will perhaps believe in the power of magic. Maybe not an earthly power, nevertheless, the antithesis of your much vaunted laws of physics. What you see before you will have been accomplished without cameras, electrical disruption, or human intervention. All accomplished by a thought, Sir James. All accomplished by magic. McNaught looked away and slightly to his left, meeting the gaze of a smiling Theodore, who began to laugh as he spoke without being aware of why he was laughing. A little like the disbelief that you felt at the White House 4 years and 17 days ago, Sir James. Surely you can remember your utter disbelief at the time? The only thing that I could read from your thoughts was, "There is no magic. There is no magic." You continued repeating it over and over again, as if it was a religious mantra. I was beginning to doubt your sanity. And I, Theodore, was trying to decide which one of you to thump when the trick went wrong, the moment that the entire contents of the glass emptied over the First Lady's dress. All the men in the room burst out laughing as McNaught continued. I do not forget, Theodore, nor do I forgive. I am also much larger and considerably more vindictive and sadistic than you are. Converting to Islam and joining forces with the Jihada has suddenly become a very attractive proposition, Sir James. Theodore scratched his chin as he spoke, mimicking McNaught's actions without the beard. The rest of the room was enjoying the exchanges until Theodore's voice took on a more serious tone. We are going to have to make a move shortly. I have had the President's own personal plane flown into Birmingham, and it is ready to take off whenever we arrive. Michael suddenly jumped up from his chair and switched off the television. The writing on the screen had disappeared and had revealed a faint, ghostly human image. He is searching for me. His powers are now far greater than I imagined. Perhaps I wasn't quick enough. He may well have spotted either Sir James or myself. He has already introduced himself to me at the airport, Michael. Theodore was sounding triumphant as he spoke. What he does not know, however, is that the event was not quite as one-sided as he imagined it to have been. He seemed unaware of my psychic abilities, and as I appeared completely submissive, he lowered his guard. I took the opportunity to have a look around his own mind. It was remarkably interesting indeed. He is not quite as invulnerable as he thinks. I spotted a few chinks in his armor that we may be able to use to our advantage. Come on then, Theodore, McNaught said irritably. For God's sake, don't keep us guessing. To which God are you referring, Sir James? Our God? Or the Jihada's boss? Theodore, Sir James said sternly. Does the word thump ring any bells? A grinning Michael interrupted. Come on, ladies, put your handbags away. We had better get out of here and do it quickly. I have a feeling that this cottage is no longer safe. It is almost certain that we were spotted, and I feel that his powers are now growing as we speak. If I saw him, it is almost certain that he spotted me. You saw him, Michael? McNaught exclaimed. What does he look like? Exactly like me, Sir James. Exactly like me. He is my twin brother. McNaught felt a chilling presence in the room that seemed to be emanating from the blank TV. It suddenly burst into life and was once again flashing the ghostly image of a boy. He looked over at Michael and then to Theodore, both of whom were initially surprised before Michael suddenly dashed forward and picking up the TV hurled it against the wall, smashing the internal components into pieces. "We are too late," Michael almost screamed. "He has found a way past the shield via the TV. We must get going." The three Americans in the room remained motionless, a look of both anger and hatred radiating from their eyes and contorted faces. McNaught, Michael, and Theodore initially looked puzzled before the realization hit them. The Jihada was not only mentally controlling and instructing his own followers, he had now instilled hatred for all things Islam into the minds of the non-Muslims. His agenda was for an Islamic takeover. To achieve this, he was setting out a course for all-out war, a war that would ultimately destroy the human race. The gods looked on in approval and admiration at the Jihada's ingenuity. Religion was to be the means for the mass culling of the species. This time, they were sure of its success. Chapter 16. My son. The American embassy car was spacious and easily big enough for the 7 men to fit into, owing to its double row of facing seats in the rear. Ahmed, Michael's driver, had decided to stay on in England despite dire warnings from the rest of the party. There was no reason for him to go to America. He had done his job, proved his loyalty to his country, and now it was time to spend a few weeks with his family. His undercover contribution to the CIA had been invaluable, as was that of Abdul, who was slowly recovering from his serious blood poisoning in a London hospital. Mario Molinari, their immediate CIA superior, would recall them to the States when the time was right. After a well-earned holiday, he would again meet up with Abdul, and they would resume their undercover operations at the London mosques that they attended for prayer many times each day. Their task was to recognize, observe, and to infiltrate the more dangerous Muslim radical organizations. This information on any potential terrorist operations that were likely to affect the United States was coded and reported back to the States, their own country. Since word of the Jihada had reached Britain, terrorism had grown at a barely believable rate. No one and nowhere was safe from the Islamist, whose sole purpose in life now became the destruction of infrastructure and the death of as many infidels as possible in the name of Allah. Parked airplanes at airports were guarded by troops, as were flight paths surrounding all airports. Handheld missiles were now circulating throughout Europe and the more prosperous countries of the Far and Middle East. Almost weekly, 1 or more planes would be shot down in both the Muslim and the non-Muslim world. The world blamed not just Islam, but France. She alone had created the perfect handheld guided missile. Laser technology would lock on to the plane, and all that the operative needed to do was to aim, pull the trigger, and then disappear, leaving the lightweight ceramic tube and sighting mechanism behind. An almost infallible guidance system did the rest. France, true to her traditional practices, had sold these weapons to anyone who had paid the money, usually the rich Islamic Middle Eastern countries, but not always. Many of these sales were to shadowy figures and supposed arms dealers, and as always, payment was quietly and untraceably made to unnamed Swiss bank accounts. Inevitably, many of these weapons had fallen into the hands of the terrorists. Neither Abdul nor Ahmed were Muslim, nor were they their correct names. At all times whilst working undercover for the CIA in England, no other names had ever been used. It would only take one slip of the tongue for them to be compromised. This was a guarantee of certain death. Both men were born and bred Americans, and extremely proud to be so. Their grandparents had fled Syria during the many Sunni/Shia civil wars, fought since the execution of the entire Assad family by Muslim extremists and revolutionaries. America had given them a home. They had both been friends since their Kansas childhood, and having worked their way up the trust ladder of the CIA, were delighted to be assigned undercover work together in London. Their command of Arabic was good, but not good enough to convince Arabic nationals that they had originated from the Middle East. A new and well-prepared UK identity was created for them by the CIA, and their past closely guarded from even the British intelligence agencies. They now had the documents and the knowledge to convince anyone who may have been suspicious of their origins and intentions that they were British Muslims and were deeply committed to the Islamic cause. Their cover and militant Islamic connections were so convincing that they were both under constant surveillance by the British anti-terrorist agencies. Together, they mixed with the more dangerous radicals, often assisting in arranging bombings and suicide bombing missions. Their sense of guilt often caused much soul-searching and sleepless nights, but to break cover or to show any sign of weakness would have exposed the British monarchy and political establishment to imminent danger. It would also have exposed America to international plots created outside of the homeland. These were what America feared the most. She now had CIA agents working alongside known terrorist organizations throughout the world. The 9/11 atrocities all those years before had been America's wake-up call. Her initial response had been to strike back in the only way that she knew how to, by invading both Iraq and Afghanistan. This inevitably had the opposite effect to what had been originally intended, and it only served to harden world Islamic hatred of the great Satan. America now realized, too late as always, that when dealing with people who were not afraid of dying, an effective worldwide intelligence network was considerably more effective than any form of military action. As the limo drove away from the cottage, Ahmed set out on foot down the narrow, overgrown road towards the quaint little Cotswold village a couple of miles in the distance. From there he would take a taxi to the train station, and then home, his new and much-loved London home. Michael had advised him not to take the Mercedes that they had arrived in, as the entire Muslim world would be on the lookout for it. The Merc remained at the cottage. He was excited at the thought of seeing his son again. He would be almost 5 weeks old now, and had been seen by his father for no more than 30 minutes in the hospital, during and after his birth. Mario Molinari had almost had to physically drag him away from his newborn son, his creation, his newfound reason for living. The 3 miscarriages suffered by his wife were now forgotten. They were the will of God, not Allah, but the true God, the Christian God. A big smile crossed his face as he thought about both Abdul and his son. Abdul owed him a pint of the wonderful warm English beer. He had won the bet, but he had also cheated. He always knew that it would be a boy. The doctors at the hospital had told him so. It was, however, a bet that he would not be able to collect for a considerable time because of his undercover work. He had to be a Muslim, and good Muslims were forbidden to drink alcohol. It would also have to be far away from London. Men with beards were not allowed into London pubs. There had been too far many suicide bombings. It was a beautiful summer's day, and Ahmed loved the English countryside. There was just so much to admire about such a small island with so many contrasting landscapes. It reminded him of his childhood back home in America, only in England everything was so much closer to hand. Within a few hundred yards he could see more different species of birds and wildflowers than he would hope to see in a whole day back in Kansas. Kansas was too big. The fields went on as far as the eye could see, even beyond that. There were no longer any hedgerows where songbirds nested and brought up their young. Birds and animals that tried to rear their offspring at ground level were eaten up by the rapacious mechanized monsters that destroyed all life as they slashed and harvested the genetically modified crops grown to satisfy the ever-expanding human and cattle populations, food on which the humans grew fatter with each successive generation. Yes, England was both beautiful and perfectly sized. Ahmed also loved London. To tire of London was to tire of life itself, he often repeated to himself, never knowing where the phrase originated. There was just so much to see, and soon he would be able to take his son to the capital's parks and feed the ducks. Perhaps when his work with the CIA was completed, he would live here in England and raise his family in the beautiful English countryside. Surely the Islamic threat would eventually go away, and life would return to some form of normality. As he passed an open gate leading into a field, 2 very fit-looking young men, stripped to the waist, were chopping down a tree with axes. Both men were working in unison and were sweating profusely, the taller of the two men obviously being left-handed, which enabled them to keep up such a hectic strike rate. The tree was already dead and was probably in the way of some infernal destructive mechanical monster. He paused for a couple of minutes to watch them, at the same time wondering why they were not employing the services of a chainsaw. A whole day chopping by two men would have taken no more than a few minutes' work with one. Both men stopped what they were doing and looked across the field at Ahmed before walking towards him. Ahmed smiled at them. Why wouldn't he? God had been good to him. He had been blessed and was now on his way to see his newborn son. "Are you one of them fucking Muslims?" the taller of the two men said. "What's your name? Fucking Mohammad, or something like that? You look like one of them fucking bearded Arab wogs to me." Ahmed sensed imminent danger, and his CIA training kicked in. He realized that he was almost in a fight-or-flight situation, and somehow, he had to try and diffuse the obvious aggression. His bearded face was now working against him. He hated having to sport a face full of fungus, as his English-born wife called it, but it was necessary to fit in with the radicals that he was spying and reporting on. "No, goddamn way," he replied in an exaggerated Kansas drawl. "My name is James, and I am on vacation from America." "You're a fucking liar, Mohammed. You're a fucking Muslim and you want to take over my country, you black bastard." Ahmed now realized that he was way beyond the point of no return. He had to move, and move quickly before he was attacked. He swiveled around, stumbling as he did so and throwing himself off balance. As he was about to run, the axe held by the smaller of the two men crashed into his head from behind, almost splitting it in two. "That's what we think of your fucking shit, Riallah Mohammed," the larger man said, as he kicked Ahmed's bleeding and very dead head. "This is England and no fucking Wog or Arab is going to tell me what to do." The two men, still carrying their axes, walked calmly back into the field and returned to felling the tree as if nothing had happened, leaving Ahmed lying in an ever-expanding pool of blood and his fatherless son to grow up never knowing his father or what had happened to him. The vote in Parliament had taken place the previous evening. There had been an amendment. Full Sharia law was now the only law in Britain. It was the law of the land, to be imposed and enforced in all its barbaric forms by the ancient medieval practices of beheading and stoning. British and European law was no more. The parliamentary closet. Muslims were no longer in the closet and would soon be openly sporting beards. The lunatics had taken over the asylum. The British Parliament and all of Britain now belonged to Islam, to the Jihada, to Allah. Islam was no longer in the ascendancy. Islamization was now a fait accompli. Phase 2 had been completed in Britain. The takeover of the rest of Europe was also underway. It was now time to move on. The lost scriptures would show the way. The Jihada would lead the way. Chapter 17. The meeting. 3. The president sat confidently among his defense chiefs and their military advisors. His confidence, however, was a front, no more than an effective piece of acting. Deep down he was worried. The future had not looked so dangerous since the years before the Second World War. Even then, only Churchill had seen Armageddon brewing. The talk was now all over the Western world of the new prophet of Islam. The military men no longer dismissed the likelihood of his physical existence. However, there was zero acceptance of any magical powers beyond mortal man, nor was there any form of an answer to the problems that he was stirring throughout the world other than military might. Military men were always dismissive of the peacemakers, the appeasers. Peace without the use of force, or at the very least, the threat of military force meant compromise. And why should the world's greatest military power compromise? They had earned the right to dictate terms to the rest of the world. President Steinberg knew that he had to keep his top men on his side. There were just too many dissenting senators and congressmen who were waiting for him to slip up. For the last year, votes had been cast more and more for ideological reasons, rather than for what was quite obviously the good of the country. He could not help but notice that the survival of the State of Israel was of less and less importance to the more powerful individuals. Their alignment seemed to be not just with the Palestinians, but with every Arab cause that raised its head. President Steinberg was delighted with this rise in anti-Semitic feeling in the corridors of power. He hated those damned controlling Jews with a passion, and had placed men with similar views in every powerful governmental position that he was able to without being compromised. Israel was aware of this, even if the American public were not. Mario Molinari, their American double agent, was on top of the situation. It had to be the Israelis, Mr. President. Admiral Black boomed in direct contradiction to the president's stated, yet not very convincing opinion. No one else has anything to gain by blowing up the Muslim mosque in Mecca. Anyone with even half a brain can see that. They would have known the effect that it would have on the whole of the Islamic world. They want to start a war, and then they want us to come in as we always do and finish off the Arabs for them. It all seems pretty fucking obvious to me even if you can't see it. The other defense chiefs and their advisors looked on in disbelief at the admiral's tirade. Not only did protocol demand that swearing was not acceptable when addressing the President of the United States, his reference to half a brain seemed not to be directed at just the Israelis or anyone else who disagreed with his opinion. It was directed at the President himself. President Steinberg was secretly delighted with the admiral's outburst, and was now given the chance to establish and reinforce his elected dominance, whilst at the same time appearing to be even-handed. The president chose his words carefully, as he responded to the admiral, at the same time fixing him with a piercing stare. Admiral, you are no doubt familiar with the old Cold War phrase, mutually assured destruction, MAD for short? The admiral nodded and squirmed uncomfortably in his seat at the menacing tone in the president's voice. Well, in the case of Israel, MAD barely applies. She is surrounded by 4 Islamic countries, all of whom have both nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them. These countries, as you well know, have their weapons and missiles trained on Israel, and can deliver any number of them long before Israel could respond. In short, there would be no mutual destruction, as all life in Israel would cease to exist without her firing one single missile in retaliation. She simply would not have the time to respond, as many of the missiles will have exploded within a few seconds of deployment. You also have to bear in mind, Admiral, that none of the Arab missiles needs to travel in space. They are programmed to rise a few hundred feet into the air, and then they will assume a straight-line trajectory. The distances that they have to travel across the Golan, from Gaza, Jordan, and the Sinai, will take no more than a few seconds. Even the United States could not contain such an assault in so short a space of time. The admiral reluctantly, and with a considerable degree of embarrassment, nodded his head. The president continued to rub salt into the admiral's by now open wounds. He had to establish presidential authority. I would also like to go a little further, and say that the only thing that has prevented these Arab countries from totally obliterating Israel for these past few decades has been the knowledge that we would obliterate them. Sadly, Admiral, recent events have proved that we no longer seem to have that capability. Your cruise missiles don't work, your nuclear missiles go missing, and your ships blow up for no apparent reason, and you will fucking well show the office of the President of the United States a little more respect. You are not speaking to the man. You are speaking to the man that holds that office and that title. Admiral Black stood up, sprang to attention, and spoke directly to the President. Mr. President, sir, I respectfully apologize without reservation for my comments which were completely out of line, and tender my immediate resignation. Your apology is accepted, but your resignation is not, Admiral. Now kindly sit down so that we can continue the meeting. The men in the room looked on in admiration. President Michael Kenneth Steinberg, the pig farmer from Tennessee, was indeed a worthy incumbent of the office that he held. Their votes would certainly be heading his way at the next election. Their respect would also be pointing in the same direction. The president, their commander-in-chief, was suddenly seen in a different light. He was not only a man in power, he was also a man of power. A man worthy of holding the highest office in the land. A presidential aide knocked on the door, entered the room and handed a note to the president, at the same time apologizing for the intrusion. As the president read the note and shook his head in disbelief before speaking. Gentlemen, I have just been informed that the British government have voted for the implementation of full Islamic Sharia law. This is to be applicable to every man, woman, and child in the country with immediate effect. I can only assume that the whole country has gone completely insane and has developed a death wish. How could this have happened? They would have needed over 300 votes in Parliament, and to my knowledge there are only around 70 of the MPs that are Muslim. There are less than 20 million Muslims in the country out of a population of 70 or 80 million, yet they have chosen to return to the Middle Ages. I am completely stunned. The president turned to Admiral Black, and with a wink said, "Do you think we should bomb the fuck out of them, Admiral Bomber Black?" The room burst into laughter. Admiral Black stood up, sprang to attention, smiled, and replied in a crisp military manner, "You give me the order, sir, and I will carry it out." The admiral was back on board the presidential ship. President Steinberg passed a series of envelopes to each man in the room as he spoke. "Gentlemen, would you kindly look at the photographs and give me your opinion on what caused this damage?" Each man looked at the dozen or so photographs of the Great Mosque of Mecca that had been taken in high resolution from an American satellite. A confused look crossed their faces. This was ordnance damage that they were unable to recognize. Completely blown into a mangled pile of rubble was the Kaaba, the centerpiece of the Great Mosque, and the holiest of all Islamic shrines. From around the outer wall, some 10 or more of the minarets now lay in thousands of pieces scattered amongst the dead bodies. At the height of the Hajj, the Great Mosque was visited by upwards of 2 million pilgrims. Thousands of these pilgrims now lay dead or dying. General Cunningham was the first to speak. "Mr. President, I have spent over half of my life dealing with ordnance and ballistics, and I swear that I have never seen anything quite like this before. By the simple process of elimination, we can forget about airborne bombs, as there is no crater damage. We can also completely discount missile strikes, as there is no penetration damage. And as for bombs that have been planted and detonated, I would guess that damage of this magnitude would have required several hundred pounds of military-grade explosives. As all the blast damage is inwards, upwards of 50 bombs or explosive devices would have to have been planted on the outside walls, sitting there for all to see. Similarly, the destruction of the Kaaba. That would have required a massive explosive device being detonated at each of the 4 sides simultaneously. Not even the Muslims are stupid enough to allow such devices to go unnoticed. And as you can see from the photographs taken 30 seconds before the blast, there is definitely no evidence of any such devices. What exactly does that leave then?" the president inquired, a frown crossing his forehead. "There is nothing else, sir," Cunningham replied. "I will stake my reputation on that." There was a period of silence as each man studied the photographs carefully. "There is possibly one explanation, General." Mario Molinari broke the silence. Cunningham glared at Molinari, a disapproving frown crossing his face, and his head tilting questionably to one side. What the hell does a CIA presidential lackey know about military matters, and ordnance was the look that it projected. Molinari shrugged it off and continued, appearing to ignore the poisoned glare, and at the same time doing his best to appease rather than antagonize him. "General, would you say that possibly 50 or more individual bombs all detonated at the same time could have caused this damage? It would have to be that there is no other way. How could you possibly achieve it though, Mario? Every bomb would have to be pretty substantial and directional, with the 50 blasts all at the same time, and all pointing in the same direction towards the walls? There is no way that there were any bombs in place. The satellite shots taken before the blast can pick up a gnat's bollocks, never mind a bomb." Everyone in the room smiled. Cunningham had accepted the olive branch. Molinari now dropped his own bombshell to his suddenly shocked audience. 50+ suicide bombers, each one loaded with upwards of 20, maybe even 40 pounds of military-grade explosives. At a given signal, they walk to their designated target position, press their chests against the wall, and one of them presses the switch. If the detonators are all tuned in to the same frequency, wham, bam, thank you ma'am, and you have sown the seeds of World War III. Fucking hell, Admiral Black almost shouted before apologizing to the president. The president smiled at the admiral before addressing him. No problems there, Admiral, you beat me to it. Being Tennessee born and bred, I cannot think of a more appropriate response. General Cunningham, your views please. Cunningham shook his head and pursed his lips before speaking. It's certainly the only explanation that makes any sense at the moment, sir. However, how the hell can you persuade 50 people to blow themselves to smithereens? And why on earth would Muslims blow up their most sacred shrine? Turning to Admiral Black, he continued. They would of course have to be Muslim, Admiral. The Israelis would never sacrifice themselves in this way, nor would any other civilized race. Admiral Black nodded in agreement, and looking directly at the president continued nodding his acceptance. Everyone in the room turned to face Molinari. Mario Molinari thought very carefully about what he was going to say to them. There could be no mention of the gods. Military men had only one god in their religious arsenal. Their god flew through the air and went bang. Their god ended lives. The more lives that he ended, the more the god was worshipped. The whole dynamics of military thinking and strategy was about to change. Over the 200,000 years since mankind had first evolved in Africa, the human race had progressed militarily, forever inventing more and better ways of killing themselves. Initially, there had been hand-to-hand human against human, and human against Neanderthal. From there, weapon development and effectiveness slowly improved. A thrown rock, a spear, a bow and arrow, a rifle, a cannon, a bomb, a nuclear missile, and now it had come full circle and gone back to the dawn of civilization. He alone, the human sacrifice, was once again the most effective weapon of choice, and there were no countermeasures available to contain it. Nothing else seemed to work. The most sophisticated weapons that the human race had ever created now exploded on takeoff, or simply disappeared from the bowels of a ship. Had warfare as was known now become redundant? What about the rest of the American military hardware? Did that still work, or could someone or something recreate the unlikely cruise missile scenario? Computers now controlled almost every form of weapons system. Had computers developed some form of artificial intelligence that was now preventing the human race from destroying itself? Could they use them against the human race? Was this the next phase in the evolutionary process? Was there a new dominant species about to emerge as an unfeeling, uncaring, invulnerable, and indestructible electronic species? Was this the will of the gods? Was this the implementation of the prophecy as written in the lost scriptures? Islam now had 3 billion potential weapons, and every one of them worked. None of Islam's weapons were dependent on computers. Self-sacrifice was Islam's weapon of choice. Group self-sacrifice simply added greater firepower to the Islamic arsenal. Chapter 18. The Journey. The embassy limo left the Cotswold cottage with the 5 passengers and driver, winding its way along the narrow, picturesque Cotswold roads before reaching the Fossway, the near 2,000-year-old Roman road that dissected the peaceful Cotswold countryside down the middle in an almost perfectly straight line. The occupying Romans knew that the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line, and built their roads accordingly in order to enable their legions to move quickly and effectively quell any form of rebellion or insurrection as it arose. From joining the Fosse, it was a comfortable 1-hour run to the motorway that would take them straight to the airport. The roads were strangely quiet for the time of year, late July. During the summer months, there would normally be almost bumper-to-bumper traffic, with holidaymakers and day-trippers sightseeing some of Britain's most beautiful and picturesque little villages and countryside. People stood huddled in little groups as they passed through each village. No one seemed to be doing any form of work. There were no tractors plowing up and down the fertile Cotswold soil. No combine harvesters tearing up the ripened wheat and eating away at the recently fledged ground-dwelling birds. Everything and everyone seemed to be frozen in time. Children were the only ones seemingly unaffected by the malaise. Fires were burning in every village, and strapping young men stripped to the waist and equipped with sledgehammers, or in many cases agricultural machinery, were busy demolishing century-old village churches that had recently been converted into mosques. The thatched roof of a chocolate box pretty cottage blazed in one of the villages. There were no fire engines to be seen. People stood around cheering. No one appeared to be concerned about the charred and blackened bodies of the two naked adults, or the screaming, severely burned child that was lying alongside the burning cottage. The people continued cheering. People who had not switched on their TVs and hypnotically absorbed the messages transmitted by the Jihada looked on in horror and disbelief as events unfolded around them. They had not been subjected to the subliminal messages of hatred. They had not been brainwashed. The gods looked on in silent approval. The cull was accelerating. All of the men in the car had the same sense of foreboding. Mutiny and rebellion was in the air, and they could feel it. Maybe the Jihada had made his move too soon. Maybe he had chosen the wrong move, the wrong country even. Britain had had enough of creeping Islamism. The British people wanted their country back. The imposition of Sharia law was maybe the straw that was about to break the camel's back. The Jihada's subliminal message had been the catalyst. The limo moved on. 50 bearded men and burqa-clad women pressed themselves against the walls of Westminster Abbey and yelled, "Allahu Akbar," 3 times. One man threw the switch, and 50 Muslims made the short journey to paradise. The walls of the old abbey crumbled. The roof came down onto the worshippers. Ambulances and fire engines arriving at the scene were attacked by gangs of bearded Muslim youths armed with axes and machetes. The drivers, paramedics, and firemen were dragged from their vehicles and beheaded by the youths, screaming Allahu Akbar as they hacked away at the still live bodies. Policemen were kept at bay by gunshot aimed directly into their ranks. Other than in the capital, not all British police were trained to carry firearms. Many chose not to. Those that were armed returned fire. A massive explosion brought down the walls and roof of the East London Mosque onto 7,000 Muslim worshippers. Gangs of white youths hurled lighted petrol bombs into the confused and blinded survivors as they stumbled out. Screams of agony mingled with shouts of, "Fuck Sharia! Fuck all Muslims!" Both the police and ambulance men stood by and prevented anyone from giving assistance to the few survivors. Now was finally the time to stand up for Britain against the damned bearded foreigners who were ruining their country and poisoning their racial purity with their dirty Muslim practices. Was this racial and religious bigotry, or were the indigenous people simply taking back what was rightfully their birthright? No one was aware of why this hatred had surfaced so quickly. The rage-contorted faces and the maniacal look in their eyes betrayed the ones who were no longer in control of their actions. The sky was heavy with smoke as the embassy limo turned off the motorway and made the 5-minute run to the airport entrance. A tank stood ready by the side of the road, its long barrel pointing down towards the motorway at the line of oncoming traffic. A dozen or so young soldiers nervously looked around for potential enemies as they chain-smoked cigarettes and tightly clung onto their rifles, relaxing their grip only to light another cigarette, their whole demeanor indicating both fear and hatred. They were expecting to come under attack at any time, but no one knew from which direction it would come or by whom. Theodore and his 2 CIA bodyguards showed their American IDs as the driver flashed his diplomatic pass to the young lieutenant who appeared to be in charge. The young lieutenant saluted as he spoke. "I would certainly love to be on that plane with you today, sir," he said, addressing and looking wide-eyed at Theodore. "I am afraid that this country seems to have reached the point of no return. Most of the cities in England are now on fire, and we are rapidly approaching a major civil war situation. We can't even trust our own soldiers. Thousands of them have joined the Muslims and are now turning our own weapons against us. They seem to have commandeered large amounts of ammunition and have distributed it among themselves, sir. Half of my troops that you can see here are carrying no live rounds at all, only blanks. Even the tank's steering system is inoperable. It is as if someone has sabotaged all the electronics, including the damned radio. I am unable to send any messages to or receive any messages from command. God knows when we are to be relieved or reinforced. What am I supposed to do if another troop suddenly appears? How will I know which side they are on if I cannot contact anyone? As the young officer was speaking, a military jet appeared from the direction of the motorway, the afterburners throwing out a bright orange sheet of burning fuel and gases. It was flying so low over the embassy car that the men could fleetingly see the pilot. The noise was so thunderously deafening that the men in the car clasped their hands over their ears, fearful of burst eardrums as the sonic boom hit them. The soldiers dived to the ground as if poleaxed, the young lieutenant standing his ground in a brave show of leadership. A couple of seconds later, a missile flying even lower followed in hot pursuit, its murderous intent quite obvious to the onlookers. I wish you the absolute best of luck, Lieutenant. Theodore looked sincere as he spoke. I fear, though, that things are going to get very much worse before they improve. We had better be moving on now. The young lieutenant sprang to attention on seeing Theodore's moving lips, completely unaware of the words spoken, his burst eardrums still ringing and beginning to bleed from the shattering noise of the jet's engines and the sonic boom. He saluted as the limo drove towards the airport terminal. His terrified soldiers resumed their original positions and lit more cigarettes. Hundreds of car alarms had suddenly come alive in the airport car park. In the distance, there was an explosion and a ball of flames as the missile found its target. Poor guy, the older and smaller of Theodore's bodyguard CIA men remarked. The pilot didn't look much older than my son, who was still at school. Why do you suppose that he was wearing no headgear at all? He must have been in one hell of a hurry to take off. I hope that he managed to eject in time. This really is a first, Theodore. Usually the military is up against an enemy that dresses like and mingles with the locals. Here they are up against men wearing the same uniform, and probably from the same regiment as they are. What the fucking hell has gone wrong with this country? Years of planning, Jack. Michael explained it all to us, Theodore remarked. These men have been in place for many years, patiently waiting for the sign or signal to make their move. The Jihada's 16th birthday was that sign. That is today, the day after Sharia law was passed by the British Parliament. That was certainly no coincidence. It is also my birthday. Michael smiled as he spoke. Everyone seems to have forgotten that. The limo drove slowly away as the 5 men entered the airport. The embassy driver had family in London, and no order other than from the President of the United States himself would force him to leave them. He thought long and hard about the route that he would have to take. Motorways, major towns, and cities had to be avoided if what the young lieutenant had told them was correct. He plotted a cross-country route, retracing his steps back through the Cotswolds, and if necessary he would ditch the car on the outskirts of London. The safety of his family was now the only thing on his mind. He passed Ahmed's lifeless body on his way home, and paid little attention. He had already passed many bodies on the way. He is here, Michael said softly as they walked through the airport entrance. I can feel him as well, Theodore replied. You said that I can do magic, so why can't I feel him? Michael and Theodore stopped walking. They looked at McNaught as he spoke before looking at each other questioningly. What are you carrying in your bag, Sir James, that we are not carrying? Theodore clapped his hands together. The shield from the cottage. Exactly. And if you cannot feel him, he cannot feel you. There is one chink in his armor that we now know of. You are completely invisible to him. As far as he is aware, you are not with us. Does that mean that I can go home to my wife now? McNaught laughed. She is due back from holiday soon, and will certainly be after more money. McNaught stopped talking, as an automatic weapon opened up 50 or so yards away, followed by the scream, "Allahu Akbar." Then came the flash, followed almost simultaneously by the explosive shockwave. This was no ordinary suicide bomb. They usually consisted of a few pounds of Semtex high explosive and a few hundred nails and ball bearings. This explosion was more than 100 times the size. The blast force would rip limbs from bodies over 100 feet away. It would burst eardrums irreparably throughout the terminal. It would shatter every pane of glass in the entire terminal. Casualties would be numbered in their hundreds, maybe even thousands. Time stood still, and once again McNaught witnessed the magic. The airport went silent. Bodies that a fraction of a second earlier had been flying through the air hung motionless several feet above the ground, accompanied by an assortment of limbs and severed heads. Millions of glass shrapnel patiently awaited their turn to slice open everything and everyone in their path. The 5 men continued walking through the eerie silence, out through the still intact door that in a few seconds was to become airborne for several hundred feet across the airport by the blast wave. They walked out toward the queue of planes waiting to take off. There was to be only one plane taking off from Birmingham Airport on this day. Little did the world know that the presidential plane was to be the last plane to take off from Birmingham Airport for a long, long time, if ever again. The takeoff was both hair-raising and fraught with danger, as passenger planes circling overhead awaited landing instructions from the dead air traffic controllers. A second suicide bomber had done the Jihada's bidding well. Soon the circling planes would be forced to land in fields, on traffic-packed motorways, some of them even in lakes as the fuel ran out. Many passengers would die this day. Air Force warplanes piloted by military-trained Muslim fanatics dressed in RAF uniforms accelerated the carnage by shooting down any civilian plane that came within range of their guns or missiles. They in turn were pursued by other warplanes and missiles. The skies over Britain became one gigantic computer game played out with real weapons and real people. The Battle of Britain was once again being reenacted and fought over British towns, cities, and countryside. From a height of 35,000 feet, the 5 men could observe and confirm what the young lieutenant had told them. Fires raged out of control in most of Britain's towns and cities. The British people had taken to the streets in angry protests at the imposition of Sharia law, and with a sudden inexplicable, overwhelming hatred of all things Muslim. To begin with, the protests had been relatively peaceful despite the anger. Their mood had soon changed as Muslims equally angry at the destruction of their holiest of shrines turned out in force to taunt and attack them. Armed police appeared on the streets. Shots were fired, often into the white crowds by both white and brown-faced Muslim police. Both white and brown-faced British Christian police fired at the Muslim police. The military appeared. The Muslim soldiers appeared to have most of the live ammunition and immediately began firing on their Christian colleagues, many of whom were equipped with blanks that could only ever go bang. Non-Muslim soldiers fixed ceremonial bayonets, and blinded by rage and hatred charged, often being mowed down by withering fire from the Muslims. Wherever possible, they took live weapons from dead Muslim soldiers and resumed battle, their well-trained officers leading the line. The streets of Britain became a reenactment of the First World War. Mankind was indeed beginning to regress. The streets of Britain became the rivers of blood, as had been predicted almost a century earlier by Enoch Powell, the by now much revered, saintly British politician. Powell's comments had cost him his political career, his near-genius mind, and his scholarly knowledge of history, having foreseen that ultimately Islam and Christianity would one day be locked in a winner-take-all conflict. He knew that as time progressed, so would weapons technology. This would serve to swell the rivers of blood into unstoppable raging torrents. There would be only one religion left standing. The final showdown between Islam and the rest of the world's religions was only just beginning, just as Powell had foreseen and predicted. The final crusade was now let loose on an unsuspecting and unprepared world. The body count rose exponentially as the non-Muslim section of the army began to acquire more weapons and ammunition. Hospitals could not cope. There were no Muslim doctors or nurses. 1/3 of all hospital staff were no longer available. Instead of saving lives, they were now engaged in taking them. Patients, both military and civilian, lay screaming in agony in hospital corridors, with no one to attend them. Ambulances were attacked and set on fire, their screaming passengers unable to escape the blaze. Muslims with bayonet and bullet wounds were ritualistically slaughtered outside of the hospitals. They had caused the problem. They and they alone must pay the ultimate price. The gods surveyed the genocidal conflict with a mixture of both satisfaction and disbelief. They wondered how evolution could have produced a species that was capable of creating so many things of such great beauty: architecture, art, poetry, music. A species of such compassion and a never-before-encountered strange emotion that they referred to as love. It was an emotion that they would willingly die for. The same evolutionary process had also created a species capable of inflicting great pain and suffering, not always in the pursuit of any form of gain or enhancement, often simply for the pleasure of observing someone or something suffering. This dominant species presented a threat to the entire universe. The presidential plane left the Welsh coastline and headed west across the Atlantic towards the safe haven that was America, passing over Ireland as it went. Ireland itself was no stranger to violence. Less than a century earlier, the country had teetered on the verge of civil war. On that occasion, Islam had not been involved. Catholic Christian had fought Protestant Christian, with the casualties running into many thousands. The Christian God had despaired as his own followers had fought against each other over which Christian church to attend. Allah and the other gods had approved of the carnage. They recognized that religion was the key to a successful culling of the species. Ireland's next religious war would not be Christian against Christian, however. There would only be room for one religion. There would only be Islam. Chapter 19. The meeting. President Michael Kenneth Steinberg sat in the White House meeting room with his CIA confidant, Mario Molinari, both men deep in thought. World events were moving much too quickly. The destruction of the holiest of all Islamic shrines had united and mobilized the entire Islamic world. In little more than a few hours, it was now apparent that all forms of world trade was affected, in many cases having been brought to a complete standstill. The Muslim nations had risen against all things American and Israeli, resulting in the complete destruction of American assets within the Muslim-controlled countries. Where there was little American or Israeli influence, the Muslim hordes turned their attention to the infidel, any infidel, his family, and all his possessions. The world's financial markets had ceased to function completely. All Arab monies, properties, and banks had firstly been frozen, and as the destruction of America's petrochemical plants, manufacturing facilities, and financial institutions continued, all Arab financial assets were confiscated. Supplies of Arab gas and oil were no longer leaving the Gulf. The events were too well orchestrated to be spontaneous. Years of planning had gone into the death and destruction that was occurring throughout the world. Neither man could see the sense or reasoning behind the destruction of all Western-owned oil wells, refineries, and terminals. This was how the Arab nations had made their vast wealth. It came as no surprise to them that this wealth, much of which was now held in sheets of paper called government bonds, would be either frozen or confiscated by the Western nations, particularly America. In one fell swoop, the debt of trillions of dollars owed to the Arabs by America had been eliminated. She simply would not honor the debt built up over decades of borrowing. America was secure in the knowledge that she was completely energy self-sufficient, and for the first time in over a century, was no longer the world's biggest borrower. America was no longer in the red, and at a stroke had once again become the world's richest nation. There was now only the question of the trillions that were owed to China and the more affluent countries of the Far East. We had better call them in now, Mario, the president said. I am beginning to run out of things to worry about. Before we do, though, have we heard anything from Theodore and that boy magician yet? Not a thing, sir, Mario replied with a shake of his head. It appears that all transmissions in whatever form to either Theodore or his CIA bodyguards are being completely blocked. The embassy confirmed that they were successfully picked up at the airport. After that, all correspondence with the embassy stopped. It appears that the only form of communication is on the military frequencies, and even those are being systematically blocked or hacked. The only positive news is that your plane survived the airport bomb and managed to take off. The problem, sir, is that if we received the message, who else did? That will be a big relief to Sally, Mario. She would have my fucking balls cut off if anything happened to her mobile home. How bad was the Birmingham airport bomb? Pretty bad, sir. Hundreds killed and thousands injured. The airport was packed with people trying to leave the country. It now appears that every airport in the UK is on total lockdown. All forms of air traffic control have been suspended since that lunatic opened fire in the control room at Manchester. We are also receiving reports of suicide bombers destroying the Scottish and London facilities. Everyone is too afraid to go into work. If you want to leave Britain, sir, you will have to swim. Every boat is packed solid. The French have even sealed off the Channel Tunnel, as they are expecting the terrorist attacks to escalate. So far, they have had bomb attempts on both the Eiffel Tower and the Louvre. Can you imagine the priceless paintings that would have been lost to the world if the Louvre bombing had been successful? Even the Mona Lisa isn't safe anymore, it seems. Fuck the Mona Lisa. The president gritted his teeth together and shook his head violently as he let forth a stream of profanities. Christ, Mario, Britain was our #1 ally. Her influence was essential to us. How are we going to control these fucking Muslims? If we are not careful, the whole thing is going to escalate into another world war, and I am more than a little concerned about our ability to stand our ground. We will be pretty powerless if our weapon systems are fucked, and from the reports coming through from Britain, their military has fuck all bigger than a pea shooter that is operational. Are we receiving any reports of problems in either Russia or China yet? They are the countries that concern me the most. Nothing coming in from China, sir. Russia has a bit of an insurrection in its Muslim areas, but from the reports I have been receiving from our agents, all their weapon systems appear to be working, and as you would expect, they are being pretty brutal with them. The president smiled and chuckled to himself as he spoke. If you think that the Russians are being brutal, Mario, wait until the Chinese butchers cut loose. Did you ever learn about the Tiananmen Square massacres a few decades or so ago? The military machine gunned down hundreds of peacefully protesting kids, and then run tanks over them. Bloodthirsty bastards, the Chinese. Anyway, let us bring the experts in. The president spoke into his intercom, and a dozen civilian White House aides and departmental heads, 7 men and 5 women, walked in and took their prearranged seats. The president had chosen the assembled personnel carefully in order to avoid any form of military influence. It was essential that all references to God or the gods were avoided, and desirable that the Jihada and the boy magician were kept secret. Of paramount importance, however, was that everyone in the room not only spoke the truth, but concealed not even the smallest scrap of information. The world was now balancing on a knife edge. One wrong move due to misinformation could push it into a non-winnable war. America would emerge triumphant militarily, but what kind of a world would winning leave? There was also the question of America's homegrown Muslims. There were literally millions of them. Would they become fifth columnist operating within the country? Were they American first or Muslim first? Where exactly did their allegiance and loyalties lie? He somehow felt naked and vulnerable without Theodore in attendance, and smiled as the vision of the emperor in his invisible clothes flashed through his mind. He was now the emperor, and Theodore the clothes. Why the hell did he let him go to England in pursuit of a kid? He was beginning to regret the decision. The president immediately got down to business, and turning to his head of foreign policy spoke softly. Kathleen, my dear, please give me some absolutely wonderful news on the embassy evacuations. Please tell me that everything has gone like clockwork. Kathleen Cromwell stood to speak. She was an imposing presence, and the possessor of a razor-sharp tongue if provoked or even questioned. Only White House records were aware of her age, and with her horn-rimmed spectacles and no evidence of either lipstick or makeup, she probably looked considerably older than she really was. Always dressed down, often with a manly-type tweed suit, she was universally considered to be the archetypal lesbian woman trying to make her way in an obvious male-dominated environment. Kathleen Cromwell was no lesbian, far from it. Her evening attire was that of a streetwalker, tailored to meet the requirements of a still pretty and youngish middle-aged woman, belatedly trying to recapture the youth that had been sacrificed in her pursuit of a successful career. Her stern, businesslike office presence contrasted sharply with her demure, yet predatory evening persona as she visited the nightclubs in the more salubrious districts of Washington. Only the president dare ever refer to her as, "my dear," without receiving a painful tongue-lashing. In the case of President Steinberg, however, it was taken as a high compliment and always delighted and physically stirred her. Like many women, she was readily seduced by power. Power sexually aroused her. If only she had taken advantage of these barely controllable urges when she had been young and beautiful. Why had she sacrificed so much for a career? She suddenly felt a little giddy at the president's words. Was he teasing her? Or did he possibly see her as the beautiful young woman she had once been? Tonight she would go out. Tonight she would close her eyes and imagine that the loser bouncing up and down on top of her was the president himself. That always had the desired effect. The president was fully aware of her double life, and despite being completely in love with his wife, envied her anonymity when prowling the streets for short-lived sexual gratification. No one at the upper end of government escaped CIA surveillance, not even the president himself. Many years before, it was rumored that the CIA had been responsible for the death of the actress Marilyn Monroe in order to conceal her affair with President Kennedy, the same president whose portrait now hung on the wall above the head of the current incumbent. President Clinton had not been so fortunate, as one of his indiscretions had almost led to his impeachment. "Mr. President, sir, are you sure that you only want to hear the wonderful news?" Kathleen Cromwell now had her sexual fantasy under control. Her underwear was, however, becoming quite moist. "That part of the news will not take me very long, sir. I am afraid that some of the not-so-wonderful news may well take considerably longer and depress you somewhat. Most of it is pretty sketchy and is being updated as we speak." President Steinberg laughed out loud, and casting a not-too-well-disguised glance at her breast replied, "Come on now, Kathleen. You know how I hate it when you tease me. Good news first, please, just to put me in a good mood." The good news was indeed in pretty short supply. Even though the order to evacuate all embassy staff from predominantly Muslim countries had been issued as soon as details of the Mecca bombing had become known, it had not been soon enough. News and pictures of the destruction had been broadcast on all televisions throughout the Muslim world as it had actually happened. The world's media was now firmly under the subliminal control of the Jihada. The similarities between the Mecca bombing and the 9/11 destruction of the Twin Towers was pretty much déjà vu, both of the events being watched by a worldwide audience of billions in real time. Within minutes, spontaneous riots had broken out throughout the Middle Eastern Arab countries, with their anger as always being directed at both Israel and the United States. Saudi Arabia had seen the first and the worst atrocities, with U.S. embassy staff being dragged through the capital's streets and publicly humiliated before being beheaded. Years of frustration because of the brutal repression by the Saudi royal family then surfaced. The people seized their chance. Now was the time for them to rise and protest. The mob's attention turned to the hundreds of Saudi princes and princesses who were to soon meet the same public fate as the embassy staff. The Saudi police and military disappeared from view, rapidly changing into civilian clothing, fearful that the angry mob may well turn against them. This bloodletting was broadcast to all Muslim countries on every Muslim TV channel throughout the world as it happened. The second and considerably more violent Arab Spring of the century had begun. Anti-Israeli and American anger quickly gathered momentum, and soon the rioting had traveled to North Africa before sweeping its way through the continent, stopping only at the borders of South Africa. There, the entire army was now fully mobilized and in action at its borders, fighting an immeasurable surge of humanity that were either fleeing for their lives or were busy trying to exterminate all the non-Muslims still trapped outside of the country. The Far East was a little slower to ignite. Muslim Malaysia and Indonesia had seen large gatherings in all of their major cities, but the police had so far managed to keep things under control. The southern provinces of Thailand had witnessed immediate mass genocide. Buddhist men, women, and children were slaughtered openly in the streets. Not even the Buddhist monks were spared. An enraged Thai army had responded in a similar fashion, and few Muslims were now alive in the entire country. Similar events happened in neighboring Myanmar, formerly British Burma. The few Muslims, Rohingyas, that were still alive were now hiding deep in the rainforests. The Jihada spared little time or thought to the Far East. Muslims in these regions were expendable. They were not part of the grand design and played little part in the overall plan. They were simply casualties of war. There were far more important areas to concentrate on. The Far East would be of no significance once the prophecy of the lost scriptures had been fulfilled. The people there were of little importance, as they were all going to perish once the time was right. A grim-faced president listened carefully as Kathleen Cromwell went through the list of countries one by one, reading from a number of sheets that were being constantly updated by her departmental staff even as she spoke. As she reported the good news of a successful evacuation of an ambassador and his family, it was often tempered by news of the slaughter of his entire staff before the helicopters had time to return. All too often the returning helicopters had themselves come under intense ground fire, and many had been destroyed. No military personnel were spared on these occasions, public beheadings being cheered on by the angry and excited Muslim mobs, and broadcast live on all Muslim TV channels throughout the world. There was to be little chance of resuming normal relations with these countries in the near, or probably even distant future. All U.S. embassies were systematically looted and either burned to the ground or blown up by explosives. The embassy staff, whether they were American or local personnel, were usually publicly beheaded. If they had worked for the American infidel, they were tainted, and it was not fitting for them to live among the true servants of Allah. Fucking hell. The filthy barbaric animals, the president continually repeated, as Kathleen, reading from her sheets, sometimes gave a little too graphic a description of a particular atrocity. None of the women in the room were particularly concerned at the president's language. The presidential vocabulary was well known throughout the White House. Only the First Lady ever objected. The president always apologized, then simply continued where he had left off. His wife had never accepted that the pigs on the presidential farm responded much better to such language. It was, however, a well-known fact among all pig farmers. As Kathleen Cromwell paused to draw breath after a particular graphic and harrowing account of a downed helicopter in Somalia, the president asked her to move on to the civilized world. "I do hope that you are not including Britain as part of the civilized world, Mr. President," she continued, a rather ironic smile creasing her face. "Things there are far from civilized. Most of Europe, with the exception of Sweden, which is already an Islamic state, seems to be balanced on a knife edge and is likely to explode at any moment. Britain, however, has dissolved into total anarchy. Not even the army can be trusted, as there are large factions that seem hell-bent on attacking and killing the native white population. That also includes the women and children. It also appears that there are aerial dogfights going on between pilots, many of whom are targeting civilian aircraft. I have arranged for all British-bound flights to be either diverted to whichever European airport can accommodate them, or to return to the States where possible. Most of the reports are pretty sketchy, but suicide bombing seems to have now become the national sport. The pattern of the past few years is also changing. The bombers are not just intent on killing as many people as possible, they seem to be working in ever larger groups of up to 40 or 50 people, blowing themselves up in order to bring down national institutions and monuments. Christian churches are their favorite places to atomize themselves. The British people are now either too afraid to venture outside of their homes, or are organizing themselves into vigilante groups and killing anyone suspected of being a Muslim. Sporting a beard is a virtual death sentence. There is no longer any law and order, sir. The society as we knew it no longer exists. What has everyone puzzled, sir, is that all of this has happened within hours of the Mecca bombing. It had to have been years in the planning. What about the embassy staff in Britain, Kath? Are Bill Ferguson and his family okay? They have only been there for a couple of weeks. The president's thoughts flashed to Kathleen Cromwell's last sentence as he spoke. The phrase "years in the planning" resonated around in his brain. 16 fucking years in the planning, he inadvertently said out loud to the surprise of everyone in the room. Only Mario Molinari understood the meaning of the president's words. I suppose that the best I can say is so far so good regarding Bill Ferguson and his family, sir. A group of suicide bombers blew a large hole in one of the walls, but the people inside were unharmed and are now behind a shield of Marines. Everything is holding up at the moment, but the body count outside of the embassy is now numbering in the hundreds. As incredible as it sounds, sir, people are still climbing over a mountain of bodies and trying to get inside despite our machine guns. Our other main concern north of the Mediterranean is France. Much of the outer suburbs of Paris are on edge and starting to bubble over. They do, of course, contain a substantial Muslim majority. It would appear that the president and the prime minister are offering the Muslim leaders a little too much leeway. The generals are not too happy with this and are poised to take over control at any moment. Okay, Kath, give me the big one, a grim-faced president said. You are of course referring to Israel, I presume, sir? The president nodded, secretly hoping that Armageddon was now underway in the country. With some reluctance, Kathleen Cromwell explained the situation in the Middle East. There had been a major insurrection by the Arabs living in Israel with countless suicide bombings and shootings. The whole country had been placed on a war footing, and the surrounding Arab countries were now mobilizing and moving their tank columns towards the Israeli border. 4 nuclear powers bordered Israel with a 5th, and much larger and substantially better armed Iran only a few missile minutes away. It was no longer a mystery as to how these smaller countries had acquired their nuclear missiles. Iran and its fanatical religious leadership had always hoped that one day it would totally eliminate the state of Israel without sustaining any damage to itself. In the event of a nuclear exchange, and using only these surrogate countries to wage war by proxy, an unscathed Iran would then be free to exercise total control over all of the Middle East. America had always been the deterrent, only now the American weapons no longer worked. One way or another, Iran seemed to have created a system of neutralizing America's missiles. If Iran suspected that America no longer presented a threat, the door was open to eliminate the Zionist plague forever. This, however, was only the party line, put out to cover the surreptitious sale of American nuclear weapons technology to Iran for further onward deployment in the 4 Arab nations bordering Israel. The presidential mole was aware of this, and so now was Israel. Being a presidential mole and a respected CIA operative, Mario Molinari was privy to all decisions and underhand plots of President Steinberg. In the president's mind, Mario was a true patriot. Mario was indeed a true patriot, but not to America. His many Middle East trips in search of the Jihada had allowed him to gather much sought-after intelligence information for Israel. Mossad, the highly secretive Israeli intelligence agency, had always been and still was the most effective intelligence-gathering organization in the world, and Mario's seniority within the CIA allowed him to stay well below the radar of suspicion as he passed on this information. Israel was well aware of both the Jihada and the lost scriptures, together with the timescale to which he was working. She knew that soon he would be turning his attention to the Middle East, and that almost certainly meant the total elimination of Israel. Plans had been in place ever since the birth of the Jihada. These plans now took shape. Israel would no longer be reactive to Arab aggression. she now became proactive. The first, Israeli-engineered and controlled, missile to be launched at Tel Aviv, the Israeli capital, was on its way as the American president was listening to Kathleen Cromwell's update on the Middle East situation. Israel was equipped with both her own and the latest American anti-missile technology, and exploded it shortly before it neared its target, suffering few casualties. No one suspected the Israelis of firing the missile at their own capital city, a false flag operation. As had always been planned, the Israelis replied in kind, and within minutes their missile wound its way to the Palestinian missile launch site. For no apparent reason, the missile suddenly changed direction, veered 180 degrees to the south, and landed with devastating effect on Palestine's holiest mosque in the middle of afternoon prayers. The Jihada had taken over control of the missile's guidance system. The Jihada could not kill people. That was against the rules of the universe. The gods were angry. Cameras were present and were already filming. The images of carnage immediately being flashed across an enraged Muslim world. 2 airborne Israeli warplanes on patrol within her borders also suddenly changed direction, and after a short supersonic flight, fired their missiles at mosques and schools in the capital cities of both Iraq and Syria, their pilots having lost all control of both aircraft and weapon systems. Again the cameras were present, and images of dead and mutilated children and worshippers were flashed across the Muslim world. Within minutes, Syrian, Iraqi, Jordanian, and Palestinian missiles rained down on Israel's cities and villages. They were already manned, primed, and targeted. Nowhere was spared. Syrian, Jordanian, and Iraqi bomber planes, together with hundreds of suicide bombers that had been working within the state of Israel, accelerated the apparent destruction. The Israeli people retreated deep into the bomb-proof shelters that had been under construction ever since the birth of the Jihada, her Iron Dome defensive shield neutralizing most of the attacking missiles and bombs. Israel now had little choice but to act. There was no time to contact her treacherous American allies. Total genocide beckoned if the Arab nations were to go nuclear. The Arab tank columns began to cross the borders and move into Israel. Total annihilation of the Israeli state and its people now seemed inevitable. The Israeli nuclear button was pressed. The Israeli nuclear war machine went into its pre-programmed overdrive. Israel's nuclear weapons did work, all of them. They had been manufactured in America in the Israeli-owned and controlled plants. Few nuclear missiles remained within their Israeli silos. If the state of Israel was to be destroyed, there were to be no victors to celebrate the destruction. The Middle East became the nuclear Armageddon the world had sought to avoid ever since the Hiroshima and Nagasaki nightmares that ended Japan's resistance at the end of World War II. The Hiroshima atomic bomb was aptly named Little Boy. It was a relative baby. Modern weapons contained 100 times more destructive power. It was often said that the only creature that could survive a nuclear holocaust was a cockroach. No cockroaches survived this Middle Eastern holocaust. There was no air to breathe, and the ground itself bubbled at several thousand degrees Celsius, as the earth's crust fractured, and the source of all Arab wealth, the black gold called oil, spewed forth and ignited. The Israel victory was total, and was secretly welcomed by Iran. Her secret alliance with Israel had always been a tenuous one. Nevertheless, Iran was in a win-slash-win situation. Her newly acquired empire would be relatively uninhabitable for a few years, as nothing would grow on a sea of glass. However, her pact with Israel was still intact. She had stayed out of the conflict and had survived. Fucking hell, fucking hell, was the president's inevitable and not unexpected response, as the news was brought in by one of Kathleen Cromwell's staff just as the meeting was about to be ended. The destruction of much of the Middle East was still taking place as the president swore. This was happening on his watch. It was happening to a country that he on behalf of the American people had treacherously sworn to protect. It got worse, much worse. His initial report had only been of the missile and bombing attacks on Israel. Soon, news of Israel's nuclear response started to flood in. No one in the room spoke. No one had the ability to speak. They were immobilized in a nightmarish time warp. Visions of their own impending doom flashed through their minds. For over a century, MAD had prevented the world from entering into any form of nuclear conflict, yet now it had finally happened. What would be the response of the rest of the world? All the world's major powers now possessed nuclear weapons. They also now had the rocket technology to deliver them to all parts of the globe. America had sold them that technology in return for greater influence in their political and financial affairs. Was she about to reap what she had sown? Only America had the defensive shield to prevent a nuclear attack. However, if enough missiles were to rain down on her, even America could possibly be overwhelmed. The president suddenly felt that his head was about to explode. Was this really taking place on his watch? No country would possibly initiate a nuclear first strike? The first missile to land on Israeli soil had been a little more than 1 hour before Israel had pressed the nuclear button. Why hadn't the Israelis waited for America to intervene? Half the damned American fleet was in or around the Gulf or the Eastern Mediterranean and had enough firepower to subdue the entire Arab nation without resorting to nuclear weapons. Why had Israel so suddenly decided to self-destruct? There seemed to be no logic in it whatsoever. Israel had known that America would not intervene. She may have continued to make all the appropriate noises, but deep within President Steinberg's administration was a very definite undercurrent of anti-Israeli sympathy. The people in power were aware of the financial stranglehold that Israel exerted over the American finances. The elimination of the State of Israel would solve many problems. The gods approved. 2,000 years of planning were now falling into place. The Jihada looked on with a mixture of anger and satisfaction. The death of millions of Muslims had no bearing on the outcome, even though it had not been in his overall plan. It was now time to focus his attention elsewhere. It was time to concentrate on the great Satan itself. Firstly, there had to be a breakdown in the whole fabric of law and order, and piece by piece the whole rotten infidel-controlled edifice would come tumbling down. His formidable powers bore down on America. His powers of mind control and mass hypnosis were employed. The American infidels would unwittingly contribute to their own self-destruction. Only his brother stood in his way. He was aware that Michael was now beyond his reach. He was also aware of the extra powers of McNaught and Theodore that Michael could now call on. Their combined power was greater than his own considerable power. He could feel the growing powers of McNaught. Soon, he would no longer be in control. He would have to break the rules of the universe and call upon Allah for assistance. The prophecy of the lost scriptures was absolute. Allah had waited a long time for this moment. He had waited 1,500 years since the arrival of his Prophet Mohammad. Allah would allow him to break the rules of the universe. Whatever needed to be done would be done. There would only be Islam. Chapter 20. The Rules. On leaving the Welsh coastline, a shell-shocked Theodore Warburton and an equally disturbed Sir James McNaught settled into the luxury that was the presidential plane. This was not Air Force One, the platform from which President Steinberg would direct the next World War. This was known among his friends as quite simply, the Palace. Sally, the president's wife, loved the plane, and always referred to it as her mobile home. After all, the interior decor was mostly of her choice. The previous First Lady had overseen the luxurious fittings and decor in what was then a brand new aircraft. However, as with most women of power, even if only assumed power, it was of the greatest importance that the new First Lady's stamp of her own identity and personality were indelibly enshrined throughout the aircraft. The two CIA men sat either side of Theodore and McNaught at a polished business table, and Michael, the boy magician, sat opposite with the two CIA men that had greeted them as they had climbed on board. Frank, an exceptionally large man with a Zapata mustache, and the senior of the CIA contingency, who had traveled with them from the Cotswold cottage, dabbed at a trickle of blood that had soaked through his trouser leg. He had sustained a slight wound to his thigh as he was about to close the plane door. Perhaps it was simply a stray bullet from the gun battle that was by now raging within the undamaged section of the airport. It was, however, more likely to have been an aimed bullet. The fatwa on Michael and McNaught had been broadcast on every UK TV channel, and close on 20 million UK Muslims would willingly go to paradise for the privilege and honor of carrying it out. It was no coincidence that the massive airport explosion had taken place seconds after they had entered the terminal. Theodore asked the recently arrived CIA men for an update on the overall situation. Little was forthcoming. Little was known. Since arriving at Birmingham Airport, all forms of communication other than the reporting of the imposition of Sharia law appeared to be blocked. Often all that was transmitted across the whole spectrum was an Arabic call to arms to Muslims across the world. Every TV channel in the UK was transmitting the same message 24 hours a day. Most of the TV channels throughout the world were also transmitting this message. "We can try to transmit now, sir, if you would like," offered Frank. "There is a good chance that we can transmit and receive on an American military frequency." Theodore nodded at the man as he spoke. "Anything that comes through, Frank, put on speaker, please. After what we have just been through, I think it is fair to say that there are no secrets on this plane." Everyone around the table smiled. The smile was one of both relief and release. And McNaught's thoughts strayed to the young lieutenant that had spoken to them at the airport. Was he still alive, he wondered? Michael and Theodore were listening in to McNaught's thoughts, and as he became aware of it, he blocked them out. Both Theodore and Michael smiled at each other. They had chosen wisely. McNaught's powers were growing rapidly. Soon, not even the Jihada would be able to unlock his mind. Michael thought back to the hypnotic power struggle he had with him in the car. On that occasion, he had won, and had eventually managed to break his resistance. McNaught had taken him to the very limits of his powers. He doubted that the outcome would be the same in any future battle of wills. McNaught was indeed acquiring an ever-accelerating power of magic. All thoughts of magic suddenly disappeared as the speakers burst into life, and the president's voice was heard. "Theodore, where the fucking hell have you been? Mario has been trying to contact you for ages. All hell has broken loose all over the fucking world. Every bastard wants to kill everyone else, and I hear that in the UK the end of the world has arrived. Is everyone okay, and did you manage to get hold of the boy wonder? The way that things are taking off at the moment, the only thing that is likely to restore any kind of order is the magic you reckon he possesses. If you are wrong, we are in deep, deep shit, and so is the rest of the fucking world." When worried or agitated, the president's use of an ever-increasing range of expletives increased along with his blood pressure. "Yes, Mr. President, sir." Theodore nodded at both Michael and McNaught as he spoke. "I do indeed have the boy wonder as my prized possession, and other than a slight scrape on Frank's leg, we are all at one." "You are right about the UK, though, sir. It does appear to be total anarchy." Interestingly, Michael had just explained to us how the Muslims had managed to gain a majority in the Houses of Parliament not more than a couple of hours before they played their hand and voted in total Sharia law. That, and the bombing at Mecca, is what set the ball rolling over here, and everything simply escalated out of control from there. Didn't the idiots know that this would happen? The president was now shouting in anger. "It seems pretty obvious to me. What the hell did they expect when they overturned hundreds of years of tradition and handed their country over to the fucking Muslims?" Michael nodded at Theodore, who went on. "It appears that this escalation into anarchy was their intention in the first place. Worse still, sir, many of the higher ranks within the armed forces and the police service have been infiltrated by undercover Muslims and seem to have secured the majority of the weapons. Have you received any news on their nukes?" President Steinberg sounded genuinely concerned. "I have instructed the military boffins to initiate a code red and jam the detonation system on everything that we have delivered to them. Unless they have cracked the code, they will be totally inoperable. I didn't want them to be aware of it, but I really had no choice but to let their prime minister know." "No, sir. We have been virtually blind since we first entered the country. All that the radios and televisions are pumping out are war messages for all Muslims. They are calling for every man, woman, and child to die for Allah who awaits them in paradise. From what I have seen, many of them are already there. However, as long as the Prime Minister and his cabinet are still on board, the situation with their nuclear weapons is pretty stable. I think that the code red was essential, sir, at least until the political situation stabilizes. Unless they try to use them, they will remain totally unaware of its existence, as long as the Prime Minister can be trusted, that is. Okay, Theodore, get in as quick as you can. I am in a meeting now, and I have just heard that our friends the Israelis and the Palestinians are growling at each other again. We need to jump in on that one pretty quickly before they start throwing punches and biting each other. The last thing that we need is another fucking problem in the Middle East. The problem in the Middle East hadn't yet turned into biting and punching. That was still a couple of hours away. The Jihada hadn't yet turned his attention to the region. The radio went quiet as Frank, the CIA man, spoke. It's going to kick off this time, you know. The Arabs saw what happened to our cruise missiles. The Admiralty think that they had kept it hushed up, but from the whispers that we are receiving, I mean those that are being picked up by our Middle East operatives, they now feel that for the first time ever, they can strike and obliterate Israel without any fear of reprisals from the U.S. It is going to kick off for sure, and I reckon that this whole Muslim uprising is pointing in that direction. The entire Arab nation has always wanted the elimination of Israel, both as a race and as a country. I've got a feeling, though, that if they do, they will have bit off more than they can chew. We are getting mixed messages from our operatives in Israel. Most of them, I am fairly sure, are coming directly from Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service. No one has any idea what Mossad are up to, and never have had. So when information starts to leak from them, it is because they want it to. Mark my words, the Israelis are planning something big. Something very big, and it will be coming pretty soon. It's a good theory, Frank, cut in Theodore. But why involve the rest of the world? The bombing of Mecca was always going to ignite the Muslim world, but where does Britain, Africa, and the Far East fit into a plot to get rid of Israel? What you say may well happen, but surely that would only be a subplot. There is something much more sinister than a subplot that only involves the Israelis and the Palestinians, and I am sure that Michael is just dying to explain. Michael smiled, bowed his head slightly, and as his eyes looked upwards, he passed a thought to Theodore. McNaught read the thought, and without hesitation spoke to Theodore in a commanding tone, and in a voice that boomed throughout the cabin. You told us, Theodore, that you entered the mind of the Jihada at the airport without him being aware of it. I think that it is now a fairly good time to tell us what you found there. Before Theodore had time to reply, Frank butted in. Excuse me, gentlemen. Looking at where the sun is, we appear to be flying due north, and are no longer over the sea. That looks like snow or ice below us, and we are pretty damn close to it. We are most certainly not at 35,000 feet like the pilot said. In fact, we are well within handheld missile range, particularly those damned French missiles that are cropping up all over the place. As the men on board crowded towards the windows, ice and snow was exactly what they saw. There was no land between England and America other than Ireland, and as Ireland was not covered in snow at the end of July, where the hell were they? The cockpit door opened, and a worried-looking co-pilot entered the cabin. We seem to have a problem, gentlemen, he said calmly, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. We have lost all control over the aircraft, and we haven't got a clue where we are. 1 minute we were on autopilot over the Atlantic, and the next minute the plane had changed course. Crazy as it seems, we appear to be over the polar ice cap heading God knows where. The compasses and direction finders are all spinning wildly. Captain Reisenberg seems to be in some sort of a trance, and will not respond to anything I say to him. Theodore took immediate control of the situation, and nodding to the 2 CIA men sitting opposite said, Please bring Captain Reisenberg into the cabin here to join us, forcibly if necessary, and turning to the co-pilot said calmly, Please set the plane back onto autopilot and come and join us also. But sir, the co-pilot was almost shouting, his voice rising to a near falsetto as the sweat now running down his face began to soak into his shirt. You don't seem to understand. The plane is descending rapidly, and we are heading for a mountain range about 10 miles to the north. I've got to take over the controls from the pilot. That is aviation law. Please do as I say, Theodore said firmly. There is nothing that you can do with the controls. The co-pilot immediately accepted a command delivered in the unchallengeable tone that Theodore had just given. There was an air of indisputable authority that was to be obeyed without question. He left the cabin only to return a minute or so later, and strapping himself into a vacant seat, looked at Frank as he spoke. I am not in agreement with this, Frank. Unless I take control of the plane and do it now, we are all going to die. You are the senior CIA man on board. Surely you can countermand this stupid order? Look out of the window, Frank. That isn't the Atlantic. Oh fuck. Look at that. We are heading for an erupting volcano. McNaught suddenly felt fear. After all the attempts on his life these last couple of days, he had decided that he wanted to live. He did not want to die in the raging volcano that was now clearly visible through the cabin window. Michael read his thoughts, and together with Theodore flashed a message to him. He smiled and sat back in his chair, carefully monitoring any movement of the pilot and co-pilot that may endanger them. They must not touch the controls. No one must touch the controls. The pilotless plane flew steadily lower towards the bright red fire that engulfed the mouth of the erupting volcano. Flames, and a plume of angry black smoke containing rock particles and boulders, the size of a family car, shot skywards with a roar that shook the very fabric of the plane. The passengers could now feel the radiant heat as the paint on the wings and fuselage began to bubble and catch fire. Very soon the aviation fuel would ignite and explode. The co-pilot undid his seatbelt and ran towards the cockpit, only to be rugby tackled by the nearest CIA man, who held the screaming man down in a tight, choking headlock. The by now petrified CIA passengers and the restrained co-pilot screamed simultaneously in terror as the plane tilted onto its side and disappeared into the open mouth of the erupting volcano. Items flew around the cabin, and cups of coffee emptied themselves over the seated screaming men. Only Michael, Theodore, and McNaught remained silent and outwardly calm. The plane was now back at 35,000 feet and flying over the Atlantic Ocean on its way to America. There was no spilt coffee, and everything else in the cabin was in its rightful place. Captain Reisenberg looked around the cabin in amazement, his mind a complete blank as to the series of events that had just unfolded. Your brother Michael? Asked McNaught, casually stroking his beard downwards from his chin. Michael smiled and nodded. So it didn't really happen then. He simply took over control of our minds, and we thought that it was reality. His powers must be limitless. No, Sir James, Theodore interrupted. His powers are not limitless, and it did really happen. Furthermore, he does not have the ability to take over your mind. Both Michael and I have tried to do that. You have the power to resist. Soon, you will have far greater power than even he can imagine. As he spoke, Theodore took from his pocket a small battery-operated dictaphone and played back the screams of the CIA men. It did happen, gentlemen. It was very, very real. Frank, the wounded CIA operative, looked deeply into Theodore's eyes. Frank could not read minds, yet years of training in CIA work had taught him never to leave a question unasked, particularly one as perplexing as this one. How did you know that we wouldn't all die, Theodore? We flew straight into the mouth of an erupting volcano. I could feel the heat. Furthermore, I am still sweating and was pretty much on the verge of literally shitting myself. Theodore smiled as he saw the other men in the cabin smiling, and paused for a few seconds before answering. I have been into the Jihada's mind, Frank, when his guard was down. Only for a split second. Maybe even less than that. It was long enough. I have an eidetic memory, and at a glance I read the whole book of his mind. I know everything about him from his childhood to his plans for the fulfillment of the lost scriptures. He does have limits to his powers. he cannot kill. That would break the rules of the universe. He can only control people to do his bidding. As long as our plane was pilotless, and not under our control, he was unable to crash it. That would have meant killing us. Michael is exactly the same. I haven't needed to enter Michael's mind as he told me so himself. What about Allah, Michael? Asked McNaught, his hand scratching his chin through his beard. If we pose such a threat to the lost scriptures, why didn't Allah kill us? That would have been against the rules of the universe, Sir James. The gods can only create. They cannot destroy. They leave that to whatever dominant species have evolved on the planet. Frank, unconsciously imitating McNaught's scratching action on his own chin, looked firstly at Michael, and then at each of the other seated men in turn before speaking. Michael, I am not too sure that I believe in any of this God thing, but you seem to be implying that there are other inhabited planets with your reference to dominant species in the plural. Of course there are other inhabited planets. Michael seemed genuinely surprised at the question, his voice rising by almost an octave. You didn't honestly think that out of the millions of planets and the billions of galaxies, life could only evolve on one of them, did you? The gods create the planets, and then evolution takes over. The gods then play no further role in the future of the planet. Why then are they interfering with our planet, Michael? McNaught asked in an accusing tone, at the same time pointing his index finger at the young magician. There is an overly complex answer that will cover a very simple question, Sir James. Michael stroked his chin, mocking McNaught's frequently used yet unconscious mannerism as he replied. Since before time began, the creative work of the gods has always been usurped by evolution. The gods have no control over evolution. It just always occurs whenever conditions allow it to. Sometimes it takes billions of years for the first and most primitive of life forms to appear, and billions of years for a destructive dominant species to evolve from that primitive life form. Without exception, though, throughout the universe, a dominant species has always emerged that threatens the very existence of its planet. Millions of planets have been destroyed by the emergence of their own particular dominant species by the invention of weapons of immeasurable power that have run out of control, computers and artificially created intelligent life forms that have taken control, the creation of indestructible chemical and biological agents, bacteria and viruses that have evolved to resist all forms of antidote or vaccine, the total depletion of natural resources, even the destruction of the atmosphere. What about things like volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis? Why not create more of those to reduce the dominant species and prevent it from destroying itself? Were the gods not responsible for the asteroid that destroyed the dinosaurs? McNaught was again scratching his bearded chin as he spoke. These are natural events that the gods have no control over, Sir James. The gods cannot kill. That is against the rules of the universe, and that is why the Jihada was returned to the planet. His mission is to prevent the human race from destroying itself and the planet. This will be achieved by arranging for the dominant species to do the job themselves. You have just witnessed the beginning of such an action. Britain is not the only country that has been chosen. The whole of the world is his battleground, and he has chosen the power of Allah to achieve his objective. Ultimately, this action will save the planet. The lost scriptures are the means by which he will achieve this. The men all sat in stunned silence before McNaught finally spoke. Where do you fit into all this, Michael? The theory of the lost scriptures saving the planet seems to be pretty sound to me, even though I may not agree with the methods chosen, or the religion that it leaves behind. Michael looked around the cabin with a smile on his face before he spoke. Gentlemen, the gods recognized the problems facing this planet a little over 2,000 years ago and tried to correct them by peaceful means. You did not listen. They had seen the early warning signs of a species of immense intelligence and creative ability, yet a species hell-bent on an ever-accelerating path towards its own self-destruction. There was nothing new to them in what they saw. It was simply a repeat of what inevitably happens to every planet at the end of its life. The dominant species always eventually self-destructs and takes with it all other life forms. The dominant species on this planet cannot stop breeding and commandeering more and more of the planet's surface and the planet's resources at the expense of all other life forms. It is unable to control its numbers and has to be culled. We are not animals, Michael. Surely in the future, we will learn how to live in a sustainable world? The CIA men nodded in unison at Frank's words. Shaking his head and smiling, Michael continued. On this particular planet, Frank, evolution has created a species so advanced that it can now control all forms of viruses and diseases. At the same time, it is eliminating most of the other life forms that help to maintain a sustainable balance. It has so far resisted all forms of control that the gods have imposed. The gods created a benign religion 2,000 years ago that initially resulted in a limited form of culling by means of fear of the unknown. This soon developed into persecution and warfare. A rival and more uncompromising religion was created by Allah against the will of the gods, 1,500 years ago, to plan for this very moment. The human race is now embarking on its own self-culling program, without being aware of why it is doing it. In reality, it isn't even aware that it is doing it. The Jihada has planted a barely controllable hatred into the subconscious God gene of people of all religions. Everyone seated in the plane's presidential cabin was familiar with the term God gene. Religious leaders had for decades dismissed its very existence. There is no such thing, they always argued. There is only God himself. Michael continued. As to the question of why I am here, the Christian God refused to accept the nature of the culling, preferring a less destructive form of natural selection. I am here to prevent the excesses of my brother. Allah is not pleased. I should not have been born. Whenever the gods need to cull a dominant species, they always observe the rules of the universe and present a counterbalance in order to ensure that the rules are never broken or biased in favor of one particular god. It has always been so since before time began. Everyone in the cabin sat in silence for quite a considerable time, each man trying to digest the information that Michael had passed over. Both Theodore and McNaught felt that he was holding something back. Theodore probed Michael's mind. Michael blocked him. McNaught took the opportunity to enter, and suddenly jumped back in his chair. His face turned a ghostly white, and his hands began to tremble as he spoke. Jesus Christ, you have both been here before. That means that the Jihada is the Prophet Mohammad, and you are... Oh no, please tell me that all this is just a dream. I have been an atheist all my life. The plane flew on towards America. The Jihada was listening in to the conversation. Both Theodore and Michael had dropped their guard as their minds fought each other. He had entered and moved on unnoticed. He had not been able to enter McNaught's mind, but as he had probed the minds of both Michael and Theodore, he had momentarily been vulnerable. McNaught had seized the opportunity. A clearer picture of the Jihada's plans and intentions was beginning to emerge. McNaught's powers were now increasing exponentially. It would not be long before McNaught would have control over Michael, Theodore, and the Jihada. At the moment, he was unsure of his next move once he had taken control. He was also unsure of where these powers were coming from. There is no magic was now a redundant expression. There was magic, and he was now the one on whom the greatest powers of magic were bestowed, but from where and by whom? What was the purpose of these powers? Were they being dispensed by Allah or by the Christian God? Could there possibly be more than the two gods as Michael had implied? Every civilization since before records began had worshipped a multitude of gods. People from different continents who had never been in contact with each other had similar names and alleged powers for their own gods. Could all these gods possibly exist for real? If not, why had these civilizations worshipped them? There had never been any logical explanation other than the theory of the god gene. So where did the idea to create all of these gods originate? What if all of these gods really existed? The multitude of Roman gods, the Greek, Norse, Mayan, and Inca gods, the sun god, Thor the god of war. Was Aphrodite as beautiful as the ancient Greeks had believed? he began to wonder where exactly he fitted in. Deep down in the deepest and darkest recesses of his mind, he knew that there was an answer to all of these questions. Some unknown force was at work preventing him from accessing this information. His own mind was the only one on Earth that he could not unlock. Chapter 21. On home soil. The presidential plane landed at Andrews Air Force Base close to Washington to be met by the president's own bomb and bulletproof limo. Theodore had planned well and never left anything to chance. Climbing into the limo, the CIA men formed a protective shield around McNaught, Michael, and Theodore, at the same time signaling to the military snipers that were strategically positioned around the base. Safe at last, Frank, the lead CIA man, closed his eyes and let out an audible sigh of relief. I honestly almost shit myself as we flew into that volcano. I could barely stand the heat on my face. It felt like I was melting. What I can't understand, though, is how the burning and melting paint on the aircraft was suddenly restored back to normal. Everyone in the limo burst out into spontaneous laughter. Even Theodore recognized the unintentional absurdity of Frank's comments. With laughter radiating from his hypnotically blue eyes and a big grin on his bearded face, McNaught broke in. Yes, Frank, the bit about the paint has me a little puzzled. The 2,000-mile shift into the mouth of a volcano and then back again is easily explained, but the paint, now that's a mystery. Theodore fixed McNaught with a serious stare. Everyone else was laughing out loud. Even Frank. What exactly had McNaught said that so amused everyone? When people laugh, he mused, do they really feel genuine pleasure, or is it something built into their DNA? His eidetic memory scanned his inbuilt dictionary for an explanation. The laughter stopped abruptly as a bullet bounced off the bodywork and windows. The well-positioned military snipers were quickly in action, and a half-dozen would-be assassins soon lay dead. The enemy was already at the gate, but was unidentifiable, their only break from the normality of American life being an affiliation to a secret 1,500-year-old religious script, an allegiance known only to a handful of the faithful, yet a psychologically programmed allegiance that was to rule and ultimately destroy the very doctrine that it preached. The CIA men in the limo were confused. How did the assassins know where and when the plane would be landing? There had been no communication between the aircraft and the military base throughout the journey until a few minutes before reaching the American coastline. They themselves were unaware of the landing location. There would have been no time to position the assassins. Military snipers were now positioned at all American military bases as Islamic attacks were becoming ever more frequent. Both Theodore and McNaught read their minds and understood their confusion, themselves unable to answer the question. Michael smiled. The answer was quite apparent. Theodore had told the Jihada during the flight, when he had entered his thoughts, as both he and Theodore had fought to block each other. At that point, they were at their most vulnerable. Both Theodore and McNaught nodded as Michael flashed the answer to them. After a short journey under armed escort, Theodore, McNaught, Michael, and their 3 CIA bodyguards were ushered into the White House and the president's personal safe room, where the president and Mario Molinari were already seated and deep in conversation. Both men stood to greet the new arrivals. The president viewed the party for a few seconds before speaking, and looking directly at Michael with a whimsical expression on his face said, I presume, Theodore, that this young man is Michael, the young magician that I have heard so much about, the one that can perform real magic. Show me some real magic, please, Michael, before we sit down. I do need a bit of convincing before I am prepared to accept all these stories about the gods and what they intend to do with all of us. Michael walked towards the president, and without taking his dark and deep soulless eyes away from the president's eyes, handed him a wallet before speaking quietly. I believe that your credit card expires at the end of this month, sir. An open-mouthed president took possession of his own wallet, a wallet embossed in gold with the presidential seal, a wallet that seconds before had been in the inside pocket of his jacket, lying over the back of a chair some 5 yards away. He opened it and checked the expiry date on the credit card. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped even lower in disbelief. Theodore and McNaught smiled at the look of shock horror that appeared on the president's face. It was not a condescending smile from either of them, more a look of genuine pleasure, coupled with an expression of relief that from now on, a very stubborn and headstrong president would be receptive to much of the information and countermeasures which they were about to propose. Bringing the military men on board would be considerably more difficult. Being in control of the world's most effective and destructive weapons always produced an uncomplicated yet uncontrollable feeling of omnipotence to the military mind. There was never a problem in their own particular world that could not be resolved by either a threat or a military response. McNaught was introduced, and his special qualities explained, qualities that did not in any way compare to the magic that Michael had just performed. A questioning thought suddenly entered and flashed through his mind. "Oh, yes you can, Sir James." Michael had spoken without speaking. Theodore confirmed also without speaking. With a follow-me hand gesture, President Michael Kenneth Steinberg beckoned the party to sit down, newfound confidence producing a warm feel-good factor. He had felt naked and vulnerable, an emperor wearing invisible clothes, an emperor without clothes when missing the presence of Theodore. Now he had new allies, allies that he felt he could trust, allies that he felt may just allow him to turn the Islamic tide in his favor. Events were moving along at a frightening pace, and at the moment any thought of a proactive plan was redundant before it could even be discussed. All that he had at his disposal was a pretty ineffectually reactive damage limitation program. "What the fuck is going on, Theodore?" the president asked. "What is the grand plan? Things are moving much too quickly to be just spontaneous. Is this Jihada fellow orchestrating all of this?" "Pretty much so, sir. But the grand plan is relatively simple. It involves the elimination of all people on earth that are not Muslim. There will only be Islam, is what is written in the lost scriptures, and the entire Muslim world is interpreting this literally." The president looked at Michael as he spoke. "Should we interpret this literally? And can your brother achieve this, Michael, without destroying all life on earth? Can't you speak to him? There must be something that the richer nations on earth can give him in order to stop him. What exactly is he after? Money, power, world domination? Have we got another Hitler or Stalin on our hands?" "I can speak to him any time that I wish to, sir. Even now. There is no power on earth, or any form of material wealth that interests him. He answers only to Allah. If only one person survives on earth, sir, and that one person is Muslim, then the prophecy of the lost scriptures will have been fulfilled. It is not about numbers. Numbers are irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. The Christian God brought me back again in order to prevent such an outcome." President Steinberg had a very sharp brain and responded immediately. "Brought you back again, Michael? You mean that you have been here before?" Michael's dark and deep soulless eyes penetrated inexorably into the president's mind and inner thoughts. The president understood. He did indeed have a very sharp brain. The president and Mario filled in Michael, Theodore, and McNaught with all the up-to-date information regarding the ever-escalating world turmoil. Theodore entered the conversation. "The Israeli first strike that has destroyed the 4 Arab countries wasn't the Jihada's plan, sir. The idea was for a nuclear first strike on Israel before she could fire off any of her own nuclear missiles. That would have opened up the whole of the Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean and totally destroyed the world's financial system, which is virtually controlled by the Israelis. The whole world would have had to revert back to trading in colored beans. Every country would have become totally ungovernable and would certainly have led to mass rioting and probably millions of deaths. For a number of years, the human race would have reverted back to the Stone Age, ruled by whoever managed to get their hands on the most weapons." "How the hell do you know all that, Theodore? Did he tell you?" "Well, in a way I suppose he did at the airport, sir. He just wasn't aware that he was doing it at the time, and by the time he discovered my intentions it was too late. I had extracted and retained everything relating to his future plans." President Steinberg rested both his elbows on the desk in front of him, clenched both of his fists together, and rested his chin on them. He then closed both of his eyes and said in resignation, "Okay, Theodore, and exactly what other useful information did he volunteer that might just save me from having to grow a beard and never eat pork chops and bacon sandwiches again?" Everyone in the room smiled. Theodore was once again unsure whether the president was joking at his expense or not. He had never seen the funny side of any joke that he had ever been told. They all seemed so pointlessly irrelevant and illogical. Where he came from, no one ever made jokes. There are no such things as jokes. He knew though to laugh when everyone else did, and didn't want to stand out too much. His enormous intellect and his eidetic memory were already enough to set him on a different course to everyone else. He suddenly realized that every time someone made a joke, the same thought process flashed through his mind. McNaught for the first time read into Theodore's insecurities. What was it that made him so different to everyone else, he wondered. Embarrassed, Theodore blocked him, at the same time wondering why he could feel embarrassment but could not feel or understand humor. Theodore started to speak, at the same time looking upwards as if seeking divine inspiration. "Firstly, sir, the Jihada is modifying his plans as events unfold. He did not expect Michael to live through the explosion at the Aspen Club back in England, and now Michael represents a serious threat. His powers are still well in advance of Michael's, as he has spent his whole life in preparation for this moment. He is, however, now confronted with the minds of Sir James and me. The three of us together represent the most serious threat that he is likely to encounter to the implementation of the lost scriptures. For that reason, our lives will be in constant danger. Very soon, though, the growing powers of Sir James will far outstrip any earthly powers that the Jihada possesses. He is aware of this, and is beginning to accelerate his plans. He is also plotting to kill Sir James before it is too late." "Wonderful news," McNaught interrupted, an excitable sarcasm permeating his every word as he continued speaking and unconsciously stroking his beard. "I will no doubt sleep soundly tonight dreaming of bombs, bullets, and maybe even the odd guillotine or two." Theodore smiled on seeing everyone else smiling and continued, at the same time wondering if McNaught had just made a joke. "What the Jihada cannot do, sir, is take a life himself, neither can Allah. He finds this a constant source of irritation and frustration. For that reason, he can never turn any of our weapons on ourselves. It was, however, probably his creation that allowed the Iranians to explode our missiles. The one that exploded on board the ship was an act of sabotage by one of our own sailors, a Muslim sailor, and not the Jihada's handiwork." McNaught recognized that Theodore was lying. Theodore tried to block him. He no longer had the power as McNaught probed his mind for information. McNaught discovered that the Jihada had nothing to do with the exploding missiles. He could not, however, discover the true culprit. Theodore closed down his mind. He brought down the barriers that prevented him from both thinking and reasoning, and carried on speaking without activating his thought processes. "The takeover of Britain has been planned for years in order to take possession of their nuclear arsenal, with which he was to take control, and ultimately destroy the rest of Europe. As these weapons were supplied by the United States, they are far more powerful and destructive than any other weapons on Earth. He fully expects France to join Britain, and has already placed Muslims in positions of power there. What he is not aware of is that all of Britain's nuclear missiles are useless now that you, Mr. President, have initiated the blocking codes. Africa is taking care of itself, and has been for many years. The remaining 50% of the population that the last Ebola epidemic allowed to survive have since been effectively culling themselves through constant Islamic-inspired warfare and genocide, as has the rest of the Middle East and Turkey. The Far East has total Muslim domination in Malaysia and Indonesia, and is well down on his list of priorities." He appeared to show little interest whatsoever in any of the Far East. The president shook his head in disbelief, and suddenly burst out laughing. "You gleaned all that information, Theodore, from one brief liaison in a gentleman's toilet?" Theodore understood the implied humor, but found it crude and unamusing. Everyone else laughed. Where does that leave China and Russia, Theodore? The president asked. Without eliminating those countries, all his plans are doomed. Together they have more people than Islam does. There were no plans for either country, sir, Theodore replied, at the same time shaking his head and frowning. Not even the slightest thought. It was almost as if that section of his mind never existed. That is the one thing that worries me the most. Why was that section of his mind blank? I am not altogether sure whether or not he allowed me complete access into his thoughts. Maybe he only revealed what he wanted me to know. I have an uncomfortable feeling that the self-destruction of both Russia and China may have already been planned yet were concealed from my probing. At this point in time, sir, I cannot figure out how he can achieve his objectives in these two countries, as they have such a small Muslim population. Just a thought, Theodore, the president said, a whimsical look crossing his smiling face for the second time since the arrival of the three men. During your toilet liaison, did your newfound friend mention anything about America, or has he completely forgotten all about us? The last time I looked at a world map, we were still there a few thousand miles to the west of Europe. Theodore's face turned a slight red color as he spoke. Was the president making a joke once again at his expense, or was he mocking him? No, sir, not a word about America, neither north nor south. Again, sir, his mind was a complete blank. McNaught again recognized a lie. Theodore continued to block him, and McNaught wondered why. Michael didn't respond. One thing that completely puzzles me, though, and I must admit, pretty much terrifies me. The president scratched the side of his head and looked upwards at Kennedy's portrait before continuing. Is what the hell that business with the disappearing nuclear missile was all about. Has Theodore mentioned it, Michael? Yes, he did, sir, Michael replied. I cannot really understand his thinking there. The only thing that springs to mind is that he was delivering a warning to America that there must be no interfering with his plan. He isn't aware that you now know that he cannot take a life. The only other alternative is that he intends to speed up the prophecy of the lost scriptures by breaking the rules. That in itself, though, is not an option. No one can break the rules of the universe. McNaught, who had remained very much on the sideline for much of the conversation, spoke in a questioning yet probing manner. Michael, when you say that he cannot take a life because it would be against the rules, what exactly do you mean? What if he chooses to ignore the rules? Could he launch a nuclear missile and direct it to a target of his choice? Yes, Sir James. I would guess that his powers are advanced enough for him to do that. But he dares not break the rules. Neither must Allah. They are the rules of the universe, and have been in place since before time began. You are wrong, Michael. He will break the rules. I am sure of that. McNaught looked serious as he spoke in a loud, booming, and commanding voice. I can feel him probing as we speak. He is consumed with anger. Things are not going according to plan. They are taking too long, and he is aware that Allah is angry also. Everyone in the room focused their attention on McNaught. His powers were now increasing, powers that he never knew he possessed, powers that he had always denied and suppressed. I can feel his anger. McNaught's steely blue hypnotic eyes were now closed, and he appeared in a trance-like state. This anger is now directed at you, Michael. He is angry that he had to pull the plane from the volcano. He is angry that he had to let you live because we were on board. He is angry that he had to obey the rules. He is beginning to hate the rules. Soon he will break the rules. I have been into his mind. He cannot break the rules, Michael shouted in frustration as he banged his clenched fist on the table. The rules have been in place since before time began. No one can break the rules. No one has ever broken the rules. Not even a god can break the rules, and he is not a god. President Steinberg remained silent. He was deep in thought. If both the Jihada and Michael had been here on the earth before, were they really who he thought they were? No way. The whole thought was bullshit. Then again, could it possibly be true? The whole concept was crazy, stupid, absolutely totally illogical. Everyone with any form of education or intelligence was now familiar with the concept of evolution, natural selection, survival of the fittest. Religion had long ago taken a back seat in the modern human psyche. God and religion were no more than the opiate of the masses. They were simply a way of explaining the things that science could not explain, things that the human race still did not understand. They would of course understand in time. Everything had a physical, chemical, biological, or simply a logical explanation. It was absolutely primitive to attribute the unexplainable to an unseen divine power. With the exception of the backward, medieval Islamic religion, the human race had moved on. There were now very few questions to answer, where the answers could only be attributed to God. God was no more. God could not possibly exist. God was extinct. Both science and evolution were proof of that. Centuries ago, Charles Darwin had become the new God. His theories and assumptions in his The Origin of Species was now the accepted progression from a single cell to Homo sapiens. Adam and Eve were no more relevant than Greek mythology. McNaught was listening in to the president's thoughts. He understood. Only a few short days ago, he would have not only agreed with him, but would have contributed most eloquently to his defense. Sir Isaac Newton had explained the physical laws that governed the planet. Einstein had filled in the gaps. Everything that happened in this world could now be explained by referring to the laws of physics, the unchallengeable laws that no man on earth could disprove. McNaught was now at a crossroads. Newton had ceased to be relevant. Michael could manipulate the laws of physics any way that he wished. Michael had introduced him to the rules of the universe. These superseded all the physical laws of the planet. He himself was now developing powers that only existed in science fiction novels. He wondered just how far these powers extended. Could he stop time the way that Michael had done? Could he reverse time as Michael claimed that his brother could do? Could he remove the president's wallet without touching it? He probed Michael's mind for answers. Michael blocked him. He probed Theodore's mind. Theodore blocked him. He knew that if he really wanted to unlock their thoughts, he could do so. What exactly were they hiding? Were they not all on the same side? Was there not a common enemy? Sir James McNaught was concerned. Both Michael and Theodore were concealing something from him. But why? If the Jihada was to be neutralized or defeated, surely the combined efforts of the three of them were needed at the very least until the powers of Michael were the equal to those of his brother. McNaught felt a sudden surge of mental power. There was enough to easily enter the minds of both Theodore and Michael. He resisted. He knew where the power was coming from, and refused to be a conduit between the Jihada and his brother. He was becoming stronger than both of them. Soon he would have the control. He probed the source of his newfound surge of power. The Jihada closed him down. McNaught knew that soon he would be calling the shots. He had no idea what he would do with all this power. He had no idea why he had been chosen or by whom. His was the only mind on earth that he could not access and unlock. He would bide his time and decide what to do when the time was right. Somehow, he knew that this time was coming very soon, and then all would be explained. Chapter 22. Mind Control. Muhammad Durrani was behind the counter of his well-stocked and brightly lit grocery store in a small Ohio town as Jerome, a young black student, walked in, flashed a genuine smile, and went to collect a few supplies. Jerome was a regular in the store, and on quieter days would often spend a few minutes with Muhammad discussing the previous evening's sport. Every minute detail of the Cleveland Tigers would be discussed on an almost daily basis. Jack Johnson, the Tigers' manager, coming under constant scrutiny. He is way out of his depth and tactically naive, would be Jerome's unwavering stance. Why then are we winning on a weekly basis? Would be Muhammad's equally unwavering response. Often, there would be as many as half a dozen customers arguing over the merits of Jack Johnson. The store was rapidly becoming a focal point for many of the small town's football fans. Muhammad was proud of his store and the way that he had now been accepted into the community. When he had first opened, things had been exceedingly difficult. Small-town mentality had confronted and confused him. He was unlike the local inhabitants, many of whom did not trust people who were different to themselves, particularly those damned Muslim foreign outsiders, who were hell-bent on taking over their country once they had finished blowing it up. Mohammed cut off his beard and shaved every day, carefully dressing as the town's residents did. Gradually, a few locals had begun to do a little late-night shopping. The other stores in town always closed early. Their owners had lives to lead, and there was enough business to go around without sacrificing their precious family time. Now business was booming. Mohammed was beginning to live the American dream. 9 till 5 had never entered Mohammed's head. If his customers wanted to do a little late-night shopping, unlike the other store owners who would be eating and watching television, he was only too willing to be of assistance, and would often stay open until midnight. The odd late-night straggler gradually turned into a near flood of regulars and friends. Life was indeed good for Mohammed and his family. A smiling Jerome walked towards the serving counter carrying a couple of packaged supplies and a six-pack of beer. "How's it going?" Jerome said. "Did you watch the game last night? That last-minute score has probably cost us the league. 10 seconds left on the clock. That's all. 10 damn seconds, and we had to wave the game and probably the league goodbye. I told you Johnson was tactically naive. His defensive setup was a crock of shit." Mohammed Durrami's eyes took on a glazed, crazed, far-away stare, and his face contorted with rage. He looked at the beer, picked up his gun from behind the counter, and shot Jerome 3 times in the chest. His mind was no longer under his control. The Jihada was now making his move on the great Satan. Every Islamic mind in America was now subjected to his thoughts, his controlling thoughts, his genocidal thoughts. 2 overweight middle-aged black women screamed involuntarily as Jerome's body slumped to the ground, and whimpering audibly both hid behind the shelves. Mohammed calmly walked over to them, took careful aim, and put a single bullet into each of their heads. Walking back to his position behind the counter, he slowly reloaded his gun, walked outside to the yellow school bus that had pulled up alongside his shop, and after shooting the black driver in the head, proceeded to fire and reload several times until every black child on the bus lay dead. Blood-spattered white children bolted in terror and ran screaming along the road. Mohammed returned to his store, his pride and joy. He put away his gun and once again took up his position behind the counter, seemingly oblivious to the still twitching Jerome, now in his death throes, and the 2 very dead black women a few yards away. He smiled. For Mohammed, the American dream had become reality. He was fulfilled. His thoughts turned to the abject poverty of his Middle Eastern childhood, and the horror of watching his parents tortured and gruesomely slaughtered by the Islamic rebels. Since moving his family to America, religion no longer played any part in his life. He had never renounced his Muslim religion, nor had he embraced it. He didn't mind the fact that the nearest mosque was over 20 miles away. It suited him to simply ignore religion. He was happy to fit in with his customers. He had learned that not everyone liked Islam and its Muslim followers. In reality, no one in the small Ohio town liked Muslims. Were they not responsible for all the wars and terrorist attacks that were going on around the world? Were they not trying to take over America itself? Were they not responsible for the many murderous bomb attacks that were now becoming a daily occurrence in many of America's big cities? Mohammed now considered himself to be a true and patriotic American, and on more than one occasion had considered changing his name in order to disguise his Muslim heritage. To do so, however, would have invited possible death both for him and for his entire family. Islam allowed no one to renounce the religion. That was apostasy. That would be an insult to both Allah and the Prophet. Many Muslims had tried to dissociate themselves from the ever-increasing number of atrocities in America by converting to Christianity and changing their Muslim-sounding names. Many were killed in the name of Allah. Apostasy was no longer a viable option and was no longer practiced. The religion of peace was anything but peaceful. A little over 1,000 miles to the south, a white American woman, a quite recent convert to Islam, walked into a primary school in a small Alabama township, wearing an oversized coat, and smiling at the pretty young black school teacher, screamed in an almost robotic trance-like voice, "Allahu Akbar," as she pressed the button. Instantly, a classroom of 5-year-old black children was blown into hundreds of body parts as the woman crossed the imaginary divide between earth and paradise. The Jihada concentrated his considerable powers on the American people and now controlled the consciousness of every American Muslim. The gods looked on with interest. Allah flashed his approval to the Jihada. Simultaneously, half a dozen women pressed themselves against the outside of the school wall, and shouting Allahu Akbar accompanied her to her assumed paradise. As the walls of the school collapsed, the roof came down onto over 200 screaming young black children. Few survived. However, the parents of the children were very much alive, and one thought only was now rebounding and crashing around in their heads. There was no longer any kind of distinction between good and bad Muslims. There was only vengeance in the air. This was to be the beginning of the first American Holocaust. There was worse to come. The Jihada was now deep into his mind control. He was also locked in battle. McNaught felt the force first. He closed his eyes, and he saw the future and the present come together. He saw the destruction and carnage that was to follow. He fought the force. Theodore and Michael joined in the battle. The president looked on, somehow sensing what was happening. It was time to begin the fight back, only he had no powers to join in the struggle. He was the most powerful man in the world, but now any vestiges of power that he still held were in the hands of a 16-year-old kid, a wallet thief at that. Alarm spread through the people in the room as the unmistakable sound of gunfire erupted from somewhere within the White House. Armed security guards outside the door nervously cocked and readied their weapons, at the same time wondering how guns could possibly have been smuggled into the most closely guarded and security-conscious location on the planet. There was a gun battle now raging inside the White House. 3 of the presidential armed security men had for no apparent reason drawn their pistols and begun firing at point-blank range at anyone around with a black face. Half a dozen young black trainees and interns lay dead. The well-disguised, closet Muslims who had been White House employees for years were quickly neutralized, and now also lay dead. The White House went into total lockdown. McNaught, Theodore and Michael resumed their battle of minds and fought the force. They could feel all their energy being drained from their minds. At first they held on, at times almost gaining a little ground, until suddenly, just like the almost instantaneous collapse of a tug-of-war team, their resistance collectively crumbled. The powers of the Jihada had been too much for them. Allah had joined in the battle, as the Jihada's powers had weakened. That was against the rules of the universe. The gods did not approve. With his massively increased powers, the Jihada could now put Phase 3 of his plan into action without their interference. Throughout America, millions of Muslims took up arms and went in search of prey. That prey was black and very numerous. It was also very rapidly armed. White Americans stayed inside their homes as the carnage unfolded around them. America was now at war with itself. The American Civil War of the mid-1800s was no more than a minor skirmish in comparison, a school playground punch-up. The assassins walked around zombie-like, totally unaware of what they were doing, unaware that their minds were no longer theirs to control. They were minds under the command of a boy doing the will of Allah, a boy with the power of Allah, a boy with the assistance of Allah, assistance frowned on by the gods. The president declared martial law without seeking the approval of Congress, and immediately the military took to the streets. Initially, Muslim military men and women turned their weapons on their Christian colleagues as had happened in Britain. This had been anticipated and had been acted on by the defense chiefs, and in a complete reversal to the initial exchanges in the UK, the Muslims found themselves issued with blank ammunition. Soon, only the white military was fully deployed. All black and mixed-race personnel were disarmed and confined to barracks and policed by armed servicemen. The lessons of the UK had been invaluable. The bodies started to pile up, not just black, brown and Hispanic men, but women, children, and even babies in prams. This was ethnic cleansing on an industrial scale never before witnessed on Earth. Not even Hitler's extermination of 6 million Jews had come close to such a murderous Holocaust. This unfolding atrocity was now beyond human comprehension. Little did anyone know, but things were about to become worse. Much, much worse. The gods looked on in both amazement and genuine approval at the Jihada's progress. For millennia, they had conducted a series of culls in order to reduce the human expansion. Disease, pestilence, and warfare had provided only temporary reductions in the numbers. Always the species fought back, their advanced intelligence being like no other dominant species on any other planet throughout the universe. It was late afternoon as the flag-waving protesters marched on the Pentagon, the command and control center of all things military in the United States. Security had never been so rigidly in place before. The entire surrounding area bore similarities to no man's land during the First World War. Machine guns were positioned to give covering and interlocking fire in the event of any form of attack. These defensive positions were backed by handheld rocket and anti-tank weapons. The employees had christened it Fortress Pentagon, and rightly so. It would take an army to make an impression on the defenses in place. The Americans had learned the lessons of the 9/11 attack many decades earlier when a fully loaded commercial plane piloted by Muslim militants had shattered their illusion of impregnability and crashed into the Pentagon, taking many lives. The army of protesters marched on through the restricted no man's land. Warnings were issued, and machine guns made ready. The protesters continued with their forward march. The young cavalry officer in command of the defenses was beginning to feel concerned. He couldn't possibly order his men to fire at the unarmed protesters, most of whom were women and children, all of them white, not one single black or brown face, and certainly no beards. Yet they were now much too close for comfort. He, and he alone, was responsible for the safety of the people inside, people that included the military chiefs of staff. He did not have time to ring his superior. He had to act. It was his call. The group all stopped moving forward some 20 or so yards short of the defensive line, with only the leading man of the group continuing walking towards the officer, who let out an audible sigh of relief. The crisis had thankfully resolved itself without any loss of life. One solitary man posed no threat, and as he walked over to the young officer, his face beamed a friendly smile. The captain took his hand away from his pistol and returned the smile. Too late. The officer suddenly became suspicious. Why was the man wearing an oversized coat in the middle of summer? He looked at the rest of the protesters, all of whom were similarly dressed, and panic set in. "It's a suicide attack," he screamed, as he made a sudden grab for his now holstered pistol, realizing that his concern for the women and children present had been misplaced. Both the man and the officer disappeared in an ear-shattering explosion accompanied by a bright, blinding flash and a cloud of smoke, as 60 pounds of explosives and metal fragments were detonated. The group of protesters resumed their forward march towards the Pentagon, as the still-functioning soldiers, who were far enough away to have survived the blast, opened fire with rifles, machine guns, and rocket launchers. The carnage of the First World War was reenacted. Men, women, and children were ripped apart by bullets and atomized by rocket-propelled grenades. The survivors, zombie-like, moved blindly forward, each individual protester detonating their concealed explosives and making the short journey to paradise whenever any resistance was encountered. Every room and passageway throughout the Pentagon building was occupied and simultaneously destroyed as 100 suicide bombers, the majority women and children heavily laden with explosives, willingly, voluntarily, and happily joined Allah in paradise. The Pentagon, the invulnerable symbol of America's military might and dominance over the rest of the world, had been destroyed by the power of Islam, using only women and children. Just as Mohammad Durrani had returned to his Ohio store oblivious to what had taken place, so now did millions of Muslims, leaving behind them a trail of utter carnage and devastation. Millions of Black Americans had died. Millions were still alive, and these people now had only one thought and one goal in life: revenge. Armed with rifles, guns, knives, iron bars, and any weapon that readily came to hand, the entire Black community of America mobilized and wreaked their revenge. This revenge was not only directed at the Muslim men. No one was spared. Women and children sat passively by, offering no resistance, watching and waiting their turn to die as their family members were cut to pieces. The army and the police stood by and watched as the streets of America turned into the same rivers of blood that the streets of England had become only a few short days before. Their victims offered no resistance, nor did they hide. They were all willingly complicit in their own genocide. They no longer controlled their own minds. Theirs was a blind obedience to the mind control of the Jihada. Mohammad Durrani's American dream ended, as did the lives of his entire family, in a hail of vengeful bullets delivered by the Black father of one of his young school-bound victims. What the hell is his game? The president asked. If he is supposed to hand over the world to the Muslims, why is he killing fucking millions of them? At this rate, there won't be any of the bastards left to hand it over to. The men and women in the room were becoming irritable. They hadn't been out of the White House for days. This had become their prison. The outside world had become a killing ground, and it was unsafe to venture beyond the outer walls. Tanks now surrounded the building and the grounds. It appeared that half the American Army and Marine Corps were outside. The destruction of the Pentagon had come as a shock to everyone. No one in the military had even considered the possibility of an attack by a ragtag army of protesting white suicide bombers. How could anyone sacrifice their own children, they wondered. The horror of such a thought affected them all. The men and women inside the White House had watched in disbelief on TVs and closed-circuit monitors as the slaughter and mass genocide unfolded in front of them. There was no point in the president issuing orders. His military and his police were standing idly by. They were fully in agreement with the actions of the Black community. They had no love of Islam. They had witnessed the slaughter of the innocents, the mutilation of the Black children by the Muslims, and now they in turn reveled in the revenge that was happening before their very eyes. They were unaware that the inbuilt rage and hatred that they felt for all things Muslim had been planted in their minds by a force that was beyond their control. Even inside the White House, there had been problems with bouts of sporadic violence by employees with even the slightest amount of Muslim-infected blood coursing through their veins. These had been brought under control, and the assailants restrained and placed under armed arrest. They were now passive and fully compliant, remembering nothing of what had taken place. Isn't anybody going to answer me then? What is his game? What is he trying to achieve? What is he going to do next? And why are you lot not fucking well doing something about it? The president slammed his clenched fist down onto the table for the second time in the meeting, his face red with rage and frustration at his own impotence. He has moved on, sir, Michael said quietly. His work in America is finished. The American people will complete their own destruction. Stop talking in fucking riddles, Michael. If I am to believe any of this crap about the lost scriptures and a Muslim takeover of the world, why has he just killed every Muslim in America and every fucking Muslim in 4 Arab countries? From the evidence that I have seen so far, it looks to me as if he is trying to wipe out the entire Muslim population of the world. I haven't even mentioned Thailand, Malaya, and Myanmar, and reports are now coming in of mass slaughter of Muslims in the UK, France, Italy, and most of the rest of Europe. Theodore spoke up. Sir, it is real, and he is working to a plan. Unfortunately for him, his plan is all going wrong. His first objective was to mobilize the Muslim world with his destruction of the Great Mosque of Mecca. That part of his plan was successful. However, Israel struck first with her nuclear weapons. That was unforeseen, sir. He had expected the Arabs to eliminate Israel completely, and thereby destroy the world's financial system. As for the mass uprising in America, he was looking for self-destruction between the blacks and the Muslims. There was no intention to create the deaths of so many of the Muslims, though. He expected the military to step in to prevent the backlash. I'm afraid that Sir James, Michael, and myself were pretty much instrumental on that score. The three of us together were easily powerful enough to prevent his initial plan. Allah broke the rules and interfered. We simply modified it more in our favor. His Muslim power base here in America, sir, is now almost non-existent. How do you know all this, Theodore? Are you reading his bloody mind or something? Or are you still in contact with him? If so, ask him what the fuck he wants. The president did not sound convinced. Well, sir, as I told you, I entered his mind at the airport as he was probing mine, only for a fraction of a second, but as you know, sir, I never forget anything. You seem to have forgotten, Theodore, that you told me he had no plans for America. The president was suddenly becoming wary. Theodore never forgot anything. Therefore, he must have told a lie. Was there something that he was trying to cover up or hide? Theodore squirmed uncomfortably in his chair before speaking. Indeed, sir. I had no more than a passing knowledge of his intentions. I failed to mention them as I was quite convinced that the combined powers of Sir James, Michael, and myself would easily be able to prevent him from ever trying to carry out his plan. I did not expect interference from Allah. As Michael has already told us, sir, that is against the rules of the universe. It should not have happened. McNaught detected a brief flicker of uncertainty before Theodore closed him down. Okay then, Theodore. What is his next move, and can we do anything to prevent it? The president was not entirely happy with Theodore's explanation, but decided to move on. I cannot really say at this point, sir. He is certainly not pleased with the way things are going at the moment, and he is reviewing his options. The one thing that he could never consider was human nature. He could only assume that people would act in a certain way. They very rarely do. The military and the police have just proved that to him by refusing to obey orders and interfere in the slaughter. McNaught entered the conversation. Everyone listened to what he had to say. He was now deeply in tune with the Jihada's thoughts. The Jihada could no longer block him. McNaught's powers far surpassed the powers of both Michael and Theodore, and were still growing at an alarming rate. He was still unaware of where these powers were coming from, or where they were leading to. McNaught closed his eyes, his powers searching for a portal into the Jihada's mind. The Jihada attempted to block him, but without the added power of Allah, he could not. Both Michael and Theodore joined in the attack, completely overwhelming his defensive measures. He is seriously considering breaking the rules, Michael. He went on, stroking his beard as he did so. He is now looking at the nuclear option, and wants to involve both China and Russia. He thinks that his powers are now such that he can bring about a simultaneous nuclear launch from both countries. He cannot, Sir James. The gods will not allow it. No one has ever taken a life, not on this planet, or on any other planet or galaxy. The rules of the universe have always expressly forbidden the taking of any form of life. He has already broken the rules, Michael. McNaught continued stroking his chin through his beard, and paused for a few seconds before continuing. He is again enlisting Allah's powers of mind control to counter me. He is no longer powerful enough on his own. The president exploded, and began beating both clenched fists on the table. What the fuck are you two talking about? I would guess that so far he has been responsible for at least 200 million deaths, maybe more, yet the rules will not allow him to even swat a fly? If the bastard gets Russia and China involved, that could add a couple of billion to his score. Theodore, are the Chinese and Russians capable of totally annihilating each other, and what will be the collateral damage to the rest of Europe and the East? Theodore smiled. It was pretty much a smug form of a self-satisfied smile. He didn't know why he smiled. Perhaps he shouldn't be doing it. For some reason he thought that it would be appropriate. He blocked McNaught from probing his mind before he spoke. Sir, in the event of a nuclear exchange between China and Russia, the total loss of lives would indeed be around 2 billion. This would represent over 90% of the population of each country. Only people in the most remote provinces would survive. As for damage outside of the region, I would say pretty minimal ever since the world eliminated the nuclear radiation problem. 50 years ago, such a nuclear exchange would have spelt the end of the human race. And what would be the damage to the Earth itself, Theodore? Not so serious as in the Middle East, sir. The main concentration will be on the cities and the larger towns. These are well away from the major oil and gas fields. In the countries surrounding Israel, the Earth's crust was shallow and easily fractured. The oil and gas were no longer under pressure, and once released, they ignited. The reason why everything extinguished itself so quickly was a complete meltdown of the land because of the temperatures reached. At the point of the explosions, the temperatures would have been in excess of 100 million degrees Celsius. Effectively, the desert became a lake of molten material, and as it turned from sand to liquid glass, it fortunately sealed every crack and fissure. If it hadn't have done so, within the space of a few months, the fires would have reduced the world's oxygen to a level that few creatures on Earth would have survived. McNaught penetrated Theodore's defenses. Theodore attempted to block him, but was too late. He saw things that Theodore was concealing, things that were disturbing, things that previously he could never have imagined. McNaught moved on to Michael's mind. He could not sustain a full-blown assault, as his powers had been temporarily weakened by his battle with the Jihada. Michael was still too powerful and blocked him. Both of them knew that it was only a matter of time before McNaught became too powerful to be blocked by anyone. Maybe bringing McNaught on board had been a mistake. He may even get in the way of the overall plan. Michael flashed this message to Theodore. Theodore nodded. McNaught was listening. What was the overall plan? Why was he being excluded from the loop? Why were Theodore and Michael blocking him whenever he tried to ask the question? It was also pretty obvious that Mario was in the loop, but only as a subordinate. Mario was blissfully unaware of the overall plan. He was, however, very skilled at concealing his own thoughts, and was obviously working to his own agenda. Mario's psychology background often proved very useful at deflecting attention. The president also appeared to have his own agenda. He had felt genuine delight at the thought of Israel's destruction, and an equal amount of anger at the destruction of the 4 Arab countries. There was no love lost between President Steinberg and his Jewish connections. McNaught also recognized an even deeper hatred emanating from Mario that was directed at the president. For some reason it appeared that whilst everyone in the room had a common enemy, they each in turn were working to a different agenda. Both Mario and the president could easily be unlocked if he so wished, but he was unsure whether or not both Michael and Theodore were cleverly deflecting his probing and feeding him false information. Chapter 23. Power Shift. The Prime Minister of the UK addressed his makeshift parliament. There was less than 300 MPs present. All MPs that had voted for Sharia law and were still alive were now under arrest and spread around many of the UK prisons. Few of them survived for more than a few days, the guards turning a blind eye to the actions of the other prisoners wherever Muslims were involved. Few Muslim prisoners survived for more than a few days. The British system of law and order, together with its sense of fair play, was no longer present, nor was it relevant. The crisis on the country's streets was not yet over. However, the worst had passed. The British military had finally organized itself, and all military men who had fought alongside the Muslims had been killed. Not one of them had surrendered his or her arms freely. It was a similar form of fanaticism that had been exhibited by the Japanese during the Second World War. When cornered and unable to escape, hundreds had committed suicide, very much reminiscent of the Japanese harakiri. Many more had embarked on a series of Japanese-style banzai charges, often without bullets or even weapons. At first, the well-trained British soldiers had been reluctant to fire into the ranks of unarmed comrades. They soon discovered the folly of such decisions as the seemingly unarmed men and women atomized themselves with hidden explosives, taking many of the non-Muslim soldiers with them. No mosque was left standing anywhere in the British Isles or Ireland. The British people had finally made their stand against the rising tide of Islamism. As in America, the Christian military and police had stood by as millions of Muslims were slaughtered. Britain was no longer the tolerant multicultural society of the last few decades. Britain and its people were now as fanatical as the Muslims had been. Enough was enough, and "the only good Muslim is a dead Muslim" became the national mantra. The Muslims fought back in the only way that they knew how to. Years of planning had resulted in virtually unlimited supplies of explosives, and suicide bombings, often by as many as 100 men, women and children, took its toll on the Christian people and churches. Christian schools were blown to pieces together with hundreds of children. This only served to fuel the British anger against all things relating to Islam. Not one single Muslim must be allowed to survive. The whole of the British Isles must be cleansed of this scourge. Islam was to be banished to where it belonged, back to the Middle Ages, then eradicated for all time from the face of the earth. The Jihada looked on, powerless to intervene, powerless to break the rules of the gods, the rules of the universe, the rules that had been in place since before time began. The prophecy of the lost scriptures had to be delivered. They were the words and commands of Allah. Allah had delivered them to him, only him, almost 1,500 years before. He had to obey Allah, not the rules. The gods were observing the ever-accelerating progress with approval. The culling of the species was going according to plan. There would be no need for complete elimination of the species. Chapter 24. Back on board. Captain Gary Stevens and his first officer David Knowles each sipped their coffee on board their ship, the U.S. Mississippi, which was sat at anchor in international waters off the Gulf. They were both in a state of shock and disbelief. They had watched the sky all around them light up as the nuclear holocaust had taken place. This, virtually within an hour of the first conventional missiles having been launched. They had watched in a DEFCON 2 state of red alert and readiness, as wave after wave of fighter and bomber planes had banked over the Gulf and made their bombing runs on Israel. Hundreds of missiles had filled the sky, illuminating it like a New Year's Eve fireworks display. They felt that they were in a world of make-believe, a world of virtual reality computer games, except that this was for real. They were not stuck in the middle of any computer game. They were stuck in the middle of the Gulf, in the middle of a war that bore no relevance to human existence, other than perhaps its finality, its elimination. They had heard the nuclear blasts from many miles away. They had felt the shock waves, and had clung on desperately as the ship was tossed around like a cork by the tidal waves. They had felt the burning, searing heat on their faces. Many of his men were temporarily blinded by the intensity of the flashes, particularly the ones from Iraq, the country closest to their ship. The southern Iraqi port of Basra no longer existed. Stone structures had melted and fused, canals had evaporated, people had been vaporized, people were no more, not even skeletal. Basra and its inhabitants were now part of the ever-expanding mushroom cloud that was reaching for the heavens. Heavens that did not exist. No planes or missiles had flown in from Iran. This had been closely observed and monitored. Iran had always been the most threatening and bellicose of the Arab countries with regards to Israel's right to exist. She was also the best armed and most technologically advanced of all the Arab countries. There had been a quiet acceptance of that Israeli right over the years by the other Middle Eastern powers. Egypt and Saudi Arabia now traded freely with Israel. They had the oil, in the case of Egypt only recently discovered in the Sinai Desert after fruitless decades of exploration. Israel grew much of the food. Just as many of the Gulf countries had oil, gas, and minerals, Israel had water, having discovered what was the world's largest underground lake, straddling what had previously been Palestinian land. There was enough accessible water to supply much of the Middle East for a couple of centuries, maybe even longer. It had only taken a couple of degrees rise in global temperature for the rains to disappear. Mankind had ignored the warnings of a global catastrophe for over a century in his pursuit of ever more wealth. Fossil fuels had always been the cheapest and most readily available sources of power. Most of the Arab nations were no longer able to grow their own food. There was never enough to feed the population. Rainfall barely existed throughout the Middle East. The Western countries had been aware of the oncoming inevitable rise in global temperatures for over 100 years, yet chose to ignore it for almost half a century. The developing countries then took over the mantle of uncontrolled and unregulated releases of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere as their industrial capacities increased. Throughout the Middle East, water, not oil, now spelt wealth and power. The Arabs wanted this water. The Israelis were not going to give it up. World demand for oil was dropping as more and more effective and cleaner power sources were developed. The most desirable and sought-after commodity now in the Middle East, as in most of the world, was water. The rivers Tigris and Euphrates, the lifeblood of Iraq, were now both shadows of their former glory. Too many people extracting and abstracting too much water for personal and agricultural use had reduced both rivers to a virtual stagnant trickle during the summer months. Crops no longer grew, and livestock starved. The world's climate was also changing in what were previously unforeseen ways. Wet countries spent half the year submerged under constant floodwater, while the more arid Arab, African, and southern Mediterranean countries barely saw a drop of rain during the course of a whole year. Rice crops in the Far East were no longer able to survive, as the paddy fields scorched under the unremitting sun. Millions died as the gods continued their cull. The drought was instrumental in the culling but had limitations. Israel was now the breadbasket for most of the Middle East, her revenues only adding to her overall control of the world's money markets. To be in control of both the food and finances of entire continents was unprecedented. Bangladesh was now virtually uninhabitable. The monsoon season having been extended by 2 months a year, and for the rest of the year, was no longer draining sufficiently to grow crops or to keep livestock. The rising level of seawater pushed back the ever-increasing monsoon water. Millions of people had either starved or been displaced. India did not want these people and prevented border crossings. India was now prosperous and most certainly did not want a massive influx of Muslims. India knew all about the coming of the Jihada, together with the death and destruction that he would bring. Plans had been in place for many years to counter the problem. India moved these displaced people on to Muslim Pakistan in the west. Pakistan was running out of food and looked enviously at India's economic dominance in the region. The whole world seemed to be on the verge of a tipping point. There were too many people for the planet to sustain. Millions starved annually in Africa. No rain meant no food. The cull began to stall. Ebola became less and less effective. Still, the Africans continued to breed. The entire country was reverting back to its nomadic state of centuries ago. Whole nations were on the move looking for food and water, and if war was the only way to secure this lifeline, then any human life that got in the way was eliminated. The jihadist plans were going well in certain parts of the world. Islam was now completely dominant throughout the African continent. The lost scriptures had said that there will only be Islam. Non-Muslims were using up precious water supplies and food. Non-Muslims had no place in Africa. Non-Muslims had to be eliminated for the prophecy to be implemented. Only the southernmost country of South Africa stood in the way of complete Muslim domination of the African continent. Their philosophy was now becoming clear. They adopted a total siege mentality, positioning troops all along the more accessible frontiers of the country. They allowed the well-armed Muslims to annihilate all others. Then using covert special forces poisoned the Muslims' water supplies. Their borders became secure, any form of Islamic problems within the country being met with instant death. They were observing how tolerance within the Western countries was resulting in complete anarchy and chaos. They would not make the same mistake. The gods surveyed the Jihada's progress. This dominant species no longer had the capability of destroying itself by warfare. Nuclear fallout had been eliminated, and a third world war would still leave billions of survivors. They had pursued several culling options over the centuries. Wars, disease, famine, and still the human race had resisted all attempts to restrain its ever-accelerating onwards progress towards self-annihilation. The one thing that the gods could not control was the never-ending cycle of breeding. Evolution had run out of control. No matter what the gods devised, the ingenuity of this one particular dominant species had always come up with an answer. No other planet had ever presented them with such a problem. It had been over 2,000 years since the plan to create a religious war had first been devised as a means of culling the species, and 1,500 years since the second religion was created. The rivalry between the two religions was expected to put a brake on any further expansion. The birth of the Jihada was to be the catalyst for the final solution. It had been 1,500 years in its planning, and now was the time to put the plan into action. Allah was not pleased with the progress. He had planned to leave the entire planet in the hands of the religion that he himself had created in his own image, 1,500 years earlier. There was to be no sharing with the Christian God. This dominant species was to honor him, and him alone. There would only be Islam. The Jihada's work was incomplete. His plan had not considered the nature and resilience of this dominant species. For Allah's prophecy to be completed, Allah himself would have to intervene. He would have to break the rules of the gods, the rules of the universe, the rules that had been in place since before time began. Captain Stevens and Lieutenant Knowles were on the bridge of the USS Mississippi as the ship's communications officer entered and excitedly shouted, "It's kicked off again, sir. Pakistan has just gone nuclear on India. One missile on Mumbai. That will have taken out millions. I expect that India will by now have pressed the button. Where next? What the hell has gone wrong with the world? Pakistan are completely denying any involvement and say that all of their weapons are accounted for, and they have no wish to be at war with anyone. No one tracked the missile coming in. It just exploded out of nowhere. Both China and Russia have gone on to red alert and are threatening India with a totally destructive nuclear strike if she were to retaliate." The first mate joined them on the bridge, and in a completely nonchalant and impassive voice remarked, "It has happened again, sir. One of our nuclear missiles has gone missing. Do you think that we should keep quiet about it this time and wait for it to come back home again, sir? I have had the missile room locked down and have posted guards at each entrance with strict orders to allow no one other than yourself and Lieutenant Knowles entry." Captain Stevens and Lieutenant Knowles looked at each other in both alarm and horror. Where had the disappearing missile gone to? They both had a feeling of deep foreboding. They knew that this time it was not going to come home. They also knew that to inform the military authorities in America would place the whole country in jeopardy. Very few forms of communication were completely secure from prying eyes and listening ears. If the missile that had exploded on Mumbai was indeed an American missile, their American missile, there was simply no telling which way the nuclear powers of the world would react. Would Russia and China assume that the US was looking for world domination and in turn launch a preemptive strike against her? The whole world was balancing between war and peace. No one was above suspicion. The balance was tipping in favor of war. Captain Stevens dispatched a warplane from his ship with a handwritten message. "For eyes only, Admiral Black." The technology was no longer secure. The principles and practices of the First World War were returning. The carrier pigeon had simply been replaced by an aircraft in order to deliver the message. Was this to be a foretaste of things to come? It was late afternoon when the missile appeared in Mumbai, directly alongside the Gateway of India monument. Standing 15 meters tall, it immediately attracted an excited crowd of onlookers, many of them in a state of shock. As for these people, the missile had just appeared out of thin air before their very eyes. The Gateway of India monument was an imposing 26-meter basalt and concrete arch, and had been so named because it was the first sight that greeted European travelers as they sailed into Mumbai, or Bombay, as it used to be named during the days of the British Raj. Built to commemorate the visit of King George V and Queen Mary, it was completed in 1924, and its historical significance still attracted millions of visitors each year. Hurried phone calls were made to the higher echelons of the Indian government, most of who were at a heads of state meeting in Europe, to discuss the escalating Muslim problem and how to deal with it. India already had her solution in place. Her presence at the meeting was simply a formality and a well-planned distraction to focus attention away from her own plans and her own solution, the final solution. Unlike Hitler's extermination of the Jews, this one truly would be final. 50 miles from Mumbai, people looked skywards as a brilliant flash of light burst upon the early evening sky. 10 miles away, people seeing the flash would never see again. Their eyes burned in their sockets, their skin bubbled and split, and permanent blindness set in. In many cases, the heads of the people looking directly at the flash exploded as their brains boiled. The same phenomenon was witnessed during the excavations of Pompeii, Italy, where over 2,000 years earlier, Mount Vesuvius had spewed a superheated pyroclastic cloud that had engulfed the city. 5 miles away, the people would never be seen again, their bodies vaporized due to the thermal effect. At the Gateway of India monument, temperatures reached 100 million degrees Celsius, the same temperature as the core of the sun. The angry black thermal column from hell rose skywards before cooling and forming the familiar mushroom-shaped cloud. Only 35% of the energy had been expended in the thermal flash as it traveled at the speed of light. The rest, contained within the blast wave. Traveling at over 600 miles an hour, nothing was left standing for a radius of 5 miles in any direction. Few creatures were still alive 10 miles away in any direction. Within seconds, most of Mumbai's 25 million inhabitants were vaporized, dead, or dying. There were not enough hospital beds in all of India to treat even a small fraction of the burns victims, who were unfortunate enough to be among the survivors. The Indian government ministers at the European meeting heard and saw the news as it happened in real time. They looked on in silent horror as images of the destruction taken by satellite were flashed across the screens of the meeting room. Most of them lived in Mumbai. Their wives, children, and grandchildren were no longer of planet Earth. They had been reduced to atoms and were now contained within the giant mushroom. The world was about to pay for this atrocity. Not just the Muslim world. The entire world. India was one of the world's dominant economic superpowers and was the leading pharmaceutical country in both research and production. Both Russia and China were wary and envious of India's rapid growth, often at the expense of their own economies. Militarily, India had fallen behind, preferring to improve living standards by channeling her finances into education, research, and development. Western countries flocked to buy the pharmaceuticals and high-value goods that India now produced. The economic importance of Russia was irrelevant as the decline in world demand for oil and gas accelerated. Her economy, along with that of China, had stagnated and was on a steep downward curve. Too much of Russia's oil and gas money had been spent trying to keep pace with both the American and Chinese military developments. The remaining trillions had been spirited out of the country by the 5% of the population under whose corrupt control it had been placed. Russian finance, technology, and manufacturing had barely moved forward since the disastrous introduction of communism well over a century earlier. China was no longer a low-cost manufacturing economy. Wages had risen to the same levels as their economic rivals, and the once world-dominant economy was in serious decline. This in turn had created much social unrest, leading to riots and a massive military clampdown. Lack of food was now their main problem. Their policy of having a one-child-per-family rule had backfired on them, as an aging population had proved itself to be economically unsustainable. For the last few decades, the failed policy had been amended, and there had been unrestricted breeding. This unprecedented population explosion, together with a massive reduction in competitiveness, had led to too many people looking for both work and food. It was against this backdrop that India now reviewed her options. She was convinced that the complete annihilation of her Mumbai business community had been perpetrated by one, or maybe even all, of the three main Asian powers, working together in collusion, with Pakistan being the most likely culprit. The Jihada took control of the Indian officials' minds. He turned their grief into both anger and hatred. While still at the meeting, the officials made the fateful decision that would set the human race on the path to destruction. Simultaneously, tiny phials of a clear, slightly yellow-tinted liquid were released in all the main cities of Pakistan, Afghanistan, Russia, China, and all Islamic nations. India's agents returned home to India for their injections, many of her population having already received similar injections under the guise of an Ebola vaccination program. Many had been purposely excluded from the program. There were too many people already living in the country. Those that did not contribute to the country's economy were simply a drain on resources and surplus to requirement. India was aware that she had to sacrifice a fair proportion of her population. To remain disease-free would point the finger of suspicion firmly in her direction and most certainly provoke retaliation. The people that did not matter were sacrificed. Old people, mentally ill people, disabled people, the lower caste untouchables and Muslims, particularly the Muslims. A new form of Hitler's Übermensch would emerge. The ethnic cleansing would be total. The Muslims of India's New World Order must be eliminated from the face of the earth, especially those in the home country. The Western world would soon be paying vast amounts of money for this Indian-manufactured vaccine. Her confidant and co-conspirator in the American establishment had already been paid. He also had to be informed of the action that India had just taken. Even though world travel was now seriously curtailed, the oncoming doomsday scenario had to have limits to its destruction. Where would India sell her products? Having made such tremendous economic progress over the past few decades, there would be little point if she became the only country with the means to buy them, the only country with the people still alive to buy them. The gods looked down on developments with both satisfaction and horror. The Jihada had been smart. He could not take a life, but millions, if not billions, were now about to die. Things were once again going according to plan, the 2,000-year-old plan. The destructive, greedy, and violent nature of this planet's dominant species was finally being used to achieve the gods' long-term plans to control its numbers. The long-awaited cull was now beginning in earnest. In centuries to come, their numbers would rise again, and a new plan would have to be devised to bring about the necessary rebalancing. The gods were never happy with having to impose a cull. Every planet had to occasionally be rebalanced. This planet had been particularly difficult. The rules prevented them from taking part in the cull. They could only put in place their agreed plan. The dominant species of this planet had evolved much too rapidly and had acquired an unprecedented amount of intelligence. It had been allowed to run out of control. Allah had allowed the Jihada to break the rules. The gods could not kill. Those rules had been in place since before time began. No one had ever broken the rules of the universe. A nuclear strike created by the Jihada could not be accepted. A nuclear strike engineered and orchestrated by the Jihada was within the rules. The Jihada had detonated the bomb without human interference. The ruling of the gods would be final. Once again, the unpredictability of the planet's dominant species had been unforeseen. The expected violent retaliation of nuclear warfare had not materialized. The unexpected had. the gods became angry with Allah. The Jihada had to leave the planet, leave the domain of the gods, forever banished from the planet of the gods, condemned to roam the universe as no more than a thought without power, a thought without purpose, a thought condemned for eternity. It had always been forbidden to break the rules of the universe since before time began. The Jihada had ignored those rules. The Jihada had one final act to perform before his banishment. If he was to be condemned to roam the universe for eternity, as no more than a thought, then this planet would forever remember and honor his name. Muhammad Abu Rahim's wife was sleeping peacefully in her remote Afghan village. She did not awake as he entered her. History was repeated, 16 years after his own conception. In 9 months' time, he would return to earth as a child and resume his service to Allah. The prophecy of the lost scriptures must be fulfilled. That was the will and the word of Allah, as spoken directly to the Prophet Muhammad himself. There would only be Islam. Chapter 25. The Pestilence. America was slowly returning to barely controllable normality. The whole of the country was now involved in the disposal of countless millions of bodies. Whole fields where crops had once grown were now the scene of mass graves. Graves that contained thousands of stinking, putrefying corpses, many of them simply dumped and covered with quicklime and sand. Redundant quarries, some of them over a mile deep, rapidly filled with tens of thousands of bodies. Layer upon layer of bodies, rocks, soil, and sand covering them. Pushed in by giant earth-moving equipment, driven by men wearing breathing equipment, and surrounded by millions of hungry black flies that only days before had feasted on the bodies as maggots. Nothing could eliminate the smell. Millions of decaying bodies, even when buried, turned into giant liquid pools of flesh and bubbling gases. These gases bursting out of the mass graves, often exploding and causing massive fireballs. Giant container ships were employed to dump thousands of unidentifiable men, women, and children far out into the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Hidden pockets of Muslims and Hispanics that had not fled across the border to either Mexico or Canada were still being hunted down. The much reduced black population of the U.S. had neither forgotten nor forgiven. The Hispanics were not Muslim and had nothing to do with the Islamic atrocities. This seemed to be of little importance. The blacks hated the Hispanics, and now was the time and the opportunity to correct the imbalance and to settle old scores without police or military intervention. Throughout history, the human race has shown a remarkable capacity for bloodlust. Once suitably charged, either by religious fervor or by the war-induced killing of a number of individuals, a previously unknown inner desire for ever more death and destruction had always surfaced, often leading to the uncontrollable slaughter of not just enemies, but of totally defenseless women and children. There was never any conscience nor remorse, just an uncontrollable bloodthirsty desire to kill and mutilate. The gods had always looked on in amazement at behavior they had never witnessed before throughout the universe. They wondered at how evolution could have created such a creature, such an unfeeling, uncaring monster. They began to question whether such a creature should be simply culled. Perhaps total elimination would be more appropriate in order to prevent them from spreading their own particular brand of violent indifference to other planets within the universe. England's 20 million Muslims had virtually disappeared. For those that had survived the indigenous population's retribution, the government had arranged for mass deportation to their original homeland. UK-born Muslims were deported and dumped in the nuclear-devastated barren wastelands that had once been Iraq and Syria. No longer would Britain tolerate Islam. France and Italy adopted a similar strategy at the same time, closing their borders and airports to anyone other than Christians fortunate enough to escape from the slaughter of the predominantly Islamic countries. In these Islamic countries, ethnic cleansing and mass genocide of Christians, Jews, and Buddhists were still underway. It was around 6 weeks after the Jihada's banishment that reports began to circulate the world of a new epidemic in the East. People in Russia, China, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and most of the world's Islamic countries were dying in their sleep. Soon this trickle of isolated deaths turned into a torrent. There could be no cure for the problem, as no problem could be found to exist. Initially, funerals were conducted, and burials or cremations arranged. It did not take long for panic to set in. Major cities were the first to be hit, and soon the streets became deserted. Panic overwhelmed all public services, and as the death toll reached thousands, and then millions, the surviving city inhabitants headed for the countryside, their homes now unlivable with the overwhelming stench of death and decay as the maggots consumed the putrefying bodies, creating a fly population numbering in the trillions. Swarms of these black monsters were so large that there were times when they seemed to block out the sun's rays. Compounding the fly problem was the dust cloud that was now circling the earth as a result of Israel's nuclear strike on the 4 Arab countries. The political powers of India smiled with cruel satisfaction as the bodies of their own sick, the old, the mentally and physically infirm, the untouchables, and the lazy poor were consumed by fire. There could be no blame leveled at them. Why would they infect their own country? What wasn't initially noticed was the almost total disappearance of India's Muslims. Like the rest of the population, they had all been vaccinated. Just like the sick, the old, and the poor, their vaccine was little more than colored water, a totally inert and useless placebo. Massive stockpiles of the true vaccines found their way into Europe, Australia, and the richer countries of the Far East, vaccines that had been years in their development and preparation, vaccines that were proven to be 100% successful. Money did not always change hands. India now had more money and gold than she could ever utilize. Money was of little use if it was from a redundant currency made in payment by a soon-to-be extinct race of people. India took payment in kind. Land, mining companies, precious stones, great works of art, cruise liners, fully laden oil tankers, fleets of luxury cars, and engineering equipment of all kinds. The world's riches flowed into an already rich and prosperous country. India held all the aces in the pack. She could now hold the world to ransom. This would not be forgotten. The world was powerless. The world had to meet India's terms or face annihilation followed by extinction. The rich and the famous of the infected Muslim countries, together with the politicians and the highest-ranking military men, looked to India for help. India obliged. Soon these people would be the only ones alive in their own countries. They would be grateful to India, and as their numbers were so limited, they would also be compliant. These people were unaware that the vaccine so expensively bought was not the 100% lifesaver that they expected. It was a slightly modified version that kept death away for only a few months. India needed space. Her population was now past the 1.5 billion mark, and soon there would be nowhere to build, nowhere to grow food. She would become ever more reliant on Israel. There had been no need for tanks or missiles to accomplish what India had been planning for the past 16 years, the period since she had first received word of the birth of the Jihada. All it had taken was the tiniest, mutated, airborne virus from the original Ebola strain, and a slightly rearranged RNA. The virus simply worked its way into the brain and told it to shut down the heart at a time of its own choosing. It was the perfect Trojan horse, 100% successful and 100% undetectable to even the world's most advanced nations. India knew of the lost scriptures, and with the assistance of the CIA and the Israelis, had been planning her move from the day that the Jihada had been born. India was well aware of the growing power of Islam, and being surrounded by Muslim countries, she also recognized her own vulnerability. There was to be only limited ethnic cleansing in India, and much ethnic cleansing by India. Without the vaccine, no one on earth would survive the pestilence. No Muslim country was to have the vaccine. The earth was to be cleansed of the Islamic plague. The prophecy would not be fulfilled. The lost scriptures were to disappear together with all of its believers and disciples. There would be no Islam. The gods became aware of the role of the Jihada in this supremely effective development. They would review their banishment decision. He alone was not responsible for breaking the rules of the universe. He was a prophet and not a god. Allah was to blame. Allah was a god and could not be banished. Chapter 26. The Homecoming. 1 year earlier there had been great excitement among the remote Afghan villagers, as Muhammad Abu Rahim returned to his mountain home for the first time in over 15 years. Everyone in the village turned out to greet him, even the sick and the infirm. Muhammad's money had helped to build the new school and a small hospital, meaning that the people of the village no longer had to travel for 2 days to receive even rudimentary medical treatment. Now, they even had their own doctor that traveled between several of the mountain villages. Muhammad had left the village at the age of 19 to enter one of India's top universities. This had been the Indian government's policy. Her scouts searched the poorer countries of the world for outstanding scientific scholars, and invited them to come to India, offering them the world's finest education and the promise of untold riches. In return, they had to stay in the country for a minimum of 10 years, the time spent working on India's research and development programs. Few of these young men and women returned to their homeland, other than for the occasional family reunion. Most of them had found Indian brides or husbands, and had begun their own families, invariably working in well-paid chemical or pharmaceutical jobs. The policy had been a resounding success. India now had many of these industries' leading brains, and was on her way to establishing a virtual world monopoly in the more advanced chemical and pharmaceutical industries. Precious little money had been wasted on defense. This had been the agreed government policy for over 50 years. There had been little point in updating their expensively purchased or self-manufactured conventional attack weapons, as strategically positioned in all the countries that surrounded her were nuclear missiles, all primed and ready to be launched. What use were tanks and guns? India knew that the next conflict with Pakistan would involve neither tanks nor guns. She had her own stockpile of by now obsolete nuclear weapons, whose only use was as a threatening deterrent against Muslim Pakistani aggression. The knowledge of mutually assured destruction had prevented the hatred between the two countries erupting into all-out warfare for many generations. By means of an elaborate deception campaign, Pakistan had been kept in the dark regarding India's nuclear capability, and was completely unaware of her vulnerability. This policy had also been immensely successful. Whilst her potential enemies had spent much of their earned wealth and squandered their natural resources on expensive military equipment, India had produced a weapon with which she could now hold the world to ransom. The slight imperceptible modification in the RNA of the standard and now totally controllable Ebola virus had produced a biological weapon that could not be tamed. On the Jihada's subliminal instructions, Muhammad Abu Rahim had tamed this monster and had created the perfect vaccine. India was eternally grateful, and he had been well rewarded. Muhammad was also aware of the Indian government's intention of eliminating Islam from the face of the earth, his Islam. The Jihada had visited Muhammad many times in his dreams. These dreams were real as the Archangel Gabriel's visitations to the Prophet Mohammed himself, almost 1,500 years before, and had been happening for 16 years, ever since the Jihada's birth. With the Jihada's banishment, Muhammad Abu Rahim was now Allah's representative on the planet. He was comfortable and compliant with the path that he was about to follow, and with what lay ahead for the future of both mankind and the planet. There was little point in returning to his senior research position in the pharmaceutical industry. Muhammad had seen the future. He had been instrumental in creating the future, and was fully aware of the direction. He was, however, completely unaware of the long-term plan of the gods. This did not concern him. Only Allah was of importance to him, and only Allah had to be obeyed. The prophecy of the lost scriptures would be fulfilled. That was Muhammad's duty to his God. There would only be Islam. Chapter 27. The meeting. The defense chiefs were sat around the oval table in the White House, in a somber and subdued mood. They had been meeting in the bomb-proof secure underground shelter, as the Pentagon had been systematically disintegrated room by room. None of them had been injured, but the shock and mental scars of seeing hundreds of their staff and colleagues blown to pieces rested heavily with them. Was this what they inflicted on the people deemed to be enemies of America? It was a simple enough task, giving orders to annihilate people, while they themselves were sat in the comfort of their offices and control rooms. They were insulated from reality, and had never before considered that the consequences of these orders actually hurt people. They were just doing their duty. Now they had seen the result of such orders at ground zero. Those dead and mutilated people lying in the shambles that was now the Pentagon had wives or husbands. They had children, parents, people who not only relied and depended on them, but people whose whole lives revolved around them. Was this what the military was all about? Did the victims of their orders lie screaming in the rubble, missing arms and legs and waiting for death? It had always been so simple for them. Give the order, direct a drone, press a button, and then go home to their families. Their subordinates often carried out this limited form of warfare, while sat in front of a computer screen many thousands of miles away. If Abdul sported a beard and carried a rifle, then he automatically became a participant in the computer game. The subordinates' children often playing the same computer game in the comfort of their homes. Sitting uncomfortably under the ever-present enigmatic gaze that radiated disapprovingly from Kennedy's portrait, the defense chiefs now felt impotent. What use was the world's biggest and most potent military war machine against something as small as a virus, something so tiny that it could barely be seen even under the most powerful of microscopes? How could Admiral Bomber Black bomb the fuck out of a virus? There was no talk of reprisals, only containment. How could there be reprisals against a naturally occurring pestilence? Ever since records began, and certainly long before that, viral epidemics and pandemics had been a feature of life on Earth, not only for the human population, but also for the animal kingdom. Whole species were now extinct because of a succession of ever-evolving viruses. Panic was starting to set in throughout the country. People were now dying in their sleep. Was this the fulfillment of the lost scriptures? Why had every country within the Islamic world become infected? How could Islam rule the world if no Muslims were left alive? India had created a vaccine with alarming speed, but could not possibly be held responsible for creating the problem, as millions of her own citizens had also died and were still dying. Her self-sacrifice had cleverly and effectively deflected suspicion. No one bothered to delve any deeper into these deaths. Out of a population approaching 1.5 billion at the beginning of the epidemic, 10% had been Muslim. That figure was now down to 1% and falling, soon to be 0. With the deaths of the old, infirm, and untouchables, India's homegrown ethnic cleansing program would be complete. The Indian race would have achieved the mythical racial purity that had motivated Hitler in his pursuit of an Aryan master race, an Übermensch. American scientists had been working on a vaccine ever since the virus had first surfaced. Similar research was also progressing in Russia, China, and Pakistan. It was a simple Ebola virus. The disease had been mostly confined to Africa in the past few decades, and had always been beaten, but only whenever it suited the Western world to call a halt to its spread. This new virus appeared to be identical to previous viral outbreaks, but had resisted all attempts to kill or moderate its progress. It was indistinguishably unique and totally invulnerable. The RNA modification had been cleverly disguised in order to avoid detection. The gods had modified many viruses and pathogens from the time before time began, in their quest to control numerous dominant species throughout the universe. The dominant species of this planet had resisted all previous attempts at viral control. McNaught, Michael, Theodore, and Mario were among those present at the meeting, as were Kathleen Cromwell and the defense chiefs with their advisors. Both McNaught and Michael had felt the banishment of the Jihada. He had visited their minds for the last time. Michael had flashed a simple message, a triumphant thought. Rules. You broke the rules of the universe, brother. Not even a god can break the rules, and you are not a god. McNaught had sensed something that Michael didn't. It was an almost imperceptible suggestion of superiority, a gut feeling that he could only experience without seeing. There was a hint of smugness, a sense of triumph, coupled with a feeling that a great event was about to unfold. The Jihada felt McNaught's probing and blocked him. Michael tried to enter the Jihada's mind and thoughts, as his defenses were dealing with McNaught's attack. It was a battle the Jihada could not win. Together McNaught and Michael were now much too powerful for him. McNaught himself now had the power to enter any mind at will, any mind except his own. It was also a battle the Jihada could not afford to lose. The fulfillment of the prophecy was dependent on his final act. No one must be aware of the imminent triumph that would soon belong to Allah. The Jihada vanished into his banishment and became no more than a thought. A thought destined to roam the galaxies of the universe for all eternity. A thought without purpose or relevance. His work on this planet had taken almost 500 years for him to achieve his looming success. He could not allow either Michael or McNaught to interfere in his final triumph, the implementation of the lost scriptures. The stupidity, violent disposition, and naivety of this particular dominant species would be instrumental in its own destruction. Soon there would only be Islam. The president glared at Admiral Black as he spoke. The Indian government have informed me that the nuclear explosion on Mumbai was caused by one of our weapons. Admiral, is that true? Was it the missing missile from the Mississippi? That bastard appears not to have returned home this time. It was the same fucking missile that disappeared before. All the defense chiefs squirmed uncomfortably in their chairs. Admiral Black tried to look calm as he searched for an adequate response. None was forthcoming. He was no longer dealing with a military matter, but something from the pages of a science fiction novel. He had only ever dealt in cold hard facts, achievable reality, hardware that could be directionally programmed and guided by computers before going bang. The thought that a missile could disappear and resurface thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye was way beyond his comprehension, so why was the president addressing him in such an accusing manner? McNaught interrupted the strained silence. Sir, the explosion was the final act of the Jihada. There was no way that any power on earth could have prevented it, not even Michael. The Jihada broke the rules of the universe, and is no longer any kind of force that we have to deal with. Michael spoke. Sir, my brother has been banished for all eternity. If it was an American weapon, then it was chosen for a reason. That reason is linked to the world plague that is now threatening the very existence of the human race. Why India? Why didn't he choose to explode it here in America then? If he had wanted India and America to go to war, why not explode a few on each country? The Indians have nuclear missiles. I can answer that one, Mr. President. Admiral Black appeared to be nervous as he spoke. We have the means to intercept anything that the rest of the world may wish to fire at us. A war between India and America would result in the total annihilation of India. They are fully aware of this. Our intelligence has confirmed the obsolescence of the entire Indian nuclear arsenal. It would take them hours, if not days, to prepare any of their missiles for launch. It had taken many years and billions of dollars to eventually achieve President Reagan's Star Wars ambition. Satellites equipped with immensely powerful laser guns capable of destroying all incoming ballistic missiles now circled the planet. The result of Reagan's forward planning now rendered America virtually invulnerable to all forms of missile attack. A secondary protective shield consisting of thousands of interceptor missiles for deployment against low-altitude attack also ringed the country. The Admiral is correct, sir. Theodore spoke for the first time. What if India had actually created the virus? The Jihada, as a final act, has left us with a war between a virus and a missile. If India is the only country with the vaccine to counter the virus, then India wins the war as long as she can conceal this knowledge. If not, we are back in the realms of mad again, mutually assured destruction. We eliminate India with our nuclear weapons, and India eliminates America with her virus. No one wins. Everyone loses. It is a battle that neither country can afford to take part in. The Jihada will have achieved his objective if there is only one world survivor, and he is Muslim. I would guess that this one survivor, or maybe even a whole community of survivors, are already in place somewhere in the world where they are protected from all forms of warfare, including both nuclear and viral. The president turned his head away from the table and looked up at the portrait of President John F. Kennedy, staring down at him as he thought about Theodore's words. Kennedy seemed to have adopted a worried frown. He had faced a similar dilemma with Russia over the Cuban Missile Crisis. Kennedy had found a solution to the problem. He had reached an under-the-table agreement with Khrushchev, the Russian president, that involved the tit-for-tat removal of both Russian and American strategic nuclear missiles from agreed locations. Neither side had lost face, and neither side had backed down. They had simply reached an acceptable accommodation that had secured the future of the world. One way or another, this president had to do the same. He had to secure the vaccine from India, and at the same time appease the Indian government without offering any form of military threat or intimidation. MAD had been the primary consideration of every U.S. president ever since the first nuclear weapons had been created. President Steinberg pursed his lips and emitted a sucking sound. He sat back in his chair for a few seconds, stroking his chin as he attempted to put himself in Kennedy's shoes when confronting Khrushchev. He was well aware that a ham-fisted approach would be likely to inflame the already strained relations with India. Because of her financial and upmarket manufacturing ability, Indian diplomats could be both obtrusive and belligerent. He had to tread warily. Theodore, can you pop out and make arrangements for the Indian ambassador to come here with immediate effect? Be nice about it, but if necessary, have him brought in by an armed guard. Forget diplomatic immunity and precedence if you detect any form of evasion. Not exactly diplomatic. The thought crossed his mind as his face broke into a big grin. Theodore read his thoughts and decided that the president had made an unconscious joke, so he smiled accordingly. Theodore left the room, returning a couple of minutes later and nodding at the president as he did so. He is on his way in his own car, sir. He said that he has been awaiting the call for a couple of weeks now. He sounded much too cocky for my liking. He really is a most unpleasant man. I have met him on numerous occasions, most disagreeable. Okay, Kathleen, my dear. What is the latest on America's viral outbreak? I really need an up-to-date report before I meet this cocky Indian. Theodore is right. He really is the most obnoxious bastard I have ever met. Back in Tennessee, we feed people like him to the pigs. Although the president's comment was glossed over by most of the people in the room as no more than a joke, to a man the eyes of the defense chiefs widened. They were well aware that the reality of the comment was somewhat closer to the truth. People who had stood in the way of the president's accession to the throne often disappeared, their bodies resurfacing only as pig feces. He may think that he holds all the cards at the moment, but I have a few aces up my sleeve as well. Pricks like him and his government are not going to hold America to ransom as they have the rest of the world, I can promise you that. The president winked at Kathleen as he spoke. The defense chiefs looked at each other in surprise. Theodore, McNaught, and Michael were already on board with the president. His mind was an open book to them, and that was exactly how he planned it to remain. The president had also been sidetracked and had failed to pursue the Mumbai missile question. Each of the defense chiefs breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Kathleen Cromwell was as always thorough in her report, and as always delighted at the president's use of the words, "my dear." As she was now an integral part of all the president's meetings and future plans, she was becoming intoxicated by her newfound power and importance, and was living in a state of near-permanent sexual arousal, often struggling to avoid a physical response. Tonight, she would again be patrolling the Washington streets in search of a short-lived liaison, maybe even 2 or 3 if the time allowed. America had not been slow to react when word of the new pandemic had started to come in from all over the world. This virus was clever, and hid and multiplied in the human brain for between 6 and 8 weeks before making its move. It was quite apparent that even though world travel had been severely restricted over the past few weeks, contamination in America would sooner or later begin to spiral out of control. It was beginning to take its toll in the communities where it had already appeared, and was only being slowed in its unrelenting progress by strict quarantine and restriction of people movement. Both the military and the National Guard were on orders of shoot to kill anyone breaking curfew or crossing strictly enforced boundaries in any of the infected areas. Most of the rest of the non-Muslim world had bought the vaccine from India. She had charged a high price, and had only allocated a limited amount to each country, usually only enough for 10% of the population. The world was being held to ransom. The world had no choice but to pay. The virus was a 100% guaranteed death sentence. Riots had broken out in every country that now had the vaccine. Who was to decide which 1/10 of the population was to live? What right did anyone have to decide who would die? In every country receiving the vaccine, the military was wisely vaccinated first, followed by the police, hospital staff, and politicians. In many of the less stable countries, the roadmap of the vaccination program came to a dead stop after the military and the police. From this point onwards, bribery, corruption, and gun law entered the program. What use was a man who made cars for a living? What use was a man who made anything for a living? Most countries now had more cars than people, and precious little electricity to charge them with. Islamic suicide bombers had seen to that by systematically destroying the infrastructure of much of the non-Muslim world. Petrol and gas cars were similarly redundant. If the car or candlestick maker could not afford to buy the vaccine, they would soon find themselves and their families joining the exponentially increasing number of casualties. Savings were withdrawn from banks by old men and women to pay for the vaccine. They still had a few years to live. Why should the government give the vaccine to the children? They had spent their lives working and paying their dues, yet now in their well-earned retirement, the government was asking them to die without even allowing them to have a say in their own destiny. No country received enough vaccine to satisfy everyone. 10% was totally inadequate, yet was the maximum allowed by India. And so the deaths of the last few months continued, and day by day the Earth's population grew less, as did the overburdening presence of the dominant species on the planet's resources. The gods looked on in silent approval. The culling of the dominant species was accelerating and was now going according to plan. Soon their task will have been completed, and they would move on to a new planet in a distant galaxy. They would not allow evolution to outpace them again. This dominant species had progressed too rapidly and had presented them with far more difficult problems than they had ever encountered before. Despite the virtual elimination of Islam from most of the planet, Allah was pleased with the work of the Jihada. He had done his job well. Numbers were unimportant, totally irrelevant. The fulfillment of the 1,500-year-old prophecy took precedence over all else. Soon there would only be Islam. If only one man was still alive on the planet, and that man was Muslim, then the prophecy will have been fulfilled. The survival of that one man together with his community was already assured. The Jihada had planned well before his banishment. He had also ensured his own immortality on the planet. America had not been contacted by India over its sale of the vaccine, nor had America contacted India. There had been a growing suspicion and enmity between the two countries for a number of years, since India's emergence as a financial superpower. Much of the world's trade was now conducted in the Indian rupee rather than the American dollar, and as was the case in America, much of the rupee's movement between countries was controlled by Israel. America resented this immensely. It meant that she could no longer exercise her control over the world's finances. Her incalculable debt with China, together with both the Middle and the Far East, being the self-imposed albatross around which all of her financial dealings were measured and restrained. This was no longer the case. Almost everyone in China, the rest of the Far East and the Middle East, were either dead or dying. At a stroke, America was debt-free. To whom would she pay the debt? Only the very rich and powerful of these once rich nations would survive the viral Holocaust. The surviving 10% were of little consequence in a world where money was now an irrelevance. Financial considerations no longer figured in any governmental thought or decision-making. There was no longer any financial interaction between countries. All forms of money and currencies were now redundant and obsolete. The Indian vaccine had now become the world currency and was openly traded in return for food. The Indian government was now aware that the world situation had almost spiraled completely out of control. Her vast exports of chemicals and pharmaceuticals had completely dried up. Currencies were worthless. Money was worthless. No matter how much revenue she received from the sale of the vaccine, there was nothing to spend it on and nowhere to spend it. She had been hoisted by her own petard. She was the world's new super-rich superpower, virtually alone and friendless in a disappearing world. Years of planning were suddenly going wrong. Her computers had always come up with the same future world model year after year, no matter how many different scenarios were researched. Like all computers throughout the universe, no matter how much artificial intelligence they had acquired, no program had ever been written that could foresee the often irrational and illogical reasoning of this one particular dominant species. Chapter 28. An unpleasant man. The Indian ambassador entered the meeting room at the White House, escorted by 2 lightly armed security men. He nodded at the president and sat himself down without so much as a glance at or an acknowledgement of anyone else in the room. He was a particularly tall, striking man in his mid-30s, and displayed the aloofness and arrogance that members of his own superior Indian caste usually reserved for the untouchables in their own society. Not for him the traditional dress of his countrymen, or even the more acceptable sober business attire expected when meeting the President of the United States. He was decked out in an eye-catching pale blue, immaculately tailored Italian suite, and sported several $1,000s worth of gold accessories, as a sign of both his wealth and of his own perceived importance in Indian society. Adjusting his multicolored tie, he raised his head in a gesture of assumed superiority, and looked slowly and contemptuously in turn at everyone in the room, his gaze lingering slightly longer at Kathleen Cromwell's breast, before finally settling with a sneering expression on President Steinberg. "You wish to see me, Mr. President? Well, I am here. What do you want?" were the first words to leave his mouth, delivered with a smirk and a royal-like posturing of his head, his eyes now focusing on the painting of Kennedy and no longer on the president. Kathleen Cromwell bristled as she sharpened her acerbic tongue and made to rise from her seat. It was a spontaneous reaction, and as she was about to let fly with all guns blazing, the president spoke. "Thank you for taking the time to see me, Mr. Ambassador. I would guess that you are pretty much up to speed with this world virus problem, and as you appear to be the only country with a vaccine to counter it, sooner or later this meeting was inevitable, don't you think? We have extremely limited supplies left. As you can imagine, demand has been great throughout the world." Again, the words were almost spit out with the arrogance that no nation other than India had ever managed to master, nor indeed had ever wanted to master. To a man and woman, the whole room metaphorically clenched their fists and tensed with anger at the arrogance of this thoroughly unpleasant man. Purple with rage, Kathleen Cromwell sprang to her feet, reluctantly returning to her seated position as the president raised his right hand to stay her. The president looked across the table at McNaught and slowly nodded with an almost imperceptible movement of his head. McNaught did not need the president's gesture in order to act. He had read his thoughts and was already on the same wavelength. He was also as angry as everyone else in the room at the man's arrogance. "Mr. Ambassador," he said in his booming and rather louder than usual voice. The ambassador turned slowly and contemptuously to his right in order to face McNaught, at the same time assuming an air of complete indifference and disinterest. McNaught engaged him in an intense stare with those mesmeric, steely blue eyes, and as the electric blue flash exploded in the ambassador's brain, he began speaking, this time in a more moderate and subdued tone. "Kindly take off your disgustingly tasteless tie and throw it onto the floor behind you, and do not retrieve it until I tell you to do so, you ignorant Indian bastard. You will now answer every question that you are asked to answer by everyone in the room. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," came the almost robotic reply. He removed his tie, threading it over his head and disturbing his perfectly groomed long jet-black hair as he did so. He then threw it over his shoulder behind him and turned to see it land in a heap, the knot still visible. He turned back around to face McNaught, this time wearing a blank, almost subservient expression, devoid of all of his previous arrogance and swagger. A thoroughly unpleasant man was now to become hypnotically traitorous to his own regime and country, and would remember nothing of what was about to take place. One by one, the people in the room asked the ambassador a series of questions. He was now so deep into McNaught's induced hypnosis that he was powerless to resist or lie. He told them of how the mutated Ebola virus had first come into being some 20 years previous during tests that they were making on the original and by now common African Ebola strain. Indian scientists had developed a vaccine for this virus that could easily have saved the millions of Africans that had died. They chose not to release it into Africa. Selling this early vaccine to the richer countries was much more profitable, and by doing so had avoided a second great world Ebola pandemic. The gods had not been pleased. The earlier years of the 21st century had seen what had appeared to be a very controllable form of Ebola suddenly mutate and become airborne. Deaths, particularly among the poorer nations, had numbered in the millions. World sales created by the reconstructed Indian vaccine had brought limitless wealth to the country. The gods had despaired at the ingenuity of this particular dominant species, as once again the attempt to cull had been outdone by their evolutionary intelligence. During the course of their experimentation, by the simple process of RNA manipulation, a mutant virus had emerged. This new virus had proved impervious to all attempts to kill or control it. No known vaccine had any effect on it. It had mutated to such an extent that it had completely ceased to be hemorrhagic, preferring to migrate to the human brain, where it would replicate itself several million times over before instructing the brain to stop the heart. Death always occurred during sleep or periods of deep relaxation, and for this reason people often stayed awake for days on end. The virus waited. It was always 100% successful and was in no hurry. During the 6 to 8 week incubation period, coughs, sneezes, and even close proximity breathing transmitted the virus to anyone within range. It was ready to jump hosts within 2 days of first being contracted. India estimated that a 90% death rate could be achieved in a city the size of New York within a few weeks using only one infected carrier. The other 10% would die within the next few months, regardless of any precautions they may have taken. The virus was smart and appeared to be planning its own strategy and timescale. It could move around in animals, through air conditioning ducts, and in the perennial scourge of mankind, the mosquito. Like all conscientious hunters, it did not kill indiscriminately in the same time frame, always leaving just enough of its quarry alive to guarantee its own survival. India recognized that she now had the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. If only she could produce a vaccine to control the virus, she would now have access to all of the world's wealth. Without an effective vaccine, however, her newfound weapon was of little use if it were to kill all of her own people. Billions of rupees had gone into this search for the holy grail of vaccines over a 10-year period with little success, until a brilliant young Afghan graduate called Muhammad Abu Rahim had finally cracked the genetic code and created what appeared to be a 100% successful vaccine. Muhammad Abu Rahim had been visited by the Jihada many times in his dreams. The vaccine was not all that it seemed. What was the Indian government's future plan for the virus? Were they seeking world domination? The president asked the ambassador. The ambassador's reply shocked everyone in the room with the exception of two men, Mario Molinari and Theodore Warburton. He told the room of how Mario Molinari had first approached the Indian government with tales of the Jihada and of the plans for total world domination by Islam some 16 years earlier. He told of the financial and military shield offered by both the CIA and the Israelis, and of the plan to infect the entire Muslim world with the virus. Their mutually agreed plan was to rid the world of Islam for all time. The Jihada had preempted their plans, and had been responsible for the destruction of Mumbai. It would have only been a matter of time before both Russia and China would have become involved. They had already threatened India with total destruction. They resented the fact that India was now a major financial and manufacturing power, whilst their own financial relevance was becoming inconsequential. The ambassador told of how India had moved with lightning speed, infecting Russia, China, and the entire Islamic world only days after of the Mumbai bombing. Years of preparation had ensured that vaccine stocks were sufficient to meet the requirements agreed by themselves, America, and Israel. What the fucking hell have you and the CIA got to do with all this, Mario? The president exploded and screamed in a fit of incandescent rage. How could America have agreed on what were sufficient vaccine stocks? Who the fuck gave you and the CIA this authority, and how come I have never been fucking well told about it? The president's language was now off the scale. Mario closed his eyes for a few seconds before speaking. He was boxed in, and had to now reveal the full extent of American involvement. He also knew that even the smallest deviation from the truth would be apparent to McNaught. Sir, the knowledge of the Jihada was first brought to our attention by Theodore some 16 years ago. There was a slight tremble in his voice. What? Theodore, 16 fucking years ago? The president now screamed with anger as he slammed both fists on the table several times. Why has the fucking president of the country been kept in the dark while the rest of the world is hell-bent on destroying itself? Who gave you two the fucking right to go behind my back? I am the president. It is me who makes the final decisions in this country, not the fucking CIA or my own personal assistant. Theodore interrupted and spoke quietly in a very assured and controlled manner. Sir, I was the young priest that took Michael from the doctor 16 years ago and flew him to England. When I had first become aware of the imminent birth of Michael and the Jihada, I contacted the CIA, and Mario was assigned to assist me and to maintain constant protection. Once in England, we were guarded by the Knights Templar for many years. All of this information was passed on to, and fully approved by both of your predecessors right from the day both of the twins were born. Ever since that time, sir, we have been working very closely alongside both the Israelis and the Indians. Those fucking Jews again. I might have guessed that those devious bastards would have been involved, but the Knights Templar Theodore, there you go again. I didn't believe you the first time that you mentioned them, so why should I believe in your mythical cult this time? I am more concerned with where the hell we are going at the moment. Mr. fucking Ambassador here has got us by the balls, and if we don't comply one way or the other, none of us will be alive to discuss the consequences. Michael had been quiet for much of the meeting. The room went silent as he spoke. The Knights Templar are no mythical cult, Mr. President. They may be secretive and disappear from public view and perception for decades, even centuries at a time, yet they are one of the most powerful organizations on earth. They are the guardians of the ARC of the Covenant. This bestows upon them powers beyond anyone's imagination, powers as explained in the missing chapters of the Book of Genesis. The ARC contains the Word of God. The lost scriptures contain the Word of Allah. The day of reckoning is now almost upon us, the ultimate conflict. A war where Islam and Christianity fight the final battle for supremacy. This will ultimately lead to the total elimination of one of the religions and all of its followers. Both sets of scriptures predict the Armageddon to come. Only one of them can emerge from the conflict. McNaught's booming voice entered the conversation as the room sat in silence in an effort to digest Michael's words. This is the final solution then, Michael? The question as to who wins the battle, God or Allah, Christianity or Islam? Turning his head to face McNaught, Admiral Black spoke in a triumphant tone. It appears to me that Islam has already lost the battle. Any Muslims that were still alive after what appears to have been an orchestrated world war against Islam are now dead or dying, thanks to our Indian friends. At least they got something right. I'm not so sure about that, Admiral, McNaught replied, this time in a more composed and assured manner. Before his banishment, I detected a sense of triumph in the Jihada. Before I could completely enter his mind and read his thoughts, he disappeared. Theodore stood up from his chair, and walking to the head of the room positioned himself alongside the president. He began speaking in a strange voice. It was not the voice of Theodore. It was not a human voice. It was a voice that those present felt rather than heard. It was so quiet that it was silent. No sound left his mouth, and yet everyone in the room was clearly aware of the words that were being spoken, telepathically transmitted. Sir, the three governments, Israel, India, and America, have had to take positive steps for two especially important reasons. The first of these was to prevent the Jihada from implementing the prophecy of the lost scriptures, and the one that we have all so far failed to discuss or address was to prevent the human race from destroying both itself and the planet. Faces in the room took on concerned expressions. This was not the Theodore that they had become accustomed to. He was now speaking in an assured and commanding tone, a tone that seemed to convey a message of menace. For the first time in the meeting, an atmosphere of genuine fear and foreboding prevailed. Looking in turn at each person in the room, he continued. Whole countries are becoming barren and infertile, sustained only by the ever-increasing use of chemical fertilizers and poisonous insecticides. Your seas are dying. Your earth is beginning to overheat. The oxygen content of the air that you breathe has been reduced to a level that can barely sustain many life forms. Even the atmosphere is beginning to disappear. There are too many people for the earth to sustain, and yet you still multiply. The whole of the human race is either poisoning the planet or destroying its assets. The gods have exhausted their means of controlling the growth of you, the dominant species. What you are now witnessing is the culmination of 2,000 years of planning. The gods have decreed that the dominant species of this planet has to be culled. This final solution, as Sir James has described it, has been many years in the making. When Michael first appeared a little over 2,000 years ago, the gods thought that by creating a religious leader, a prophet, his followers would keep the growth of the human race in check by constant warfare on or by the non-believers. This was unsuccessful. We first brought the Jihada to the planet 500 years later in order to create a different, much more intolerant religion, and to create religious conflict. His return now, after 1,500 years, will result in the virtual elimination of 90% of the Earth's population. We were successful in our plan. Our long-term objective for this planet has now been completed, and it is time for us to leave. You, Mr. President, sir, will complete the final task when you eliminate 1.5 billion Indians. If not, they will deceive you, and ultimately enslave and destroy you. With or without the vaccine, that will be your next move. There will be no other option. Theodore planted the thought firmly into the president's mind and that of the chiefs of staff. The jaw of the president dropped in disbelief. Almost everyone in the room sat in stunned silence as the impact of Theodore's words began to sink in. What could they possibly accomplish now by discussing ways of preventing the spread of a man-made virus? They were subject to culling by the gods. If so deemed, why were they now sat around this oval table in the White House? They should surely be with their families awaiting the inevitable. And why exactly did Theodore continue referring to the gods as we, and the rest of the room as you? You cannot leave, Theodore, neither can Michael. My powers are now greater than the two of you combined. McNaught rose as he spoke. There is nothing left for me on this planet. If you leave, you must take me with you. Theodore and Michael smiled at each other before Theodore spoke. We will take you, Sir James, but we cannot make you a god. McNaught bristled as he spoke almost in a roar. I have no wish to become a god, Theodore, but I would like some explanation as to where my powers are coming from. Why am I now able to call on greater powers than Michael if he is a prophet? Neither of you will ever leave this planet without an explanation. We cannot make you a god because you are a god, Sir James. That is the source of your powers. You are the god of many ancient civilizations, the Incas, the Mayans, the Romans and the Greeks, not just of this planet, but the planets of many different galaxies. You wish to live among the people of this planet as they do. You wanted to discover the reason why every dominant species always ultimately destroys both itself and its planet. The gods simply wiped your memory clean and brought you here as a child. What did you discover, Sir James? Theodore lifted both hands as he spoke, pointing his palms skywards in a questioning, almost religious gesture. The gods were listening with interest to the proceedings from their planet of the gods, and instantly restored McNaught's memory, the memory that had been lying dormant in the deepest recesses of his mind for over 50 years, the one mind on the planet that he had been unable to unlock. For the first time in his earthly life, he recognized why he had been searching and storing people's minds and thoughts for his entire life. McNaught paused for a while before speaking, the enormity of the revelation having taken him by surprise. He was a god that had been living with and among the planet's dominant species for over 50 years without knowing either the truth of his purpose on Earth or of his own self-denied powers. Deep down, he had always been aware of his magical powers. He had simply chosen not to accept them. There was no magic. Sir Isaac Newton had known nothing of the gods when he had formulated his laws of physics. They were the physical laws of the planet, and not of the universe. The gods were pleased as they listened to him speak. Now that they had restored his memory, he spoke as a god. The truth, Theodore. I have discovered the truth. McNaught spoke in the voice of the gods, as had Theodore. There was no physical movement or audible sound, yet everyone present heard the words. We can only delay the inevitable. There is no way that we can prevent the total destruction of the planet. This dominant species has evolved too far for the gods to save. We can only delay their self-destruction. We must do so for no longer. Evolution has created a species with an unquenchable thirst for both violence and power. The one and only solution is complete extermination before they export this destruction and infect other planets within their galaxy and beyond. This must be the message to the gods for the entire universe. Wherever evolution has produced a species with the capability of destroying everything that has evolved or has been created, that species must be eliminated, and not culled. The gods are now aware of this, Sir James. Theodore looked firstly at the president, and then back at McNaught. That is why they will never allow evolution to progress so far again. They must henceforth break the rules of the universe. The rules that have been in place since before time began. There are to be no exceptions. Theodore's thoughts traveled the universe to the planet of the gods. The gods signaled their approval. In an instant, 2 gods and a prophet disappeared before the astonished eyes of everyone in the room. The world's greatest magician, the boy magician, and Hermes, the Greek messenger of the gods, were now on a distant planet millions of light years away. Evolution had allowed the dominant species to run out of control there. They needed to be destroyed, not culled. Both Allah and the Jihada were waiting for them. With them was the virus. The gods were about to break the rules of the universe, rules that had not been broken since before time began. The Jihada would once again lead the way. This time and forevermore there was to be no more culling of the dominant species, only extermination, total elimination from the planet. This time, the gods would complete the task themselves, but the elimination of the dominant species of planet Earth was taking too long. This planned extermination, however, would soon be completed by the dominant species themselves. The Indian ambassador looked around the room in amazement. He was no longer under McNaught's hypnotic spell. Where have they gone? Where have the two men and the boy gone? I was talking to the big fellow with the beard 2 seconds ago and now he isn't here. Where has he gone and what is my tie doing on the floor? The president jumped in quickly before anyone else had the time to speak. It was unlikely that anyone else could have spoken, as the shock of seeing 3 people completely disappear before their very eyes had left them all immobilized and dumbfounded. Had they really been sitting with and talking to 2 gods and a prophet? Was the whole mess that the world was in really the gods' exercise in culling the human race? If so, why had they allowed the Indians to develop a vaccine that could ensure the continued survival of the species? Was the vaccine the panacea that it appeared to be? Had the gods once again been thwarted in their attempt at a cull by the ingenuity of this particular dominant species? They all left the room some 5 minutes ago, and you threw your tie on the floor yourself, in what appeared to be a petulant rage. The president said loudly and rather sarcastically. You appear to have been asleep. Is this the contemptible way that you conduct all of your business, Mr. Ambassador? Do you think that such behavior is acceptable? Because I most certainly do not, and I will be putting in an official complaint to your government. Is that clear? Kathleen Cromwell clasped her knees firmly together. Power! She almost gasped, her breathing becoming heavy and more erratic. The ambassador turned as bright a color of red as his brown Indian face would allow, and stuttered an apology, at the same time trying to gather his thoughts. How had he fallen asleep? Had he been drugged? Then the realization hit him. He was not a stupid man. McNaught had hypnotized him at a glance. He had retained a slight recollection of the electric blue flash in his brain, and he was now very concerned. How much information had he revealed? His mind felt empty and drained of all thought and knowledge. His hand may now be a busted flush. I think that it is now the time to cut to the chase, Mr. Ambassador, before you decide to go to sleep again, President Steinberg said in the most sarcastic voice that he could muster. How much of the vaccine do you possess, and when can we have all of it? The thoroughly unpleasant man smirked as he spoke. He was once again in control of the situation, and still considered that he held all the aces. Mr. President, my government has authorized me to allow the United States 10 million capsules in return for certain types of payment. These payments must be made in advance, and include the handing over to India of your entire nuclear arsenal, together with all the firing codes. Admiral Black jumped up from his seat, and slamming his fist on the table almost screamed. Over my dead body, you fucking black Indian bastard. You will not even get a fucking bow and arrow from my military. Thank you, Admiral, the President said politely. What exactly do you suggest then? I would bomb the fuck out of them, sir. As far as I am concerned, they have effectively declared war on the United States, and I for one am not prepared to sit idly by and let this smug bastard get away with it. Well, Admiral, the President was now smiling. Bomber Black had remained true to form and had not disappointed him. May I suggest that as soon as this meeting ends, you take your entire nuclear arsenal, land, sea, and air, and position them in readiness for a first and total obliteration strike on the entire country of India. There will be no need to ratify this with either Congress or the Senate. My authority is total and absolute with the current ongoing world situation. You have just condemned 500 million people to certain death in your own country. Is that what the American people wanted when they elected you? The smirking arrogance of the Indian ambassador returned and filled the entire room with rage. Not 500 million, Mr. Ambassador. I have done no such thing. Your government has done that. Also, in your own words, it is 500 million less the 10 million who you have so kindly offered to save. 10 million people will be left to live among 500 million stinking corpses. No, Mr. Ambassador, I do not think that the American people would want that. You, sir, however, have just condemned 1.5 billion Indians to the fires of hell here on earth. The only nuclear weapons that India will receive from the United States they will know about for no more than a few seconds. Not even a fucking cockroach will survive, maybe not even the planet. Mr. Ambassador, I am giving the Indian government 7 days to deliver their entire vaccine stocks to the US, and a further month to manufacture and deliver enough vaccine for the entire population, or India will cease to exist. She will disappear from the map. As I have just explained, because of the world situation, I, sir, have been given unlimited powers by the American Senate, and as long as I have the agreement and approval of my chiefs of staff, I can fucking well do as I wish. Kathleen Cromwell let out an audible gasp. Admiral Black, this is now a presidential order from your commander-in-chief. Position your entire nuclear arsenal in readiness for a first and total obliteration strike on India. Impose a total blockade on the country, land, sea, and air. No one is to leave the country until the vaccine is delivered. You, Mr. Ambassador, as the representative of your country, and having had full knowledge of your country's future blackmail plans, I find guilty of war crimes. Your diplomatic immunity has been revoked, and you are now under arrest. You will be given permission to speak to your government and no one else. If the result is not positive, you will be executed by firing squad at dawn tomorrow. That is preposterous. You do not have the authority to revoke my diplomatic immunity. Only my government has that authority. The enraged ambassador rose from his chair and banging his closed fist on the table screamed in self-righteous indignation. I am an Indian diplomat of Indian royal bloodline, and I demand to be treated with respect. How dare you speak to me in this manner, you arrogant, pompous white supremacist? I have the power to destroy your entire corrupt country with one single phone call, and may well do so if I do not receive an immediate apology. An incandescent Kathleen Cromwell rose in a fraction of a second to grab the ambassador around his throat, her hands open in a strangulation gesture. How dare he speak to her president in this manner? The president stayed her for the third time in a little over a couple of hours as he held up his hand. An angry Catherine Cromwell was a formidable figure, and as much as President Steinberg would have loved to see the Indian ambassador's reaction as her hands closed around his throat, he himself now had a much more satisfying solution to an extremely unpleasant man's disrespect. Admiral Black, the president said politely and with authority, kindly take this war criminal outside and have him shot. With pleasure, sir. The admiral left the room for no more than 20 seconds before returning with a couple of extremely large Marines, who manhandled a kicking and screaming thoroughly unpleasant man to the rear of the White House, and dispensing with the formalities of a firing squad, simply shot him in the head. The pig farmer from Tennessee was not a man to insult or threaten. As a younger man, he had sorted out many problems with his fists. Kathleen Cromwell was now red in the face but not with anger. Tonight, oh my God, tonight, she thought, her eyes misting over with anticipation. With or without the vaccine, India was still to be eliminated. Theodore's implanted thought took precedence over all forms of reason. India had declared war on the world. Either by accident or by design, she had declared war on America by releasing the uncontrollable virus onto an unsuspecting and unprepared world. McNaught had also imprinted this thought into the minds of everyone in the room before he once again became a god, before he was required to obey the rules of the universe. He had delved deep into the mind of the Indian ambassador and had foreseen the intentions and plans of the Indian government. There was to be no reliable vaccine delivered, only a barely effective and short-lived placebo. Something that would simply slow down the progress of the virus, and when the time was right, it would strike. The United States would be powerless to respond. India had expected to be in possession and control of all of America's nuclear weapons. India had underestimated the pig farmer from Tennessee at her peril, and a thoroughly unpleasant man had paid the ultimate price for his disrespect. The courts, parliaments, senates, and all other forms of elected and governing bodies no longer held sway in any of the world's countries. Absolute power in the United States was now firmly in the hands of the president and his chiefs of staff. Any decisions made involving the world's self-appointed policeman would be made by the people present in the room. The lessons and carefully disguised messages hidden in George Orwell's Animal Farm had never been fully grasped or understood by the human race, even well over a century later. It was in many ways quite ironic that a pig farmer should be so integrally involved. Chapter 29. A Presidential Lie. It was 4 days after the execution of the Indian ambassador that the vaccine began to arrive in a multitude of different military and civilian planes. India had witnessed the destruction that one nuclear missile could cause, with the elimination of virtually all life in Mumbai. That missile had been exploded at ground level. An airburst would have doubled the devastation. Initially, the Indian government had debated whether or not to call the president's bluff. Surely 500 million Americans would not vote for their own destruction because of the pig-headed behavior of a pig farmer. It stood to reason that the nuclear annihilation of India would lead to a similar result in America as the virus took hold. Mutually assured destruction had prevented the world's nuclear powers from attacking each other for over a century. America was still recovering from the devastation caused by the Jihada's mind control carnage. That had left millions of black and Muslim corpses to be disposed of. By a narrow majority, the Indian parliament decided that they could not afford to push the U.S. president too far. His uncompromising stance was demonstrated most effectively when he had the dead ambassador's body flown over to India simply to make a point. The single bullet hole in the side of the ambassador's head made that point. Virtually every American nuclear warship and submarine was now stationed in the Indian Ocean surrounding India, and planes were flying over the country with impunity. The deployment of India's warplanes and missiles was never considered for fear of provoking retaliation by America's immeasurably superior military force. The deadline was for India's total vaccine stocks to be on U.S. soil within 7 days, or she would be obliterated from the face of the earth. India had considered the possibility of such a move if America had not acceded to her demands, and had 20 million doses of the placebo vaccine ready for shipment long before the threat had arrived. The powers in Israel smiled. Everything was going according to plan, exactly the way their American double agent had said that they would. America had been Israel's greatest ally for many years, but she had sensed that betrayal was in the air. Mossad, the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, had followed the trail of nuclear weapons technology that had left America and finished up in the Middle East. America supposedly did not want her nuclear weapons to leave the country and had refused to sell either them or their secrets to even her closest allies. The only exception was Great Britain, whose country, similar to Israel in the Middle East, was the permanently moored aircraft carrier to be sacrificed in the event of a nuclear exchange between America and Russia or China. America's new generation of smart nuclear missiles was far more advanced than anything that the rest of the world could ever have developed. So why had the technology that had helped to create their very existence been allowed to surface in the 4 countries surrounding Israel? Was this betrayal a presidential conspiracy? Israel had no doubts about this. Israel was well aware of President Steinberg's anti-Semitic views. As he had begun his steady and heady climb to political power, Mossad had carefully monitored his progress. Back in his Tennessee pig farming stronghold, there was a large German community, many of whom still had strong Nazi tendencies. Fundraising events were arranged where Nazi costumes were worn, and Nazi salutes exchanged. When running for the presidency, people who tried to expose the future president's anti-Semitic views often met with accidents or simply disappeared, to be turned into pig feces. Hungry pigs leave little evidence of their last meal behind. People learned to keep their mouths shut. This had always been the American way. Generations of Italian mafia bore evidence of that. Money bought power long before power was achieved politically. Money, and the groveling acquiescence to the oil, finance, and armament industries, had always been the prime mover that led to the presidential throne. President Steinberg had portrayed himself as a man of the people, particularly the poor people, and it easily and seamlessly courted the black and Hispanic vote. The Israelis were concerned, and were afraid of losing the Jewish stranglehold over the American finance and banking industries. Their financial control and decision-making control over the weapons manufacturing industry was increased to the extent that they no longer had to be subservient to American demands for greater autonomy for the Palestinians. They could now control the guidance and destruct systems of all American strike weapons, using modifications incorporated by subterfuge during the manufacturing process. The failed American cruise missile strike on Iran, and the failure of the 4 Arab countries surrounding Israel to launch one single nuclear missile at the Israeli mainland, had proved their acquisitions to be both prudent and life-saving for the State of Israel. Given the opportunity, Steinberg would quite happily have confiscated all Jewish assets and returned them to the American people, his long-term objective being quite apparent to Israel. He had discussed this goal many times with Mario Molinari. Mario has always lent a willing and sympathetic ear for Steinberg to talk into. Mario Molinari had been a Mossad agent for over 20 years. Mario was the eyes and ears of the Israeli government. Molinari was not the original family name at the time of the Nazi witch hunts. It was simply a name that his forebears had used when they had entered the United States in order to hide their true lineage. America was not always sympathetic to Jewish immigrants. To the original CIA intelligence services who had conducted background checks on him, Mario's Italian family history had been long lost during the frantic escape that many of the CIA men's own distant relatives had had to make in order to evade the Nazi war machine. Mario was patriotically Jewish, as had been President Steinberg's 2 presidential predecessors. Mario's role as a double agent had been a carefully guarded secret from the American establishment, and his position as Steinberg's unofficial CIA mole owed itself to the former president's recommendation. Theodore and Michael had been aware of Mario's dual role throughout, McNaught a little later as his powers had increased. They simply chose not to mention it to the president. They had been working to a different agenda than Mario. Israel was aware of the Indian government's plan to deliver a placebo to the Americans. The vaccine did no more than delay the onset of death by a few months. It was originally thought that by the time the American military machine had been dismantled, Israel and India would not only be the dominant financial powers in the world, but also the dominant military powers. Then they would be able to complete the destruction of all of their loathsome Muslim neighbors, wherever the virus hadn't already completed the task. Israel was the only country in the world that had been supplied with sufficient stocks of the unadulterated vaccine to protect her entire Jewish population. All Arabs living within Israel had received no more than the completely ineffective placebo. Like India, Israel had her own plans for ethnic cleansing. Israelis would soon be free to worship at all of her holiest sites and shrines without having to share them with Arabic Muslims. Jerusalem would be fully restored to its rightful God. There would be no more prayers for Allah in Israel. Allah would have to leave. There would be no reason for him to stay. All of his disciples would be eliminated. Israel had never considered the possibility of America unleashing her nuclear arsenal on India. She was unaware that both Theodore and McNaught's parting gift to President Steinberg and his military chiefs of staff was the unlocking and the transferring of all the information held within the now dead Indian ambassador's mind, information which unequivocally gave details of India's future intentions. Mario had not received the subliminal messages from either Theodore or McNaught, however. He was aware that there was to be no effective vaccine delivered to the United States, only a modified vaccine, a placebo that simply delayed the inevitable death of the 20 million Americans who were to receive it. No one knew for how long the vaccine would be effective, not even the Indian scientists. 20 million doses of the vaccine nevertheless had to be administered to the people who were chosen to live, at the same time pacifying and controlling the near 500 million who had been chosen to die. Chapter 30. The meeting. President Steinberg was seated in the largest conference room in the White House, surrounded by all of his chiefs of staff, and senior members of every White House department, each member having been carefully chosen by Kathleen Cromwell and himself. Many Black and Hispanic departmental heads were confused when their white subordinates were chosen, and not them. He had now to sort out what was perhaps the biggest problem ever to face a U.S. president. How to tell close on 500 million people that his decision, and his decision alone, was that within the next few weeks, they and their entire families would die. It was akin to him passing a death sentence on over 97% of the people that he had been elected to protect. He calmly explained his decision to obliterate India to the personnel present. There were only nods of approval. There was not the slightest sign of dissent. The military chiefs of staff sat around with a smug look of satisfaction on their faces, at a mission accomplished. A job well done. A well-deserved retribution for the viral war that India had unleashed on America. It was to their great relief that on this occasion, all of their weapons had worked. The president had metaphorically pressed the nuclear button within hours of the intransigent Indian government's refusal to release any further stocks of the vaccine. America's undercover CIA operatives were aware that over 300 million doses of the vaccine had been spirited away for delivery to other countries who were prepared to pay vast sums for it. Canada, in particular, had pledged much of her oil production together with many years of vast concessionary food deliveries in return. America had demanded all of this vaccine, and India had refused. India effectively disappeared off the world map, her people both atomized and vaporized without so much as a passing glance or a hint of remorse from the military chiefs of staff. Everyone present in the room accepted that India had declared war on the world, more importantly on the United States. India alone was responsible for the present and future deaths of over 97% of the American population. There could be only one possible response. President Steinberg had responded correctly. Admiral Black and his military had carried out the presidential order with unbridled relish. These were cataclysmic times. Events were unfolding much too quickly, often changing on a daily basis, and required an almost instant response. A presidential decision approved by his military chiefs of staff required no further approval from the various tiers of government. The people at the meeting were now responsible for what was to be the world's largest and most pressing inoculation program. Firstly, though, they had to decide who was to live. We cannot have the anarchy seen throughout the rest of the world, the president almost shouted. So far, wherever the vaccine has been distributed, the military has seized possession, and gun law has ruled. Doctors and nurses have been denied the vaccine, and at this present time, the medical services no longer exist in these countries. Doctors and nurses no longer exist. They are now victims of the virus. This will not happen here. You gentlemen, my chiefs of staff, will not allow it to happen. You and you alone will be responsible for carrying out whatever decisions we arrive at today. Sir, Admiral Black cut in and began speaking with the assumed authority of a man who had just obliterated 1/5 of the world's population in a matter of minutes by making one simple phone call. It is essential that not only the armed forces receive the vaccine, but also their wives and children, maybe even their parents. This is where the rest of the world has got it wrong. Every single one of my people would rather their children live than they themselves. This one oversight is the major contributing factor in all of the military indiscipline throughout the world. Everything has escalated from there. None of the military men was prepared to sit around and watch their wives and children die through their own lack of action. They simply took matters into their own hands, and I have to confess, sir, I would probably have done the same regardless of military discipline. Thank you, Admiral. The President nodded several times. I have to say that as a father there is no doubt in my mind that both Sally and I would definitely have been thinking along those lines. Family is considerably more important than military orders for every man, no matter how strict the discipline. Without dwelling on the military any longer, as speed is of the essence, can we therefore all agree that in the interest of national security, all military men and women and their immediate families are number one on the list of priorities? That is, of course, after all White House staff and families, he added with a smile. The need for decision-making takes priority over even the military. Everyone in the room smiled, even the chiefs of staff. A presidential joke, no matter how weak, invariably received such a response. So far, so good, were the president's thoughts. Everyone in the room was nodding their approval as they smiled. The rest of the program would undoubtedly be a little more difficult. Nevertheless, like all good dictatorships throughout history, once the military was with you, the rest would have to fall in line. It had always been that way, since before time began, as Michael would have said. Democracies had ballot boxes, dictators had the military, and the President of the United States was now effectively a military dictator answerable to no one. George Orwell's 1984 and Animal Farm were again being reenacted. What many people in the room were unaware of was that the marginally effective vaccine so treacherously provided by India would do no more than delay the inevitable. Death would be only a matter of time. How long? No one knew. The president was playing for time. He already had the finest brains that America and all her allies could muster working on the problem, and was convinced that soon they would develop an effective vaccine. The human brain had always managed to defeat and extinguish the threats posed by all of mankind's plagues. Somehow, there was a different feel to this virus. The gods were pleased with the Jihada's work. As always, Kathleen Cromwell rose authoritatively. "Mr. President, sir, I feel that if we are going to be tasked with the disposal of close on 500 million bodies over a period of a few months, one way or another, we should endeavor to arrange for these people to vacate the cities and towns, no matter how small they may be, and meet up at prearranged assembly points that we set up in the deserts or the less inhabited regions for their injections. We only have 20 million doses of the vaccine, Kathleen. We can't have 500 million people wandering around the countryside simply waiting to die. Not even the military would be able to prevent total anarchy," the president said, feeling that Kathleen still had more to offer. "They don't know that we only have enough vaccine for 20 million people, sir. We have to arrange for 500 million placebos to be made available, colored water if necessary. Once the people have been inoculated with the placebo, they are far more likely to be controllable than if we simply say, 'Sorry, none left. Please go away and die.' That answer would lead to riots and total anarchy, sir, something that we have witnessed throughout the rest of the world." All the people in the room nodded their approval. "Brilliant idea as always, Kathleen." The president also nodded his approval. "We will work on that plan once we have decided who has the 20 million doses of the correct vaccine. I am now throwing this open to the room. How do we decide who lives and who dies? Once we have settled that argument, we will discuss Kathleen's suggestion and how to implement it." The meeting went on all day and well into the night before an agreed plan of action was arrived at. The 20 million doses of the vaccine delivered by India, no matter how unreliable, would be the first to be administered. The recipients were to be the most important members of society, the people who would be of most use to the United States once the viral holocaust had run its course. The medical profession took priority after the military. These were to be followed by farmers, students, and selected intelligent children. These young people were the future of the country, and would provide the breeding stock from which the country would eventually recover. There was to be no vaccine for the rich bankers or the industrialists. Money and manufacturing were things of the past, and would only resurface many generations in the future. As the entire room comprised of only white Americans, selectively chosen by the president himself, no black, Hispanic, or any other race appeared on the list. They would be given the placebo as suggested by Kathleen Cromwell. A reformed and successful America would never again have to suffer from racial impurity. Not even the black and Hispanic servicemen would be receiving the correct vaccine. The American plan, like the now aborted Indian plan, and the successful Israeli and South African plans, was to embark on its own version of ethnic cleansing. Maybe Hitler had been a visionary all those years ago. Maybe the next stage could even be full-blown eugenics. There would certainly be no fucking Jews or Muslims on the list, no matter how much money they possessed. Steinberg would see to that, and stressed it most strongly. He received no form of opposition. Steinberg was now growing into his role of self-appointed dictator. Animal Farm was becoming a virtual blueprint. The room nodded its Orwellian sheep-like subliminal acceptance. Mario Molinari, as always, followed the party line. Soon it would be time for him to go home. His chosen home was and always had been Israel. His work in the United States was now completed. He felt that all along, McNaught, Theodore, and Michael had been aware of his dual identity. His plans fitted in perfectly with theirs. Their plan was the culling of the dominant species. His was simply to ensure that the U.S. never again dictated terms to Israel. In their own way, they had all been successful. The utmost secrecy was to be maintained by members of the meeting, and Kathleen Cromwell's plans were put into place. Thousands of military men, women, and medical staff were mobilized to administer the largest logistical exercise since the D-Day landings of the Second World War. Hypodermic needles were begged, bought, or stolen from every country that still had stocks. These needles injected the Indian vaccine. The overwhelming injections, being made by use of thousands of vaccine guns that delivered a tiny dose of yellowish-tinted water every couple of seconds, without the need for needle renewal. The entire U.S. military was employed to move people to the selected desert and wilderness locations. These were to become death camps, euphemistically referred to as quarantine stations, far away from the major cities and towns. There, people were housed and tented, watered, and fed, and at all times forcefully policed and prevented from leaving. To begin with, people bought into the idea that quarantining was essential, and obeying the presidential instruction was their patriotic duty necessary for their survival. Doubts began to surface about the motives and validity of these instructions, as giant earth-moving equipment was brought in to dig bottomless pits hundreds of yards long and wide. People who had already been exposed to the virus began to die, and as each pit was filled with corpses and covered by sand, others were dug. Soon, those who had not previously been exposed began to suffer a similar fate. People began to suspect that the government had not been entirely truthful with them, and disquiet turned into open revolt. Thousands of men, women, and children left their quarantine camps and attempted to make the long journey home. If they were to die, it was to be at a place of their choosing, their choice invariably being home. The president gave the almost unthinkable order, and the military reluctantly complied. Anyone trying to leave their allocated quarantine station was to be shot on sight. Riots began to run out of control as the by now prisoner inmates of the quarantine camps realized that the future held only death. They no longer had anything to lose. They would rather face death at the hands of the military than to die in what was now becoming the world's biggest ever concentration of death camps. The almost forgotten stain on the character of the human race brought about by the Nazi extermination of the Jews at the death camps of Auschwitz and Treblinka was once again to blight the human race without either conscience or compassion. Machine gun posts were set up by the military to facilitate interlocking fire. No living creature could escape the deadly stream of lead that spewed out from their overheating barrels. Lemming-like, a seemingly never-ending procession of people walked slowly forward to their inevitable death, reenacting scenes reminiscent of the stupid and unnecessary command formations of the First World War. Orders were given for military jets to bomb the camps with the largest and most lethal non-nuclear weapons available. Tens of thousands died at a stroke. They were the lucky ones. The decision was taken to stop supplies of all food and water. What little water that was available was to be poisoned. The people were going to die anyway, so why delay the inevitable? Dead people do not riot. Dead people simply rot. Soon the ever-growing number of daily deaths became too much for even the giant earth-moving equipment to cope with. The decision was taken to abandon the living and the dying to their fate. The surviving numbers were still in the tens, if not hundreds of millions, and were simply left to the mercy of starvation, poisoning, disease, and an increasing number of artillery and airstrikes. Poison gas and chemical agents were fired into the camps by artillery shells. People died twitching and convulsing as the nerve gases attacked their bodies, and once again the scenes became reminiscent of the German gas attacks on the helpless men cowering in their trenches during the First World War well over a century earlier. On this occasion, the human race had not ignored the lessons of history. It had simply and by necessity repeated them. There was no other option. Only this time the enemy was no longer an attacking or invading force. It was a microscopic invisible virus, and no amount of weaponry would be able to defeat it. The gods looked down on the carnage with a mixture of approval at the success of the Jihada's planning and disgust at the indifference with which the dominant species treated each other. There was to be no more culling of a planet's dominant species, only extermination. The gods now possessed the virus, and had agreed that from now on, breaking the rules of the universe was both acceptably and necessary. Sir James McNaught's advice had been both well received and approved by all of the gods. What they were now witnessing confirmed the wisdom of such advice. The Jihada had been forgiven and was allowed to return to the planet of the gods. He could no longer be held responsible for breaking the rules. The gods themselves had now broken the rules of the universe and would continue to do so. Within a few short and shameful months, the population of America was down to the 20 million who had received the Indian vaccine. Most of the rest of the once 500 million people were buried beneath the desert and wilderness sands, or simply left to rot, to decompose, and to be consumed by maggots and rats far away from what was left of the American survivors. Bodies of the people that had remained in the cities and towns were either buried by the military where spare land was available, burned in huge bonfires, or dumped off giant container ships out into the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, as had happened after the black and Muslim murderous carnage a few short months earlier. The whole of the United States took on the unmistakable stench of death. Rats in their millions multiplied and feasted on the corpses, and the sky turned black with countless trillions of bloated black flies, sometimes blotting out the little sunlight that managed to penetrate the nuclear dust cloud. One human corpse can provide enough sustenance for 50,000 maggots. Within 2 weeks, these 50,000 maggots hatch into 50,000 bacteria-ridden black flies. America now had 500 million corpses, a feast in waiting. The Earth was now noticeably cooler owing to the nuclear winter. The effects of both the Middle East and the Indian nuclear explosions had sent millions of tons of gases and minute dust particles high into the atmosphere, obscuring and filtering all sunlight for weeks on end. Most of the 20 million surviving Americans moved south into the warmer regions, gathering food and supplies as they went. Occasionally they encountered small pockets of survivors who had isolated themselves from society. These people they left alone, knowing that sooner or later the virus would find them. It would probably hitch a lift on a dog, or a rat, maybe even inside a mosquito. Whatever the mode of transportation, it would always find them. It wanted to survive and multiply, and for that only a human host would do. After a period of adaptation and lifestyle consolidation lasting a little over 3 years, a few of the 20 million American survivors, living in the south of the country, began to die in their sleep. These numbers began to escalate, and soon reached a panic point when 500,000 died within 1 week. The Indian placebo was now becoming ineffective. Soon the only survivors would be the ones who had received the correct Indian vaccine: the president, the chiefs of staff, and all their families. The select few who were the chosen ones, chosen by the president himself. The once prosperous and vibrant country that was the United States of America would have less than 100 people alive throughout its vast reaches. South America's population still numbered in the millions, many of the richer countries having bought as much of the unadulterated vaccine as the Indians would allow them to. Having been on the receiving end of military domination by the United States for a couple of centuries, Mexico was now free to reclaim all of her former territories. She didn't need to. Her population had been reduced by 90%. Still, she marched her army triumphantly into the Southern American states, blissfully unaware that even the vaccine that they had received had been modified by Muhammad Abu Rahim on the Jihada's instructions. The modification would soon become apparent. Doubts were already beginning to surface as to the true nature of the vaccine. Canada declared a virtual state of war with America and seized whatever assets she wished from the northern states, only to find that there was no one to make war with. She had ordered and paid for in kind millions of doses of the vaccine, ceding many of her precious oil fields and unlimited food supplies in return. America had obliterated India and all of Canada's prepared stocks on what was to be the vaccine's delivery date. The entire nation was now doomed to an extinction of biblical proportions. Only a few isolated Canadian communities were still clinging on to life. If only the Americans had waited. The threat of nuclear annihilation would certainly have forced the Indians into revealing the secret of the vaccine's formula and production. Instead, the secret had vanished along with the Indian people. Now only one man on earth knew that secret, and he was happy to keep the secret between himself and the Jihada. The Eskimos of North Alaska were for many months unaffected. However, of the many Canadians moving north, and the few Americans that had either escaped or avoided the organized death camps to escape the ravages of the virus, a small proportion were carriers, and even in the frozen north, the virus adapted and multiplied throughout its human hosts. Why did her southern neighbor have to be so headstrong and stupid? The doomed Canadian people asked themselves as they watched their family members die one by one. Being the world's self-proclaimed and appointed policemen, carried responsibilities not only to themselves, but to the world that they were supposed to be policing. The last non-vaccinated people on the planet to succumb were the remote Amazonian tribesmen. Living deep in the jungle, many of the tribes had rarely seen other humans outside of their own villages, and so contact with the virus was spared. The virus, however, was smart, and needed a human host to survive and multiply. It did not want to eliminate its only means of survival, and traveled the world looking for new hosts using a variety of transport modes. Dead monkeys killed for food by the tribesmen was the vehicle by which it gradually worked its way through the rainforests. The virus learned to delay the deaths of many of its hosts. During its initial assault on the human race, few people survived beyond 2 months. The total elimination of the human race would also spell extinction for the virus. People began to live for months after infection thinking that they were to be spared. They were not. The virus made its move whenever it chose to do so. Like all good hunters, it always ensured that enough of its quarry survived to provide sport for the coming season. Chapter 31. The Aftermath. Muhammad Abu Rahim was happy in his remote Afghan village. The Indian government had rewarded him well for his achievement in creating the vaccine. Their benevolence was based on the pragmatic premise that if they were to shower him with considerable riches, then the secret of the vaccine would remain forever safe. There were those in the government who wanted him eliminated. What if he were to sell the secret formula and method of manufacture to the world? This would relieve India of the considerable power that she was about to wield, and in turn would certainly make him the richest and most sought-after scientist in the world. Muhammad's journey back to his remote mountain village had been closely monitored. The Indian government decided to keep him alive. He, and he alone, had tamed the monster, and his services may again be needed sometime in the future. Muhammad was now treated like a prophet in his tiny mountain village community. He had built a school for the boys. Under strict Islamic Sharia law, it was forbidden for the girls to be educated. Their role in life was to have good Muslim children and to worship Allah. He had also brought to the village the original unadulterated vaccine, just enough for everyone in the village, no one else. This vaccine had been modified by the Jihada. Unknown to the gods, this vaccine did not produce sterility. Muhammad's village survived the ravages of the virus. Nowhere, and no one else in the entire country did. Afghanistan was a Muslim country, and as such was denied access to the vaccine by the Indian government. Muhammad told the villagers of how the Jihada had visited him in his dreams, and of how he had instructed him in the implementation of the lost scriptures. Elsewhere, few Muslims now survived on earth. Only those rich enough to have bought the vaccine from India through a third party were still alive. These people now lived in isolated communities, protecting themselves with their own private armies. In many cases, they hid their Muslim religion from prying eyes, shaved off their beards, and even attended Christian churches or Buddhist temples to complete the deception. They were still sought out by people of all other religions, and when found, none of them survived. They had been responsible for bringing the plague to the planet. Everyone knew that Islam was responsible. They had to pay the price for their folly. The entire world blamed Islam for the plague. It suited the governments that knew the truth to stay quiet. They needed the vaccine. Islam had been too dominant in the pre-apocalyptic world. It must never be allowed to achieve such dominance again. Total elimination was the answer. Islam must disappear completely from the face of the earth. A limited degree of normality was slowly returning to the countries wealthy enough to have bought the vaccine. Throughout Europe, the 10% of the population that was now alive were slowly drifting back to the towns and cities. Food was running out, and starvation beckoned. Tens of millions of rotting carcasses and trillions of bloated flies had originally driven them to form their own little communities on remote mountainsides or in the forests. Violence and total lawlessness was the norm. These problems were met with ever more violence from the police and army. These were the people that had received the vaccine before the rest of the population. These had been the people with the guns. They demanded the priority that overwhelming force invariably achieves. It was thought that by appeasing the armed forces, a certain degree of control could be achieved. Without exception, the authorities were wrong in their understanding of human nature. The soldiers, sailors, and Air Force men had wives, children, mothers, and fathers. They also had friends and relatives who had children. Why should a bunch of old and unquestionably corrupt politicians decide who should and who should not live? The lives of these people were worth nothing in comparison to the lives of their own families. The vaccine was commandeered at gunpoint and administered to family members and friends, surpluses being sold on to the highest bidder, the seller little knowing that all forms of currency, precious stones, and material wealth were to become of zero value. Weapons and vaccine were now the only forms of currency. Weapons were the only way to obtain food. No one wanted money or gold anymore. People with stockpiles of tinned and preserved food were the new rich. Africa, the only exception being the white population of South Africa, was now almost completely devoid of people. The white South African ethnic cleansing program was now complete. The lions, hyenas, wild dogs, and vultures had multiplied tenfold. Food was everywhere, either in the form of dead and dying people or their crops and livestock. Africa was returning to the time in history before the arrival of Homo sapiens. She was turning the clock back 200,000 years. The three countries that India had been most wary of, Russia, China, and Pakistan, were now almost devoid of people, having been denied all vaccine other than the same short-lived placebo as had been delivered to the Americans. The Christian and Buddhist Asian countries, together with Australasia, were also beginning to return to a limited form of civilization. The regions had been wealthy and had bought vast quantities of the vaccine before the European powers had realized the devastation that the virus would cause. No one had survived the nuclear holocaust on the Indian subcontinent. President Steinberg, the pig farmer from Tennessee, had received the message loud and clear from Theodore and McNaught. Admiral Black had been only too willing to expedite the presidential order to bomb the fuck out of them. Few people were now alive in North America. The Indian placebo had seen to that. After over 100 years of threat and counter-threat, mad, mutually assured destruction had finally been achieved on planet Earth by the Indians and the Americans. Chapter 32. Hell. The people of the richer countries who had bought the vaccine were in many cases to become the unlucky ones. It soon became apparent that the reality of the new life was not the underpopulated peaceful panacea that they had at first envisaged. Food supplies began to run low. Farmers had been placed low down the list of priorities when the vaccine had been handed out. The millions of putrefying bodies had begun to contaminate water supplies, leading to unimaginable numbers of deaths resulting from the third world diseases of dysentery, typhoid, and cholera. Often whole newly formed communities would succumb after drinking from once pure streams or wells, and with the absence of proper food and medical care, few of them survived. Temperatures began to drop as the dust clouds from the nuclear holocaust unleashed on the Middle East and India began to circle the planet and obscure much of the sunlight. Food could barely be grown, as supplies of seed stocks were either unsuitable for the new colder and drier climate, or had already been consumed. Most of the plant life could not adapt quickly enough to survive, leading to death by starvation of livestock. No one bothered farming livestock anymore, as bands of starving soldiers, or well-armed groups of both men and women, shot, butchered, and consumed anything that they could lay their hands on. Survival usurped all forms of morality. Cannibalism resurfaced in what were once civilized and cultured societies. Rainfall became virtually non-existent throughout most of the planet as dust clouds replaced the rain clouds. Only Israel prospered. Because of her pact with India, all of her Jewish population had been vaccinated against the virus before the American Holocaust. Israel adapted her farming practices and genetically modified her crops in order to cope with the changing climate. Israel had plentiful supplies of clean, pure water from her underground lake. Israel no longer had to worry about the genocidal intentions of her neighbors. Israel no longer had neighbors. Her long-term pact with Iran diminished along with the disappearance of Iran's Muslim population. The rest of the world's survivors were not so fortunate. Not all of the contaminated people died within the first 6 to 8 weeks. Immune systems fought the virus, and the virus itself became less effective, many people living for months before eventually succumbing. Without the vaccine, the man-made virus was impossible to resist. Death was always 100% guaranteed. There was no if, only when. Little did the surviving people know that the when was of the virus's choosing. The virus was modifying its timescale to ensure its own survival. The entire planet took on an evil stench. At times, the trillions of big black bloated flies obscured what little light the dust cloud allowed to filter through. People had to walk around with their mouths covered, as a single breath would often ingest several of the evil putrid beasts, resulting in death by contamination or bacterial poisoning. Well-trained and faithful domestic dogs had been locked in their homes as their owners died. Starving, they had feasted on the only food available, their owners. Many had eventually escaped through broken windows or doors left open by looters who were looking for food. These dogs now formed into packs and reverted back to their original and traditional roles, reverted back to the time before mankind had redesigned them through selective breeding. The new wolf packs came in all shapes and sizes, the bigger and fiercer dogs beginning to lead the packs and having the first choice of breeding rights. Each successive litter became bigger, stronger, and more aggressive. Their instincts sharpened and reverted back in time. Their search for food became their overriding objective. Rats became their staple diet. Millions of rats roamed the streets and houses free from all forms of human controls. All creatures on Earth expand relative to the food supply. The rats had a never-ending food supply. Millions of dead and rotting human corpses. Unarmed people venturing out onto the streets became targets of the wolf packs. Man's best friend became his worst and most feared enemy. Millions of years of evolution now resurfaced and dominated the canine brain. People were meat, and dogs were carnivores that hunted meat in packs. Wolf pack fought wolf pack over territory, where not too long before gangs of young men had fought over the same territory. For a creature that had evolved to hunt and kill elk and buffalo, an unarmed human was an easy meal, and once again the species multiplied and expanded in line with the never-ending food supply, both human and rat. All forms of electrical equipment were now redundant. There was no electricity or gas, no heating to alleviate the nuclear winter. All forms of combustible materials were burned, and groups of people stood around feeding the fires in order to keep themselves warm and to protect themselves from the ever-present predators. Not far away, the canines lay in wait for their next meal. Fresh meat always tasted sweeter than decaying flesh, and the thrill of the chase, together with the kill, was exciting and built into their DNA. It was originally planned to supply people involved in essential services with the vaccine. The military and the men and women with the guns had other ideas. Officers who thought that their rank was still of importance were shot. The rest of the officers discarded their uniforms and fled. Total anarchy ruled. There was no longer any form of order or discipline. Armed soldiers raided shops, supermarkets, and any form of a food store, commandeering and then selling the food to the highest bidders, little realizing that only food could sustain life, not money or gold. As the food ran out, they would be forced to run the gauntlet of the wolf packs. Not all of them would return, their screams sending shudders of fear and revulsion through the survivors. Diseases started to work their way through the population. There were no longer any functioning hospitals, no doctors or nurses, and no life-saving drugs. Diseases that had almost been wiped off the face of the earth resurfaced. The polluted and poisoned water supply reintroduced medieval medical problems to the once civilized world. Curable diseases now became fatal. Medical knowledge and practices reverted back to the Middle Ages. The contaminated and poisoned water supplies had little effect on either the dogs or the rats. They in turn continued to multiply and to spread the diseases. For many years, the vaccine created by Muhammad Abu Rahim kept the virus at bay throughout the once civilized world. People no longer died in their sleep. Many decided that life in the new world was no longer worth living, and whole family groups committed suicide, only to be eagerly consumed by both rats and dogs. Those that fought to stay alive simply reverted back to dying in the normal and traditional ways, as they had done for 200,000 years. They did not, however, revert to their traditional ways of breeding. Muhammad Abu Rahim had altered the DNA of the vaccine. The Jihada had told him how to in his dreams. That was allowed by the gods. This time the Jihada had obeyed the rules of the universe. This was the secret that he had blocked from McNaught and Theodore before disappearing into a thought. He had to disappear before the full extent of his future accomplishment and his ultimate triumph was discovered. What was left of the entire human race was now sterile. The vaccine may have saved lives, but it no longer allowed replenishment, and soon the cull of the gods would be complete. Chapter 33. Fulfillment. In a remote Afghan village, a small group of Muslim people continued to have children. They lived high in the mountains far away from the fetid, polluted waters that now flowed throughout the planet, high enough to escape the all-encompassing poison nuclear dust cloud that swirled around the planet. They drank clean, pure water from the mountain streams and ate well. Millions of goats now roamed the mountains and the high plains, free to breed and freed from the human dinner table. The nuclear winter had little effect on them. In the village, it was almost always winter due to the altitude. The grasses and plants had spent millions of years evolving to live in this climate. Life was good for Muhammad Abu Rahim, his wife, and his recently born sons. Twin boys, each with dark and deep soulless eyes. Eyes that Muhammad had only ever seen in his dreams. Soon, there would only be Islam. The prophecy of the lost scriptures would be fulfilled. Allahu Akbar. God is great. This title was narrated with virtual voice.